Copyright Web Novel Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Aemon of Runestone Westeros. Ever since Aegon the Conqueror rode his dragon and defeated the Seven Kingdoms with his sister wives, Queen Visenya and Queen Rhaenys, this continent has been unified. From the moment Aegon ascended the throne, the years have been counted from the first year of Aegon, or 1 AC. That year marked the beginning of a new era. Before unification is BC, and after is AC 109 AC. The Vale, Runestone City. The Royce family is one of the oldest and noblest houses in the Vale. Their sigil is a pile of stones between two lines of runes on an orange field. In an attic of the castle, the old maester held a book and lectured freely. The room was tastefully decorated, with bearskins and swords hung on the walls, giving off a sense of understated luxury and ruggedness. In front of him, two students sat side by side. Aemon hid behind an upright book and lowered his head to stifle a violent yawn. He was so sleepy it was unbearable. He hadn't slept well the night before, and strange, jumbled dreams had haunted him whenever he closed his eyes. Noticing this, the older boy sitting to his left, William, gave him a disdainful glance, straightened his back, and listened attentively. Aemon noticed, but didn't care in the slightest. Poor him, he was only 8 years old, 5 years younger than the other boy. He had no interest in a boy bound by rules. They say a child without a mother is like grass, and one without a father goes hungry. But his situation was different. He had a mother who loved hunting and a father who barely came home once a year. Both were hands-off parents who had all but forgotten their only son, Aemon. It was tough for a kid. But Aemon had grown used to it, and the soul of the transmigrator within him welcomed it. A high school student with clear eyes, humming a song while licking a popsicle, had been hit by good luck while crossing the street. One blink later, and he was reborn. Now he was called Daemon Targaryen, a pure-blooded son of the true dragon. His father was Daemon Targaryen, skilled, wild-tempered, and blessed with a powerful brother who was king. Very impressive. His mother was Rhea Royce, of the noble Royce family of the Vale and currently the Lady of Runestone. Unfortunately, the couple's relationship was cold and near its breaking point. Back during the Great Council of 101 AC, the then regent of the Eyrie and Warden of the East, Jobert Royce, stepped in and orchestrated a match for the younger generation. He was Lady Rhea's uncle and passed Runestone to her. Daemon and his brother Viserys had both married women from the Vale. If they wanted to compete with their rivals in terms of power, they needed Vale support. Jobert's condition was simple: Daemon must bed his niece. Daemon scorned his wife, calling her a bronze bitch and claiming that even the goats of the Vale were more attractive. Thus, they never consummated the marriage. But in the name of helping his brother vie for the Iron Throne and under pressure and persuasion from Jobert, Daemon agreed. Just once, an Aemon, who hadn't existed before, was conceived. "My mother's obviously beautiful. You just have no taste." Aemon's eyelids drooped, and his body slumped toward the table. Having been reborn, his attitude was steady. If the gods had made him a child, he would act like one. He should enjoy the carefree childhood most adults only dream of. When he grew up, it would be time to stop the tragedy of the Dance of the Dragons. Knock, knock. The old maester glanced at his inattentive student, closed his book, tapped the wall, and said, "Aemon, can you tell me what the Royce family's motto is?" "We remember," Aemon replied instantly. "Yes, we remember." The old maester nodded with satisfaction, but his meaningful look made Aemon uncomfortable. Aemon stifled another yawn and muttered, "Maester Hughes, why don't you ask about the Targaryen family's words?" "Because your mother doesn't like Targaryens," the maester replied calmly. Aemon frowned and pointed at himself. "But I am a Targaryen. Look at the silky silver blonde hair and violet eyes. Didn't he look like a Targaryen?" The maester gave him a sympathetic glance, closed the book slowly, and ended the lesson. "Hey!" Aemon tilted his head. Then he realized his mother didn't seem to like him very much either. All because he had a father everyone hated. Class ended. Aemon perked up, shook off the older boy trailing behind him, and briskly made his way down the corridor toward his room. There weren't many places in massive Runestone City where a child could freely wander. As soon as he stepped inside, the old septa in charge of his instruction greeted him. "Prince, would you like to have lunch first, or recite the seven-pointed star?" Aemon's expression fell slightly. He waved his hand. "I'm tired. I'll take a nap. Let's talk in half an hour." He really was sleepy, but of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to recite the seven-pointed star. After dismissing the septa, Aemon lay on his bed, his languid posture a stark contrast to his usual lively demeanor. After a while, the anxiety he'd been suppressing bubbled up again. He glanced around to make sure no one was watching. He rolled out of bed, walked to a corner, and pulled out a round black iron stove. Click! He opened the lid, and steam burst forth. Aemon's face turned red from the heat as he pulled out a black egg from the stove full of glowing red charcoal. The oval-shaped egg was nearly a foot long. Unbothered by the heat, Aemon cradled the black egg in his small hands and muttered, "Why haven't you hatched yet?" Targaryens, naturally, had dragon eggs. His little hand stroked the surface. The eggshell was covered in diamond-shaped scales, hard as stone. Every Targaryen newborn was given a dragon egg in their cradle. If it hatched, the dragon would grow alongside the child. As a child unloved by either parent, Aemon had never even tasted breast milk. This dragon egg had once been taken from the dragon pit by his great-grandfather, Jaehaerys I, and placed in Aemon's cradle before his death in 104 AC. "Your dragon mother was so fertile, and you're a disappointment," Aemon muttered to the egg. Rumor had it the egg came from Dreamfire, a large, ancient, and famously fertile blue dragon. No wonder Aemon was anxious. The future was turbulent. Right now, the Targaryen dynasty was at its peak. But soon, the family would be filled with dragon riders who would tear each other apart in a brutal civil war, the Dance of the Dragons. After the war, dragons would become nearly extinct, and the bloodline would wither. The glory once carried by their name would vanish, and the Seven Kingdoms would forget the fear they once inspired. Aemon had come to this world with one goal: to stop that tragedy. But to play his part, he first needed power. He understood clearly, dragons were the quickest path to turning the tide. A Targaryen without a dragon was no better than a salted fish. Ever since he moved to Runestone at age 3, he had secretly prayed for this dragon egg to hatch to raise a dragon alongside him from infancy. Even if it couldn't compare to the legendary dragons of old, it would still be a beacon of hope worth any price. Sigh. Little Aemon collapsed back onto the bed. How could he find a dragon? The egg still hadn't hatched after 8 years. There were no dragons in Runestone. Did he need to sneak off to Dragonstone? Just as he was about to set the hot egg down, ding! Magical item detected. +3 essence acquired. Startled by the voice, Aemon sat bolt upright. Chapter 2, Chapter 2 Bronze King. A pair of purple eyes widened as a gorgeous floating panel appeared before him, suspended in midair like something out of a dream. At the center of the panel were 3 grey card images, the most conspicuous elements, sitting above a golden hourglass. Next to it, a line read, "Number of Essence, 3." The background was misty white, vague, ethereal, fantastical. "The golden finger is here." Aemon was so excited he almost cried out. He reached out with his tiny hand and poked the edge of the floating panel. Could this be the beginning of better days? As his finger touched it, the whiteness rippled like water, covering everything and transforming into a new display. Aemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Skills, half-Valeman, Proficient, Common Tongue, Proficient. Magic card, Nun status, a human cub suffering from severe sleep deprivation, which has begun to affect physical development. Hey? There are changes. Aemon looked carefully, especially at the status line. He glanced down at himself. His limbs were white and chubby. He didn't look malnourished. Aemon frowned and measured himself from head to toe with both hands. He really didn't seem that tall. He was 9 years old this year, well, technically 8 and just over a meter tall. A bit short. Children his age, especially those in the Vale who carried the blood of the first men, were often a full head taller. So it's not that they're growing too fast, I'm just growing too slowly. He finally understood. No wonder. He, too, carried half the blood of the first men. He turned his attention back to the shimmering light panel, but it didn't respond. Must be a single-player system. It didn't have a proper name. He decided to call it the Magic Essence panel. How do I use it? I don't want to turn into a little sweet potato. Aemon poked the status bar with his finger. Nothing happened. He sighed, gave up on the unresponsive status bar, and focused on exploring the rest. About 15 minutes later, Aemon had figured out the entire Magic Essence panel. The white front side was an exchange interface, used to view magic essence and trade for cards. The reverse side was a personal panel, which displayed Aemon's current condition. Clear gains and losses. After understanding the rules, Aemon held the black dragon egg in one hand and tapped the exchange page with the other. I need to fix my sleep issues first. Hatching the dragon egg could wait. Dealing with his immediate problems came first. BOOP. 3 lights flashed in different colors, and the reflections of the 3 grey cards flipped over. Guide once, a small opportunity. A golden finger pointed in a direction on a blank white background. One-handed sword mastery, favored by brave knights. The card was mostly green, depicting a rust-covered longsword. Solid as a rock, hardened skin, like stone. A blue card showing a grayish-white little figure posing with strength. Small +1 numbers floated above its head. Clearly, the 3 cards represented 3 different tiers. They're all good, but the price. Aemon's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed when he saw the numbers below the cards. White card, 10 essence green card, 60 essence blue card, 150 essence each cost more than the last. He glanced at his essence, 3 and quietly pulled back his eager little claws. No rush. If I don't have enough essence, I'll just find more. Aemon wasn't discouraged. In fact, he already had a plan. Based on the panel's rules, magical items could be partially absorbed to convert their energy into magic essence, which would be stored in the hourglass. He closed the panel and gently lifted the black dragon egg with both hands. The earlier system prompt had confirmed it, magic essence +3 had come from the egg. Dragons were top-tier magical creatures, and eggs capable of hatching dragons naturally brimmed with magic. Good thing it didn't harm the little dragon inside. Relieved, Aemon carefully returned the dragon egg to its incubator and patted his chest. The absorption process had its safeguards. Unless done deliberately, the panel only absorbed excess magical energy. All magical creatures and items had innate properties that drew ambient magic toward them. Dragon eggs, for example, had a deep magical core and could accumulate 3 points of essence periodically. Absorbing this excess wouldn't harm the egg itself. This same logic applied to other magical items too. Alright, growing taller and sleeping better starts with finding more magic. Fueled by determination, Aemon quietly pushed open the door and slipped outside. He avoided the maid preparing lunch and slipped past the bustling castle courtyard unnoticed. As one of the most powerful noble families in the Vale, the Royces of Runestone held vast fertile lands and a formidable army. Their vassals and extended family members would often come to strengthen the castle's defences. As a result, the outer courtyard was always full of people. Aemon didn't want to draw attention and slipped through with minimal presence. Soon, the crowds thinned out. He reached a wooden hatch at the back of the castle and quietly opened it. He had entered the Royce family crypt. Although called a crypt, it resembled more of a storage vault. It was dark, and the corners were cluttered with old bronze objects and forgotten relics. Where is it, where? Aemon grabbed an oil lamp and searched around in the dim light. Cobwebs clung to the walls. The stone brick corridor beneath his feet stood in contrast to the dusty surroundings. This was his secret base. A lonely child always needed a place to escape to. The ancestral crypt was a perfect hideaway. Quiet. Undisturbed. And honestly, he wasn't afraid. If he did run into a ghost, it would just be one of his long-dead relatives. Didn't everyone have a few family members in the afterlife? Whoosh! He crouched in a corner and searched for a long time, finally dragging out a set of rusty bronze armor with great effort. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he smiled in satisfaction. The Royce family had a long and ancient history. They had once ruled over the Vale as sovereigns of the Bronze Kingdom. Their territory had included the fertile eastern plains, Runestone City, the entire Vale Plateau, and the towering mountains of the Moon. 2,000 years ago, the Royce family had founded the Bronze Kingdom. But after the Andals invaded Westeros, their rule came to an end. Since then, the Vale had been ruled by House Arryn in the Eyrie, with the Royces becoming their most powerful vassals. Often, the words "most powerful" didn't even need the one of. Aemon knelt and gently brushed the dust off the ancient armor, revealing the mysterious runes etched onto its surface. As his tiny fingers touched it, a system prompt echoed in his mind: touched damaged magical item gained +5 magic essence. Aemon's eyes lit up. It worked. The Royce family, descended from the first men, revered their ancient bronze culture. They would inscribe protective runes on their armor, believing it would shield them from harm. Of course, in the end, it didn't really work. Those ancestors still died when they were killed. But for Aemon, it was a windfall. Little Aemon, reporting for duty. Chapter 3, Ancient Runes. A small silver-haired figure darted about like a nimble little hamster foraging for food. Runestone City revered bronze relics, and the tombs were filled with ancient bronze armor left behind by their ancestors. Most of them were worn and damaged, relics with a history stretching back thousands of years. If one didn't handle them with extreme care, the armor already corroded by green copper rust would crumble to pieces at the slightest pressure. Such was the result of long-term neglect and lack of maintenance. After a while, Aemon, now covered in dust and grime, managed to gather 3 sets of bronze armor that were relatively intact. One of them was missing everything but the breastplate, while the other 2 had lost arms and legs. Broken magical item detected. Magic essence +5, +3, +5. A string of prompts chimed in his mind, and a glowing magic essence panel appeared before his eyes. A golden funnel rotated up and down, casting a radiant light. After a moment, the funnel stopped spinning, and the numbers on the panel changed. Essence count, 16. What determines the number of essence extracted? Breathing heavily from all the activity, Aemon crouched down and illuminated the bronze armor sets with an oil lamp. The first set, relatively more complete, had multiple runes etched into the bronze surface. They were arranged in circular patterns on the chest and wrists. In contrast, the set that yielded the least amount of essence was frail and heavily rusted. Only a single ring of runes remained visible on the chest. After extracting the magical essence, the runes seemed lifeless, utterly devoid of spirituality. Even the copper scent had become more pungent. Aemon's silver eyes flickered with thought. He suspected that the magical essence was drawn from these ancient runes. Only some long-forgotten power once mastered by their ancestors could still contain traces of magic. "I'll wait for Mother to come back and ask her about it," he muttered. Perhaps he could extract some useful knowledge. He needed more magical power. Once he was sure there were no other bronze relics hidden in the tomb, Aemon clapped the dust off his small hands and prepared to use his essence to exchange for a magic card. "Gods, please bless me." He whispered a quick prayer, then reached out and pressed his finger onto the white card displayed on the glowing panel. It was the only one he could afford. Bronze armor was different from the vibrant and fertile dragon eggs. It wasn't suitable for storing magic power long term, and its absorption efficiency was disappointing. Now that the extraction was complete, who knew how long it would take for those armors to become usable again? Pop! As his fingertip touched the panel, a brilliant light flared to life. The card labeled Guide Once instantly shattered, and a golden phantom hand emerged, pointing east toward the area outside the tomb. Aemon's eyes widened in surprise as a vivid image flooded his mind. To the east of Runestone City, near the coastal cliffs, lay a small hill. The image zoomed in, eventually focusing on a patch of soft, slender dark green grass. The blades swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a faint, soothing fragrance. I think I know where that is. The vision disappeared, and Aemon cheerfully ran out of the tomb, relying on his memory to guide the way. He skipped along, his steps light and carefree. The Vale was a land of stark contrasts, where environmental extremes mirrored the wealth gap among the nobility. The Royce family had once held great prominence, their territories vast and prosperous. Their lands were ideal for both farming and herding. There was nothing lacking. If not for the rugged eastern coastline of Runestone City lined with jagged cliffs and rocky beaches, they might have even built a harbor there. Even the neighboring Sigurd town, the only other settlement in the area that could be called a city, paled in comparison. The location revealed by Guide Once was a lush pasture land along the east coast. The dense, dark green grass that grew there was known as a precious remedy for insomnia and dream disorders. Clack! A wooden board was pushed open from below, and a small head with silver golden hair poked out. Aemon looked around cautiously before slowly climbing up. What were you doing down there? Just as he was halfway out, a gruff, deep voice boomed above him like rolling thunder. Aemon jumped in fright, his silver eyes snapping open wide. Thud! The board was kicked open by a large boot, and the startled Aemon was yanked out by the scruff of his neck. The sunlight outside was harsh and dazzling. They were still in the backyard of Runestone City. Standing before him was a towering figure who cast a long shadow, shielding Aemon from the blinding light. The man's face was rough and expressionless. Gunthor. In front of him stood a massive man, easily over 7 feet tall, more than 2 meters in height. He looked like the mountain from later stories, a true giant among men. Once Aemon saw his face clearly, he straightened his small neck and lifted his chin with pride. Are you questioning me? That nod, yes, it was a greeting. This was the proper attitude. If you don't like me, go ahead and hit me. In Runestone City and even all of Westeros there were few who dared to lay a hand on him. Such was the mindset of 8-year-old Aemon, stubborn and full of pride. Gunthor Royce, the towering knight, seemed to falter under that arrogant stare. He bowed slightly and said in a perfunctory tone, Prince, how did you find the tomb? No problem. It just needs cleaning, Aemon replied nonchalantly as he brushed the dirt from his clothes. It was filthy inside, so I cleaned it myself. He waved his hand casually, as if granting permission to retreat. His noble identity was complex. He lived in Runestone City, yet bore the Targaryen name. If nothing unexpected happened, he would one day inherit the Royce family's ancestral estate. Things had been fine at first, but his mother, Lady Rhea, spent her days hunting and showed little concern for her eldest son. She was the head of the house. Yet she had never once spoken clearly about the matter of inheritance. Her silence was ambiguous. As a result, whispers had begun to spread among the Royce family's side branches. Small ambitions were starting to stir. To prevent future trouble, Aemon was unyielding when it came to dealing with them. He never backed down, no matter the occasion. Gunthor's brow furrowed, and an oppressive aura radiated from him. He didn't say a word, but his towering presence alone was enough to feel suffocating. Anything else you want to say? Aemon asked calmly, chin raised. Just in case the man forgot his status, he stepped forward provocatively. As if to say, go on. Hit me. Gunthor's expression darkened, but he remained silent. Though Aemon only reached the man's thighs in height, the child's presence was undeniable. Gunthor belonged to a branch family of the Royces, a knightly house of some standing. His blood wasn't as pure as Lady Rhea's, and he had no right to inherit Runestone. Currently, he served as the castle's training master. With his terrifying size, he had always been a fearsome figure. Yet here he was, completely at a loss. "You're fine. Just go." Aemon maintained his dignified aura and turned to leave. The towering knight before him was no ordinary figure. He would later be known in the pages of Fire and Blood. After Lady Rhea's death, Gunthor supported a cousin's claim to Runestone. But following the end of the Dance of the Dragons, he himself became Lord of Runestone, earning the title Bronze Giant. Reportedly, he even killed one of Aemon's brothers-in-law. Aemon quickened his pace as he walked away, thoughts drifting to his absent father, who had yet to win his second wife's heart. And his sister? That was complicated. He had only taken a few steps when Gunthor's rumbling voice sounded again. "Lady Rhea is returning from the hunt. Lady Martha wants you to wash and prepare to greet her. Mother's back." Aemon's cheeks trembled with excitement, and his pace quickened into a sprint. Ignoring the mountain of a man behind him, he vanished into the backyard of the castle. Chapter 4, Eula Grass. Dusk. The sun gradually set, and the sky turned red. "Hey, hey!" In the rippling sea of grass swaying in the breeze, a little boy stumbled around, working hard. Several guards stood nearby, watching him with confused expressions. Some wanted to help, but they saw the little one repeatedly slipping and falling, unable to keep his footing. "Ouch!" A painful yelp rang out as a silver-blonde head popped up from the grass. Aemon had fallen to the ground, weeds tangled in his hair, grumbling, "It's so hard to pull." His butt felt like it had cracked into 8 pieces. "Your Highness, do you need help?" one of the guards asked hesitantly, his face awkward. "No, I've got it." Aemon waved him off. In his hand, he tightly clutched a handful of dark green grass blades. The magic essence panel popped up helpfully. "You've found a clump of Eula grass containing magic. Gained essence +1. Aemon beamed, satisfied. He stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. With the help of one-time guidance, there was no way he would waste good medicine. He called a few guards and headed straight for the eastern coast. He had a feeling this would be worth it. "Let's see what this stuff does," Aemon said, rubbing his hands together with a grin. A dazzling golden screen appeared before him. One of the 3 card slots was now empty, and the golden funnel below updated its label, number of essence, 7. It took 10 points of magic essence to draw a new card. The Eula grass had added 1 point, just enough. Aside from that, the rest of the panel hadn't changed much. "It's just a plant." Aemon examined the Eula grass from all angles, as if expecting it to bloom. This type of vegetation wasn't rare, he'd even heard of it in his past life. It was considered one of the 3 treasures along with ginseng and deer antlers. Often used as hay to stay warm in winter. Under the influence of the panel, he gradually understood what made this particular grass special. Weaving it into a sleeping mat. Magic-infused Eula grass had the dual ability to keep you warm in winter and cool in summer. It calmed the mind and soothed the spirit, improving sleep quality. With it, he wouldn't have to worry about nightmares or stunted growth. "You're such a precious little thing." Aemon's violet eyes sparkled with delight. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough of it, not even to make a cushion. Smart Aemon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This was no problem for him. He turned a circle in place, scanning the rolling sea of grass covering the hills. A small opportunity. There had to be more than 1 clump of Eula grass, right? Aemon's brain kicked into high gear. He'd already decided, climb the hill and pick more grass. 1 clump of Eula grass gives 1 point of magic essence. 10 clumps give 10 points. A zero-cost venture, wasn't this a gold mine? Just as the idea fully formed, someone interrupted. Prince. A guard from Runestone City ran up and reported, Lady Rhea has returned and is waiting for you in the hall. All right, got it. Aemon quickly returned to his senses. He tucked the Eula grass into his arms and, shielded by his guards, returned to the towering castle. His short legs moved quickly, and he arrived home before nightfall. In the grand hall, Lady Rhea had been waiting for some time. Mom! I missed you so much. Dusty and messy, Aemon rushed forward and threw his arms around the woman with the strongest presence in the room. His chubby cheeks were all smiles, radiating warmth and mischief. Lady Rhea's expression was unreadable as her son ran headfirst into her legs, tightly bound in leather like iron chains. When did you return? I wanted to greet you, Aemon said, looking up with a bright, innocent smile. Don't hit a smiling child. He cheerfully swayed his head, looking up at his mother. Lady Rhea was in her prime. Her black hair and dark eyes reflected the ancient blood of her line. Her lean figure, though not curvaceous, exuded grace and strength. Her face was elegant and narrow, her nose high and dignified. A true classical beauty with commanding presence. No wonder Queen Alice Anne had chosen her as the future granddaughter-in-law. Ah! Lady Rhea looked down at him for a moment, sighed, and gave in helplessly. She looked over his clothes. Dust covered from head to toe, muddy feet, pockets stuffed with weeds even goats wouldn't eat. Anyone who didn't know better would think he'd just returned from a hunt. Aemon asked playfully, Mom, how long will you be staying home this time? Now that he had returned to childhood, his tone was full of childlike innocence. Such was the benefit of being a brilliant scholar reborn in a clean, naive body untainted by the corrupt world. Full of potential. Lady Rhea, harassed by her son's affection, sat down in a chair and replied distractedly, There's another hunt in a few days. Oh, Aemon said, already used to it. What do you think of this little deer? Some of her hunting trophies were stacked in the hall. Lady Rhea pulled out a deer carcass the size of a dog and said, You don't like venison, but I saved it for you to roast or make soup. Before Aemon could compliment her, she pulled out 2 grey rabbits. The valley gets cold in winter. Snow rabbit fur is soft, I'll sew you new gloves. Lady Rhea became more animated as she spoke, admiring her trophies, and this black bear no use to you, but I'll skin it and hang it in my room. Aemon. He was very touched but didn't dare say a word. As his mother rambled about her hunting exploits, his small, sleep-deprived body finally began to waver, and his head nodded lower and lower. Eventually, the old nun noticed and changed the subject, excusing herself for dinner. The maid had already prepared the meal and brought it to the table. Aemon sat on his stool, his short legs swinging back and forth as he craned his neck to look at the food. Sliced white bread, sausages, and mashed potatoes, a standard, dry-set meal. Lady Rhea came to the table with little interest, picked up her plate, and began eating. Also at the table was a boy in orange-yellow bronze armor, eating politely with a fork. Aemon squinted at him and asked, Why are you dressed like that? Ever since the Andals landed on the fingers, iron tools had become common across Westeros. But the Royce family still honored the glory of ancient bronze and had a tradition of wearing bronze armor. Even so, wearing armor to dinner was still a bit much. William finished chewing, elegantly set down his fork, and flashed what he thought was a charming smile. Lady Rhea promised I could join you for the next hunt. Aemon blinked and stabbed his sausage with his knife. Just say you're going. Why act like you've won the lottery? This guy had been assigned as his study companion half a month ago. He also served as both bodyguard and attendant. His full name was William Royce, a direct cousin. Technically, Aemon should respectfully call him cousin. In the original timeline, William had a few lines. He held the Royce family sword Sorrow and served as one of the Queen's Iron Guards. During the riot of the Dragon Pit, he charged in to help, and both he and his men were slaughtered. The precious Valyrian steel sword was lost. I'm done. Aemon scarfed down his food, jumped off his stool with a full belly, and scampered off. He hadn't even touched the floor fully before launching into another jump. Lady Rhea frowned, watching his retreating figure, hesitant to speak. Aemon walked off happily, like a squirrel carrying home a bounty. Lady Rhea shook her head, swallowed whatever she had wanted to say, and instructed the old nun, replace his stool. Chapter 5 Big Profits. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The east coast outside the city was covered in lush green grass. A group of goats wagged their plump butts and buried their heads in the grass, chewing eagerly. From above, they looked like dirty puffs of cotton candy scattered across the land. "Don't lick me. Go cause trouble somewhere else." Aemon, now changed into new clothes, kept a stern face as he waved away a few overly curious goats. His two short legs stood firm in a horse stance, while both hands gripped a bundle of dark green grass and yanked with all his might. To sleep better and grow taller, he had gotten up early that morning. "I don't get it. Why are we pulling grass?" William's head popped out from behind a different group of goats. He grumbled as he swatted away one that was getting in the way, lifting a clump of eula grass, roots and all. Aemon clenched his teeth, gathering strength, and muttered, "You just don't understand." Pop! The eula grass came loose, sending Aemon tumbling backward. He rolled twice, then sprang back up, red-faced and panting hard. "Whew, finally got it." He brushed the soil from the roots, straightened the leaves, and carefully tucked them into the backpack at his side. Aemon was well prepared to harvest eula grass and gather magic essence. He placed his small hands on the backpack nearly as tall as he was. Inside, a layer of eula grass rested atop a few randomly placed black dragon eggs. After catching his breath, Aemon took out the water pouch from his waist pack and drank deeply. The backpack was made of green cloth, and on its flap, an emblem of a white tower crowned with flames was embroidered delicate and snug against his frame. "I'm alive. Back to work." In a good mood, Aemon patted the pouch before putting it away. It was a farewell gift from a dear friend, and he rarely used it unless absolutely necessary. William trudged up, drained and dazed. "You're a prince, you know. You don't need to do this grimy, back-breaking work. There were servants for that kind of thing." Aemon's eyes sparkled. He pointed to the scattered guards nearby. "They're working too. If I pitch in, things go faster." Eula grass was a treasure trove waiting to be turned into gold. No way a few guards would be enough. He couldn't just sit around. Convinced of his righteousness, Aemon brimmed with motivation. By the end of the morning, he had made a solid haul. He'd gathered 5 clumps of eula grass and gained +5 magic essence. Opening the magic essence panel, he found new items on the exchange page. +5 essence, grants 5 points of magic essence. A grey card, replacing yesterday's slot. Price, 10 magic essence points. Constitution +1, safely and effectively strengthens the body. A white card. Price, 10 magic essence points. Speedy straw shoes, boosts speed beyond that of a horse. A dazzling green card. Price, 50 magic essence points. Aemon examined each one, scoffing at the first grey card. Total rip-off. Why pay double to get half the value back? Someone should be locked in a dark cell for that kind of swindle. But there was something new. The panel's cards weren't fixed, they changed randomly at dawn each day. Some were better, some worse, and the prices varied wildly. Ignoring William's griping, Aemon tapped on the second white card with his tiny finger. Pop! The card dissolved into glittering foam, turning into bright white light that seeped into his body. He closed his eyes, anticipation fluttering in his chest. A lightness filled his limbs. The numb fatigue faded, replaced by growing strength. He gave a little jump, his 1-foot-tall legs clearing 1.5 feet. Overjoyed, Aemon thought, my body really is stronger. Totally worth it. Originally, he just wanted to see if the Constitution +1 card would help with weeding. He hadn't expected such a noticeable improvement. If I get one of these cards every day, won't I be a superhuman before long? In the world of ice and fire, personal prowess was a major part of one's worth. Warriors of real strength were few and far between. If given 10 years to grow and train. I don't eat beef. Aemon suddenly blurted out. What? You wanted beef for lunch or something? William looked like he'd bite his tongue. On Westeros, where productivity was low, cattle were precious. Unless a cow died by accident or old age, even nobles rarely ate beef. Realizing how he sounded, Aemon raised his chin proudly. If I said I don't eat it, then I don't. Are your ears broken? He wasn't stupid. William clearly wanted to eat beef and was hoping to rope him in as an excuse. Ha! No chance. After a short break, it was back to work. Aemon was full of energy and determined to save up for a card that would grant an indestructible body. William had no choice but to follow, bending low and scouring the sea of grass for rare dark green leaves. He searched and searched until he was dizzy from squinting, but didn't find a single clump. Hands on his hips, he grumbled, why isn't he working? He pointed toward a nearby slope. Aemon followed his finger and saw a towering man with wild black hair over 2 meters tall. Gunthor sat at ease, clad in bronze armor, resting on the ground with a golden greatsword at his side, gazing out over the grassland. He seemed to notice the little dragon's stare. Without a word, Gunthor reached behind his back and pulled out the massive two-handed sword. For a man his size, even that seemed like a toy. As Aemon watched, Gunthor casually reached into his pocket and took out a lemon. He bit into it without blinking. The sour had twisted his already rugged face into something even fiercer. He stretched his neck, swallowed the pulp, dipped the remaining half of the lemon into a small open pouch, and began to wipe the great sword with practiced ease. Aemon's sharp eyes noticed, the lemon had been dipped in white salt. A method for maintaining swords more expensive than oil. Salt was costly. Is he strong? Aemon asked, stunned. If someone could run with a horse on their shoulders, they had to be terrifying in battle. He could punch a man into the ground. Of course. That's Gunthor, he's the captain of Runestone's guards. William muttered with a pout, then added, he should be working too. Bet he could yank up 5 bundles at once. Then go ask him, Aemon replied casually, exposing the hidden plot. Never mind. William gave a bitter smile. No way he'd dare. If Gunthor got mad, he'd get spun around like a windmill from the guy's sword. The boys returned to weeding. They hadn't gone far when the mountain came to them. Having finished wiping his sword, Gunthor stood and walked down the slope in their direction, sidestepping goats as he went. William nearly fainted from fear, drenched in cold sweat. What's wrong with you? Aemon stepped forward, planting his hands on his hips to block the boy behind him. Yes, his cousin but younger than him. Even if it was Gunthor, he wasn't going to back down. I'm here to supervise. To their surprise, Gunthor wasn't here to start anything. He looked down at the little dragon cub not even knee-high and said in a deep voice, Lady Rhea asked me to remind you, don't spend all your time rolling in the grass. Brush up on your royal etiquette. The next royal hunt will be held in the King's Forest. Chapter 6, Leaving the House Royal Hunting. Aemon was surprised and quite happy. Didn't that mean he would be going back to King's Landing? Yes, I heard it's to celebrate the King's son's second name day, and nobles from all over the realm are invited to attend. Gunthor rolled his eyes and said indignantly, the royal family is so deeply rooted, and our king seems to have endless coin. In addition to hosting a tournament, there was also going to be a royal hunt. Even a child's birthday had to be proclaimed to the realm and celebrated like a festival. It was pure nonsense. How could that be how a king should rule? Aemon didn't care about the complaints behind him and dove into the excitement of the royal hunt. He had an unreliable father and a mother who let him run wild. His life was completely confined to Runestone, and he was nearly cut off from King's Landing. There, in the capital, were royal kin who shared his blood and mighty dragons descended from ancient Valyria. And his good friends were there too. "Little boy, stop pulling weeds. Gunthor frowned, the sheep wouldn't eat them anyway." Aemon reacted immediately, dragging William and running straight toward the castle. He wanted to ask his mother to confirm the news. Before William could respond, he was already being hauled off by the smaller boy's surprising strength. After sprinting 10 meters, the excited Aemon suddenly stopped, pointed his little claw at the 2-meter-tall strongman, and said seriously, "You're in charge now. Supervise them in collecting Eula grass." Gunthor froze. He hadn't expected to be ordered around by such a tiny lordling. His Highness Aemon didn't care about reason and acted all serious, snorting, "And also, call me Prince, don't be rude." After running a fair distance, he looked the tall man up and down, as if finally remembering him. But his self-proclaimed ferocity was undercut by his childish voice, making it thoroughly non-threatening. Regardless of what Gunthor thought, Aemon dragged his little follower and made a swift escape, leaving the 2-meter man standing stunned in the wind. Aemon rushed all the way back into Runestone and found his mother to question her in detail. It was confirmed there really was going to be a royal hunt. King Viserys had personally declared to the realm that all noble houses were invited to the Kingswood to celebrate the second birthday of his eldest son, Aegon. Lady Rhea, who had been drinking, made a special announcement. The raven sent to Runestone had even mentioned Aemon by name. He was to attend. This should have been brought up the night before, but Rhea had seen how tired the little guy was and didn't want to risk him losing sleep from excitement. "Oh, great!" Aemon was overjoyed and sprinted back to his chambers like a madman. Finally, he was getting out of Runestone. He could explore again. 3 days later. The royal hunt was a grand affair, and the nobles had to prepare ahead of time to ensure a smooth journey. The Royce family was no exception. "Move it." Lady Rhea rode a brown warhorse, leading a company of Vale Knights with a composed expression. There were no fewer than 50 people, and the party included several carriages. They were ready to depart. At this moment, Aemon was tucked inside a carriage, gazing out at his mother's heroic bearing with open admiration. They called it bronze, but in truth, it was polished brass. For significant events, key members of House Royce would don bronze armor, layered calfskin beneath orange-tinted brass plates on top. Mounted on sturdy war horses, they led their full-plated Vale Knights like a column of iron cans. Across all of Westeros, they could go wherever they pleased without fear. It was simply Ticula. "When I become a knight, I'll be just that grand," Aemon muttered. William, riding a pony beside the carriage, was already dreaming of having his own bronze armor etched with runes and passed down as a family heirloom. Aemon gave him a look and muttered, "You'd better focus on picking Eula grass first." In 3 whole days, the boy had only found 2 clumps. Truly pitiful. William scowled, offended. "What use is that grass anyway? It's not worth as much as a suit of bronze armor." "Then have you found bronze armor?" Aemon tilted his chin at him, eyes narrowed. "Of course I have." William finally saw a chance to redeem himself. He puffed up his chest and said proudly, "My family has an old set. I've also heard that Gunthor's family has one too. I'll find them for you when I get the chance." What was so special about bronze armor? The Royce family had more than a dozen cadet branches. Digging up a few old sets was no big deal. Cousin, you're amazing." Aemon smiled brightly and gave him a thumbs up without hesitation. Truly a master of flattery, serving everyone to their tastes with ease. With a stream of rainbow praise, young William was left blushing and flustered. He could only raise his chin and pretend to be modest. "Don't mention it, it's my duty." Even though he didn't really understand what Aemon was planning, the two were close, he would do his best. Aemon gave him a few more compliments, then retreated into the carriage with a satisfied grin. Runestone's bronze armor was all used up. But how could the family heirlooms be overlooked? When he returned from King's Landing, he'd be sure to score big. Suppressing his glee, he turned to the seat beside him. On it were two items, a backpack stuffed full of eula grass and a furnace vessel holding the black dragon egg. Perfect! This much eula grass is enough to weave a proper mat. Aemon grinned, his chubby cheeks bunching up. In 3 days, he'd gathered 24 clumps in total. There wasn't time to collect more, and it seemed the pastures didn't have much left anyway. Just in time. He skillfully opened the magic essence panel. A blank white screen appeared with 3 face-down cards, 1 green, 2 blue, all too expensive for now. Aemon's eyes lingered on the strong talent on the 3rd blue card. With that, his physical prowess would skyrocket. He'd be ahead of the pack right from the start. But it cost 200 essence points. He couldn't afford it at all. Sighing through the heartache, Aemon glanced at the golden hourglass icon on the panel, Essence, 31. His heart warmed again. He dismissed the radiant panel and opened the furnace vessel forged from black steel. A wave of heat burst out, and the carriage's temperature rose sharply. Checking on the black dragon egg, still no sign of hatching. Aemon sighed and gently placed his hand on the shell. Magical item detected. +3 essence acquired. After the pleasant chime, he covered the vessel again. Dragon eggs were indeed living things, and they granted generous essence. Once every 3 days, 3 points per use. Aemon smiled, his future was looking bright. Soon, the group set off. The mountains of the moon lay northwest, but Lady Rhea led the party swiftly southward. The mountain paths were steep and the road to King's Landing too long. To the south was Gulltown, the Royce family's longtime neighbor. It controlled the Vale's only port, and by ship, they could save precious time. Aemon was ecstatic, leaning out the carriage window to take in the passing scenery. In his heart, he thought, the world outside is really big. They should be able to reach their destination before sunset. Chapter 7, Seagull Night. Just as expected. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, a town surrounded by low white walls appeared in front of the caravan. Seagull Town was large, and the smoke curling into the sky and the lively sounds beneath the setting sun were proof of its prosperity. As an ice-free port, maritime trade never ceased here. Whoa! Before they reached Seagull Town, an armored knight rode forward and blocked the road. The man showed no hostility. Upon seeing dozens of well-equipped knights from the valley, he quickly dismounted and saluted. "My lady, the Shit family of Seagull Tower has been expecting you." The knight bowed politely, kneeling on one knee. The commotion outside roused Aemon from his nap inside the carriage. The little boy pushed aside the curtain, peeking out with sleepy eyes. The knight, clad in silver grey plate armor, was strikingly handsome, with curly black-brown hair and a short beard on his chin. His upright posture radiated strength. When he looked up, there was a glint of cleverness in his eyes. Aemon tilted his head, observing this dashing uncle who seemed to be in his 30s. Also middle-aged, yet far more charismatic than Gunthor. "Rise, Sir Ryan." Though clearly exhausted, Lady Rhea answered coldly, keeping the poise expected of a high-born lady. "Yes, my lady." Sir Ryan Chit stood up with a word of thanks. Aemon leaned on the window ledge, resting his chin on his hands, thinking only of food and sleep. Fortunately, the Royce family held ties to Seagull Town and had vassals stationed here. Sir Ryan was clearly a capable and meticulous man. He sent his attendants ahead to prepare the household while he remained behind to guide the guests. Seagull Town offered stunning views. The architecture leaned towards white and orange tones, with numerous towers dotting both the city center and coastal districts. Compared to Runestone City, which was built primarily for defense, it was undeniably beautiful. As night fell, the group arrived at a white tower within the town. "My lady, please come in." Sir Ryan bowed respectfully, while his wife and children presented a plate of broken bread and salt. "Thank you for your hospitality." Lady Rhea smiled and picked up a piece of bread, dipping it in the salt. She didn't forget to tear off a piece for Aemon and slip it into his hand, honoring the ancient rites of guesthood. "Thank you." Aemon accepted it graciously and munched with wide bites. As he stepped into the hall, he noticed a banner hanging on the wall. 3 golden wings spread across a black checkered field. Aemon dug through his memory, recalling what the old maester had taught him. The Schitt family of Seagull Tower was one of the Royce family's loyal bannermen. But the web of relationships here was complicated. Seagull Town was wealthy, home to several noble houses. The oldest of these was the Schitt family, longtime rivals of the Royces, also known as the Schitt family of Seagull Town. After the last Bronze King conquered Seagull Town, defeating the Schitts, the vanquished house hired the Andals from across the sea to reclaim their land. Unexpectedly, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Andals cared little for honor or oaths. After driving out the Bronze King, they turned on their employers, shattering the Schitts. Another powerful noble house took the chance to rise and claim the town. They became the ruling house of Seagull Town, the Grafson family. Even so, the original Schitt family was not completely destroyed. They swore fealty to the new rulers and remained in Seagull Town. It echoed what the Royce family had done, surrendering to survive. Over time, noble houses branch out. Sir Ryan Schitt, who welcomed them, was from a cadet branch of this wealthy knightly family, who had resided in Seagull Tower for generations. Because both their castle and their fief shared the word Seagull, they came to be praised as the Seagull Knights. "Prince, if you're tired, you may rest upstairs," Sir Ryan offered gently, noticing the silver-haired boy's curious glances. "No, I'm just a bit hungry." Aemon waved cheerfully. The prince had spoken and no one in Seagull Tower dared ignore it. A grand dinner was promptly arranged, featuring premium ingredients rarely seen in Runestone City, prepared with care and attention. Aemon sampled each dish with delight. He enjoyed the fine meal without losing the royal family's dignity. Both host and guests were pleased. The next day, the port of Seagull Town bustled with life. Hundreds of ships, large and small, were docked offshore. Hand in hand with his mother, Aemon walked along the docks under layers of protection. The port area was akin to a marketplace, filled with vendors and sailors coming and going. The noise carried far. "I've really learned a lot." Standing by the water, Aemon gazed at the rolling waves. After 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he'd seen the sea. He stared, mouth slightly open, marveling at the sight of sailors unloading cargo. "My lady, your highness, our ship is just over there." Sir Ryan, dressed in the same armor as yesterday, pointed toward a 3-masted vessel moored nearby. Aemon followed the direction of his finger, spotting the pennant flapping in the wind atop the tall mast. The flag bore a black triangle on a flame-red field, with a yellow burning tower at its center. "That's the Grafson family's ship." William had appeared beside them, showing off what little he knew. "I know." Aemon nodded. The Grafson family controlled Seagull Town, one of the realm's 5 great ports, and owned many merchant ships amassing immense wealth. It was only natural that they had received an invitation to the royal hunt. Not only did they attend in person, but also transported goods to King's Landing, a profitable venture. Taking passengers along the way was no issue. "Let's board." Aemon was eager to experience sailing. Lady Rhea didn't delay. She led the group aboard and, through Sir Ryan's introduction, greeted the ship's captain. The captain was a chubby man with a smooth tongue and obsequious manners. Upon learning that a Targaryen prince would be sailing with them, he exclaimed that it was his lucky day and declared his intent to rename the ship Prince Aemon. Aemon. Hearing the word lucky gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. Before he could protest, the captain had already rushed off, having arranged 2 spacious, clean cabins for the esteemed guests. The young prince. Better to build favor early, fly the royal banner, and use it to gain prestige in trade. Even without invoking the royal family, the Royce and Grafson families had long been good neighbors. And once the little prince inherited his maternal house's fief and castle, the bond would only grow stronger. By the time Aemon realized all this, he could only sigh. Businessmen are always crafty. So many little schemes at work. The ship soon set sail, waves splashing high around it. Aemon stood at the bow, watching as the ship and port slowly receded behind them. Many other ships sailed alongside them, like chess pieces moving outward in formation. On both sides of the harbor rose steep cliff walls, hundreds of meters tall, forming an inverted triangle-like enclosure. This natural barrier blocked the frigid winter currents, creating a warm, ice-free harbor in Seagull Town all year round. Aemon stared in wonder, his fondness for the town growing even more. He couldn't help but envy such a blessed territory. If I lived in Seagull Town, I could collect so many magical items. Resting his chin in his palm, his large eyes sparkled with longing. He quietly made a vow, one day, he would claim a territory as rich and blessed as Seagull Town. Chapter 8 Chapter 8 The escort squad. The ship was sailing on the sea, and time was flowing. In the luxurious cabin, Aemon lay on his back, lying softly on the big bed. His eyes were dull, like a broken child. He regretted it. The sea was not as beautiful as imagined, and the bumps after the waves made people dizzy. There is no such thing as a one piece. Aemon grabbed a small quilt and was very upset. The sea, you conquered me. He was completely different from the high-spirited feeling of going out to sea in the morning. If this went on, he would vomit. Dong dong. The cabin door was knocked, and then gently pushed open. An old nun in a black and white dress came in with a lantern, and in her other hand held a basket full of needlework and fabrics. Martha, you're finally here. Aemon, who had been waiting for a long time, was instantly resurrected on the spot, and the young dragon rolled over and tumbled off the bed. Old Martha put away the oil lamp, wearing a helpless yet doting look. Don't worry. Fortunately, I prepared needles and thread before boarding the ship. Come on, I want to have a good sleep. Aemon, barefoot, took out a backpack full of eula grass from the bedside. He didn't know why, but eula grass contained a trace of magic. But to make use of it, it needed to be carefully processed. The old nun had superb sewing skills and could weave the soft and delicate eula grass into a mat. These grasses are too soft and too thin to be woven alone. Under the burning eyes of the little prince, old Martha shook her head but still patiently began weaving the grass leaves. She took out a piece of blue cloth from the basket as a base and fixed the woven straw mat with needle and thread. Aemon squatted beside the old woman's legs, no longer resisting the seven gods ceremony like before, blinking as he studied carefully. When traveling, it was always better to have more skills. Unfortunately, after watching for a while, his upper and lower eyelids began to fight. Old Martha was clever and softly suggested, "Prince, it's still light outside. Go out and play, and sleep at night. Children love to play, and if they napped now, they'd be wide awake come nightfall." Aemon knew this too. He rubbed his eyes and agreed, "All right. You be careful too, don't prick your hands." He yawned deeply and turned to walk out of the cabin. The old nun was his foster mother. She not only taught him the faith of the seven gods, but also cared for his meals, clothing, and daily needs. Although she was very strict when forcing him to memorize the seven gods ceremony, she was very gentle in daily interactions. She was a very kind old woman. Old Martha smiled at his concern and carefully wove by the lantern light, her hands never stopping. There were a lot of grass leaves in the backpack, enough to sew a pillow for the prince as well. Prince Aemon, on the deck. Aemon stood again under the blue sky and white clouds, his small body quite eye-catching. "Prince, this way." Just as he was about to find a spot for fresh air, William waved from behind the mast. Aemon looked puzzled, but his feet didn't stop. Let's go see what's going on. Besides the cargo boxes piled up on deck, there were also Knights of the Vale bearing the Royce family banner. Rounding the mast, he saw 3 men sitting together. Aemon looked suspicious. Are you 3 having a party? Besides the young William, the other 2 were Gunthor, the coach from Runestone City, and Sir Ryanshit, the Seagull Knight. Wine bottles and food were strewn around the deck, half eaten. Gunthor was just focused on eating. He picked up an unpeeled orange with his massive hands and bit into it, juice dripping down his face. He didn't even look up, stuffed in a few more grapes, and spat out the seeds. Aemon's mouth twitched slightly. That's clearly an expression of dissatisfaction with me, isn't it? Luckily, not everyone present was a rough man, so it wasn't entirely embarrassing. Sir Ryan stood up neatly, took off his grey cloak, folded it into a cushion, and smiled. Prince, the deck is cold and damp. Be careful not to catch a chill. With that, he placed the cloak under Aemon's bottom and gestured politely. Thank you. Aemon accepted the gesture with poise. See? There are still people with manners. Glancing at the ever-munching Gunthor, Aemon's little brows twitched. Aren't knights supposed to be gentle and courteous? Did this guy sneak in through the back door? Forget it. I won't argue with him. Aemon rubbed his still full belly. He didn't want to picnic with them. What did you want to ask me? We're the guard team assigned to protect you, William blurted out quickly, stammering. The little dragon boy immediately frowned and counted on his fingers, but nothing came to mind. He hadn't had a dedicated guard squad before, just picked a few strong men from the guards at random. Who are they? Aemon asked cautiously, eyes scanning around. If they were protecting him, there should be at least 8 or 10, right? There were 50 Vale Knights accompanying his mother. Sir Ryan remained calm and courteous, smiling apologetically. Just the 3 of us. Hey! Aemon was stunned. Those 3? You mean the 3 standing right here? As Aemon's eyes swept over them, William puffed out his chest and slapped his bronze breastplate. He counts as 1. Aemon looked incredulous, his finger trembling as he pointed at the overly visible bulge in William's armor. Sir Ryan, the only normal one among them, nodded slightly and said gently, William is very brave. Gunthor and I will do our utmost to ensure your safety. Bravery doesn't equal usefulness. Aemon saw the whole picture in an instant and felt thoroughly defeated. But looking at Gunthor still eating and drinking like nothing mattered, Aemon reluctantly accepted the situation. Gunthor stood over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging under his clothes, his arms thick and powerful. Even if he was just a brute, he was equal to 5 Williams. So, William counts as half a knight, and Gunthor counts as 2.5? Aemon did the math on his fingers, felt like he earned 2 Williams, what nonsense. Aemon covered his face in dismay and accepted his fate. 3 means 3. Gunthor looked fierce enough. It was better than having no one at all. After a long pause, Aemon remembered the important part. My mother assigned you, right? What did she say? It couldn't be that maternal love suddenly overflowed without reason. Sir Ryan replied immediately, when we arrive ashore, the situation in King's Landing is quite complicated. As a prince, you should have personal guards. He was a skilled fighter and would serve as one temporarily. Aemon's expression turned serious. As the capital of the 7 kingdoms, King's Landing was a complicated political web like a rat's nest with vines from all directions. It made sense to have personal guards for confirmation and security. Once he thought it through, he looked toward the other 2. The Seagull Knight was reliable and good with people. But what about you? William blushed and scratched his head. He didn't want to be a guard either, Lady Rhea had ordered it. Looking at Gunthor again, he raised a bottle of rum and gulped it down, belched loudly after finishing. William explained with a look, Runestone City is already guarded, so Gunthor came along to relax. Aemon observed and rubbed his chin with his small paw. As far as he knew, Gunthor hadn't had it easy in Runestone City. First, the realm was in a time of peace, leaving his martial talents unused. Second, Gunthor was stubborn and swore constantly, making him unpopular in noble circles. Could it be my mother didn't like him either, so she tossed him at me to save face? Aemon's eyes sparkled. It felt like he'd picked up a leftover. Seeing Gunthor's glum expression, he opened his mouth to tease Aemon, "Come here." Just as he was about to speak, his mother's stern voice rang out from behind. Aemon turned swiftly and swallowed his words. Chapter 9, I thought you would die young. He waved at the escort team and left happily. Lady Rhea took one look and pulled her son into the cabin without saying a word. Coincidentally, the sky had begun to darken. Aemon was full of expectation, thinking his mother had some special instructions. Unexpectedly, she just told him to get a good rest. He mustn't meet the royal family with dark circles under his eyes. Oh! Aemon was stunned for a moment, then returned to his room, disappointed. Before closing the door, he leaned against the frame and glanced into the room. Was everything really fine? Lady Rhea pretended not to see him and went on making the bed. Good night. Aemon waved his little hand and shut the door firmly. Turning around, he was speechless. He knew his mother wasn't exactly reliable. She didn't have much maternal affection. Forget it, children shouldn't hold grudges against adults. With his hands behind his back, Aemon comforted himself quickly. So what if he still had nightmares when sleeping alone? He was now a child blessed by the panel. Later, Aemon returned to the room. Come see, I stuffed a pillow for you with the leftover grass leaves. Old Martha let out a breath, stood up, and patted her lower back. Okay. Aemon responded cheerfully. He ran to the bed and saw that the eula grass in the backpack was gone, replaced with a straw mat and a small pillow. The mat was 1 meter wide and 1.2 meters long, the pillow was round and stuffed with grass leaves. Aemon kicked off his little boots, rolled around on the blue straw mat, then hugged the pillow and took a deep sniff. It smelled like fresh grass, with a sweet minty scent. Martha, you're really good at this. Aemon smiled brightly, rolling back and forth like a mouse that just stole lamp oil, thoroughly satisfied. Old Martha was dizzy with fatigue. Seeing this, she stood up and left, as long as you're happy. Go to sleep now. Bye-bye. Aemon waved sweetly, not trying to make her stay. Bang! The cabin door closed, dimming the light. Hee, let's see if I can have a good dream tonight. Aemon lay down contentedly, resting his head on the eula grass pillow, his arms and legs sprawled across the mat. Gradually, sleepiness crept in. He closed his eyes and drifted off, snoring lightly and breathing steadily. Time flew by. 2 days later. Prince Aemon, riding wind and waves, passed through the strait and approached the narrow mouth of Blackwater Bay. Splash! Waves surged and slapped the ship's hull, as the sea breeze blew fishy and salty. Aemon was bundled up tightly and leaned against the railing, gazing at the sea. Compared to 2 days ago, he looked much more energetic and had rosy cheeks. From time to time, he shouted at the sea and laughed. I heard from Martha that you didn't wake up from your dreams these past 2 nights. Footsteps approached, and Lady Rhea, clad in leather armor, walked over, showing rare concern for her son. Aemon turned his head and replied obediently, Yeah, I slept really well. He reached back and patted the backpack behind him. Seeing this, Rhea raised her eyebrows but didn't ask more. This kid had developed a habit of carrying that oversized pack everywhere. She'd had the old nun check it. Inside were only a rolled-up straw mat and a pillow, nothing heavy, nothing suspicious. Noticing his mother's gaze, Aemon looked up at the sky and whistled, then silently turned his back. That backpack carried everything he needed to sleep well. It was his treasure. His dark circles were gone, so he had to take good care of it. Lady Rhea leaned against the railing, gazing out over Blackwater Bay, and asked, "We're almost at King's Landing. Are you nervous?" "Not at all," Aemon answered confidently. King's Landing was his first home, where he was born and lived safely for 3 years. Why would he be nervous about going home? Lady Rhea looked down at her son and said seriously, "In your heart, you should be a Targaryen." Aemon froze at the question. Looking at his clothes, black tunic, little boots, the red three-headed dragon on his collar. Not to mention the silver gold hair and those purple eyes. He looked like a Targaryen at first glance. Lady Rhea's expression was strange, like something was stuck in her throat. Aemon lowered his head and understood what was bothering her. When Queen Alizanne arranged the engagement between her grandson Daemon and Lady Rhea, it planted the seeds of a future inheritance dispute. Daemon was marrying a wife, not joining her house. Naturally, the child would bear the Targaryen name. But Rhea was a woman, and the child she bore would take her husband's name. Runestone City would eventually fly a different banner. What would the Royce family do then? Aemon racked his brains but couldn't think of a solution. He asked softly, "So, the guards you arranged, are they meant to leave me in King's Landing?" As long as he stayed away from Runestone, she could choose a proper cousin from House Royce to inherit. The escort might very well be a farewell gift. Lady Rhea nearly laughed in exasperation. She said coldly, "Don't think I'm as shameless as a Targaryen. Like it or not, you're my son." "Really?" Aemon's eyes lit up. He flung himself at her legs, hugging them tightly. "You're not going to leave me behind." "I never said that," Rhea replied flatly. Who had scared this child with such rumors? Whatever his mother really thought, Aemon was delighted. "Then what about my inheritance? Will you still ignore me like before?" If his mother didn't want to revoke his inheritance, then he could stay in Runestone in the future. King's Landing was nice, but it belonged to someone else. Runestone was home. No plan. Lady Rhea crossed her arms and said bluntly, "You were so weak when you were born, I thought you'd die young. Would have been a waste of emotion to get attached." "Hey!" Aemon blinked, almost unable to process it. So she kept her distance because she assumed he wouldn't make it. "It's irrelevant now, let's not talk about that." Lady Rhea cleared her throat and changed the subject. "The king will surely try to persuade you to stay in King's Landing. The choice is yours." Aemon fell silent, weighing his options. Right now, the royal family had only 2 adult male heirs, Uncle Viserys and Father Daemon. He was 8 years old and no longer fragile. Recalling him to the capital made sense. After thinking it through, Aemon asked, "Then, should I stay or not?" "That's up to you." Lady Rhea's tone remained calm, but her eyes were locked on her son's fair little face. Aemon instantly understood. "No. I won't stay even if you beat me to death." It was said that a man with golden horns and silver trim had a grass belly. If you wanted to do big things, you had to lie low. King's Landing was a pit. His little body couldn't fill it. "Humph!" Lady Rhea snorted and said sternly, "Even if you stayed, there'd be no place for you, just like that bastard who got driven out." Despite her words, the corners of her mouth curled upward. "We're just here to hunt, and maybe visit a few friends." Aemon hugged her thigh and nodded rapidly like a pecking chicken. No need to guess that bastard was Daemon. As the king's younger brother, he had been driven away during the struggle for succession. The twists and turns were endless. Now he was still catching crabs in the stepstones. Lady Rhea glanced down at her son, surprised by his cleverness and secretly proud. The one born from her belly was smarter than that bastard. It was fine for her son to visit King's Landing, but if he stayed, he'd become an eyesore. In terms of bloodline, Aemon, grandson of brave Balon and great-grandson of the centenarian King Jaehaerys I, had a more legitimate claim to the throne than Princess Rhaenyra. After Queen's death, Daemon was cast out for the heir for a day incident, and King Viserys declared his daughter Rhaenyra heir to the throne. But they hadn't even notified mother and son at Runestone about Queen Aemma's funeral. Now that Rhaenyra had secured her position, and Queen Alicent had given birth to little Prince Aegon and Princess Helena, they suddenly remembered their forgotten nephew? That didn't seem like fairness, it felt like something else entirely. Chapter 10 Queen Alicent. Before entering King's Landing, Aemon had promised himself everything. But once he got off the boat, his resolve was immediately tested. At noon, the sea lay still and calm. Prince Aemon crossed Blackwater Bay, and as he stood at the bow, he could see the Grand Mud Gate in the distance. There are so many people. Aemon leaned against the railing, standing on tiptoe to better see the port where crowds moved about like tiny ants. The Knights of the Vale stood ready, waiting for the ship to dock. The voyage had gone smoothly. Boom! Suddenly, a golden blur soared above the towering city wall, piercing through the drifting white clouds in the sky. In the next instant, the thin mist scattered like smoke. Hiss! Before the ships on Blackwater Bay had time to react, the golden shadow dove down, one broad, fleshy wing skimming across the sea's surface. Waves and wind blasted outward, stirring chaos around the surrounding waters. Dragon! Protect the prince! The Seagull Knight shouted in alarm, throwing himself over little Aemon in an attempt to shield him. Aemon's vision went dark, and the ship beneath him rocked violently. Crash! The waves exploded in a spray, and several of Prince Aemon's ships were thrown off balance by the force of the wind. The Vale Knights shouted in confusion, swaying on their feet, barely able to stand. The disturbance came and went in a flash. The golden shadow shot back into the sky, rising thousands of feet before disappearing beyond Blackwater Bay. What was that? A dragon! Aemon, unfamiliar with fear, craned his neck, still curious. Sir Riam kept his eyes on the sky, only relaxing once the creature had vanished. Yes, it looked like the princess's dragon. He had caught sight of the golden beast from afar once, back in Gull Town. Even from a distance, the experience left him soaked in cold sweat. My lord, please get up first. Aemon, suffocated under the weight, squirmed free. Sir Riam quickly straightened up to check on him. Are you hurt, my prince? Thank you, sir. Aemon patted the dust from his clothes, indicating that he was fine. But inwardly, he thought, it's grown a lot. It's just a dragon. Not like I haven't seen one before. After the brief incident, the ship docked quickly. With 3 guards ushering him from all sides, Aemon bounded down from the deck and officially set foot in King's Landing. He looked around, then scratched his head in confusion. There was no honor guard to receive him, no royal escort, and no carriage prepared for travel. Mudgate, being a port, was bustling with merchants and fishermen. Mixed into the crowd were nobles and commoners alike. The Vale Knights raised the Royce banner, and nearby, several other standards fluttered. The roaring lion of House Lannister. The crowned stag of House Baratheon. Next to the banners of 2 great houses, the Royce sigil of vassal House of the Vale seemed rather unremarkable. Let's go. Aemon frowned, a bit displeased. Gunthor obeyed the command, his large frame forging ahead and clearing the path like a bulldozer. Aemon followed behind him, heading toward the gates beneath the massive city wall. Many knights from the Vale had accompanied them on this journey. Lady Rhea, however, remained behind to arrange lodgings. Of course, it was also possible she had no desire to meet the king. Move aside. Move. Aemon, lost in thought, heard the clatter of wheels entering the city. With the neighing of several white steeds, a luxurious white lacquered carriage rolled up from across the street. 2 gongs rang out as a squad of royal guards arrived, bearing banners emblazoned with the 3-headed red dragon. A white knight, clad in silver armor and robes, dismounted from the carriage and offered a respectful bow. My sincerest apologies, Prince. There was a minor delay along the way. Seeing this, Aemon narrowed his eyes, wondering, is that true? Did they forget about me and scramble to send someone last minute? Is His Majesty busy? Aemon tilted his head, sensing something off. The White Knight bowed again, answering politely, the king is currently holding a royal council. The queen will receive you instead. Is that so? Aemon placed his hands behind his back and nodded calmly. Very well. Thank you for your efforts. It is my honor. The White Knight maintained a dignified air as he lifted the small prince into the carriage. He took the reins himself and set the horses in motion. Several swift mounts were also provided for the prince's guards. Surrounded by royal banners bearing the three-headed dragon, the pristine white carriage rolled slowly toward the Red Keep. People along the roadside paused to watch, their curiosity about the unfamiliar little prince far greater than for the usual noble traffic. Red Keepmakers hold fast led by the White Knight, Aemon passed through the bustling outer courtyard and entered the secluded inner palace, an area forbidden to outsiders. Thank you. Aemon murmured his thanks as the White Knight withdrew to settle the guards. Soon, the corridor of red brick walls fell silent. Only one small figure remained. Knock knock. The knock startled those inside the bedchamber. Alicent Hightower stood by the window, her back to the light, gently rocking a swaddled infant while humming softly. Hearing the knock, she turned in surprise. Peeking from behind the door was a small boot, followed by a familiar little face with silver hair, violet eyes, and creamy pale skin. The boy smiled mischievously and waved. Hi, Alicent. At the sight of him, Alicent's tired expression brightened instantly, blooming into a radiant smile. Aemon, is that you? She passed the swaddle in her arms to the maid and quickly approached. Her steps were noticeably lighter. Seeing her so delighted, Aemon lifted his chin proudly. I'm back from Runestone. Before he could say more, Alicent grabbed his hand and pulled him into the room, his feet sinking into a plush black and white carpet. She cupped Aemon's round cheeks in both hands, scanning him from side to side. How was Runestone? I heard Lady Rhea has quite a temper. Her touch was gentle, his cheeks soft and plump. Clearly, he'd been well fed and well cared for. Aemon puffed up his cheeks under the pressure and mumbled, it was fine. She is my birth mother, after all. I'm glad. I was worried you wouldn't adjust to the Vale's climate. For the first time in a long while, Alicent's face radiated joy. Her smile was warm and unrestrained. Truly, a queen's beauty was no exaggeration. She had a gentle and elegant appearance, with a softness that warmed the heart. Her slightly curled hair cascaded over her full neckline, adding a maternal grace to her youthful figure. When she smiled, she was lovely beyond words. Aemon rubbed his nose, breathing in the faint floral scent he remembered. He began chatting casually about his life over the past years. Alicent listened attentively, cradling the boy she'd long regarded as a younger brother on her lap. When she noticed the hand-embroidered pouch tied to Aemon's waist, the warmth in her smile deepened, like a steaming cup of tea on a cold day. The bond between them went back many years. From the moment Aemon was born, Alicent had followed her father into the palace to care for the aging King Jaehaerys. Aemon's parents disliked one another, and neither paid him much mind. King Jaehaerys, heartbroken over the death of his son, doted on his great-grandson. After the Great Council of 101, he kept the baby close at all times. Alicent, then still a girl, became the child's closest caretaker. The court often whispered about the pair of youths constantly seen around the old king. They were inseparable. It wasn't until Aemon turned 3 and King Jaehaerys passed away in his sleep that the boy was sent to the Vale to be raised by his birth mother, Lady Rhea. Now you have a child of your own, Aemon said playfully, covering his mouth to stifle a chuckle. He pointed to the crying bundle in the maid's arms. Chapter 11, Weird atmosphere. The crying child from earlier might have been himself. Aemon moved closer to get a better look at the baby in the swaddle. Give Helena to me. It's time for her brother to see her. Alicent looked helpless, took the swaddle from the maid, and handed it over. Aemon wasn't ready yet, but the swaddle was already in his arms. How do I hold her? His body stiffened, afraid she might fall. Alicent boldly let go and chuckled. Just support her bottom. Don't be nervous. Oh, oh. Aemon's brain processed the instructions slowly, and he gently adjusted his posture. You know what? The little thing is pretty soft. Ah, the little girl turned in his arms, her head of silver and gold hair shaking side to side, lightly hitting Aemon's shoulder. Her hands and feet were confined in the swaddle and she found it uncomfortable, so she twisted around wildly. She's biting me, I think. Aemon looked baffled, tilting his head. His neck felt cold as if covered in saliva. Alicent covered her mouth and giggled. Hugging her daughter's chubby waist, she teased, Helena really likes her brother. See? She's not crying. Aemon's face darkened. She's biting me. Little Helena was not pleased. Her soft little hands broke free from the loosened swaddle and grabbed Aemon's face, trying to bite harder. Aemon's mouth twitched. He had no choice but to dodge. He couldn't afford to offend her. The little thing wasn't very big, but her grip was strong, and his face hurt from the pulling. It's a shame she's not pulling weeds. Aemon grumbled inwardly. Knock knock. The two children were just beginning to get along when a knock came at the door. A bald old man in a linen maester's robe stood outside and said slowly and deliberately, Your Grace, Prince Aegon won't stop crying. Please come and tend to him for a while. Alicent frowned and hesitated. Grand Maester, where are the maids attending him? They tried, but it was no use. Grand Maester Melos answered sincerely. She had to go take a look. Alicent stood and adjusted her skirt. She gave Aemon a helpless smile, apologetic after their long-awaited reunion. Stay with Helena for now. I'll be right back. It's fine. That's just how kids are. Crying is their thing. Aemon waved his hand, just as Helena suddenly bounced and nearly head-butted him. Bring some cakes and tea. Take care of them, Alicent instructed the maid before leaving to coax the other child. Grand Maester Melos didn't follow her immediately. Instead, he stared at Aemon intently. He was watching Aemon, and Aemon was watching him too. Is the king busy? Aemon asked first, smiling harmlessly. Grand Maester Melos nodded kindly. Yes, his grace is quite busy every day. Then he turned and left, giving the young prince no more chances to speak. Aemon couldn't help but frown. Didn't the king say the Grand Maester should be present at the royal council? That's strange, Aemon muttered, unwilling to overthink it. He might not be involved in court matters, but even he knew the Grand Maester came recommended by the Citadel and naturally sided with Old Town and the High Towers. Alicent had a high standing within House Hightower, so there shouldn't be an issue. If there was, then someone must be targeting him. Tisk, tisk. Let's make a deal. You're not allowed to bite me again. Aemon held the overly energetic Helena with one hand while enjoying the tea and cakes brought by the maid. Helena's pink face flushed red, her tiny baby teeth bared as she growled. Aemon smacked her little butt lightly, his expression switching in a flash. Behave. Your mother's not here, and you dare bare your teeth at me. His round face turned stern, and he genuinely exuded big brother authority. Helena pursed her lips in grievance. Realizing the other party wasn't one to spoil her, she kept her head down and sulked silently. She was small but had an impressive ability to read people. She could probably manage a 2-story castle. Aemon nodded, satisfied. That's better. She was so good in his arms, didn't even cry. Maybe Alicent wasn't as good at coaxing children. Maybe he had been too mature as a baby, making her think all her children would be that easy. No wonder she kept having more. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually darkened. Aemon sat on the carpet, his little head bobbing with sleepiness, holding the even smaller sleeping baby in his arms. Next to him was a delicate tea tray, now empty save for a few crumbs and an empty cup. Suddenly, Aemon jolted and woke up, eyes bleary with sleep. Still not back yet? His little head filled with questions. Where was Alicent? Had Aegon cried himself unconscious? Nope. I gotta move. Aemon realized this wasn't sustainable. He gently placed the sleeping Helena back into the cradle. She was a sweet baby but hot-tempered. She got mad upon waking and frowned even in sleep, with tear tracks still glistening at the corners of her eyes. I'm off. Aemon said to the maid, rubbed his eyes, and walked out. The corridor was deserted. Servants had lit candles to brighten the hallways. Aemon tightened his clothes and muttered, King's Landing in spring is still chilly. The wind cuts right through. Looking at the darkened sky, the sun had already set. Can't delay any more. Time to do it. His eyes sparkled with cunning as he rubbed his hands in anticipation. There weren't many treasures in Runestone, and no magical artifacts. Then, his path to greatness would begin here, in King's Landing. With that thought, Aemon double-checked the direction and set out. First stop, the King's Chambers. The silver-haired little figure slipped quickly past the eyes of servants and maids. Bang! Aemon kicked open the door to the king's bedroom. Prince, a servant passing by was so startled he nearly dropped his tray. Aemon turned and made a shh gesture. Relax. I'm just making a complaint. It was just the king's bedroom. He'd lived here 3 years earlier than Uncle Viserys. He strolled in like he owned the place. The servants broke out in cold sweat but didn't dare stop him. Aemon didn't panic at all. He even left the door wide open as he stepped in confidently. Uncle Viserys was a tolerant king. In his memory, he always wore a gentle smile, sometimes too gentle, to the point of flattery. He couldn't bring himself to punish his own brother Daemon, so how would he dare punish Daemon's children? Let's get to it. Aemon praised himself for being a brave child and rummaged through the room's furniture one by one. As expected, just ordinary junk. He wasn't surprised. Instead, his gaze locked onto a black-sheathed longsword hanging above the fireplace. The sword was long and straight, the blade and guard forming a cross. At the end of the hilt was a 7-pointed star, the symbol of the seven. The family sword, black fire, the one my great-grandfather wielded in his youth. Aemon moved a chair over, stood on it, and removed the Targaryen ancestral sword from its mount. The moment his hand touched it, a notification rang in his ear: you've discovered a magic-infused weapon. Plus 10 magic essence gained. I knew it. Aemon smiled faintly, stroking the sword with familiarity. His great-grandfather had let him play with it often when he was little. When his fingers touched the hilt's end, Aemon pouted and complained, Uncle, seriously? Just to please Old Town and the faith of the seven, you swapped the ruby for a 7-pointed star. It didn't match the Targaryen aesthetic at all. You can read advanced chapters on my Patreon. Chapter 12, Big Loot. After looting the ancestral sword Black Fire, Aemon obediently hung it back up. The conditions for an item to possess magic are usually that it's ancient, inherently magical, or has undergone some sort of mutation. Valyrian steel is one of the last treasures of ancient Valyria. It would be strange if it didn't contain magic. The Royce family also possesses a Valyrian steel sword called Lamentation. But my mother, Lady Rhea, always cherished it and kept it mounted in her chambers, never giving Aemon the chance to touch it. Let's see what else there is. Aemon continued rummaging through the chests, hoping to find the Valyrian steel crown. It was the crown worn by Aegon the Conqueror during his coronation, adorned with several brilliant rubies. However, the current royal crown is the golden one worn by Aemon's great-grandfather, and the ruby-studded crown had been stored away as a collector's item. Nope. Still nothing. With the sun about to set, sweat beading on his brow, Aemon finally gave up on finding the crown. It must have been moved elsewhere. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his face. Let's change locations and keep working hard. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze swept over the stone sculptures arranged on the round table in the bedroom. His steps halted, as if rooted in place. Walking away now would seem suspicious. Aemon's eyes turned as he approached the large round table full of sculptures and picked up a dragon-shaped one. Uncle Viserys had a fondness for collecting stone sculptures. He used them to recreate the glory of ancient Valyria. If this were his previous life, he'd definitely be called a figurine enthusiast. I won't take much. Just this one for my own sake. Aemon silently apologized to his uncle and slipped the dragon-shaped sculpture into his waist pouch. In any case, if someone saw him come in, they'd find out eventually. Taking one treasured figurine was just a cover for searching for magic. After tidying up, Aemon quickly moved on. The Red Keep was vast. There was no time to waste. The Red Keep underground crypt. Yes, Aemon was now playing the role of a grave robber. Click. The white tallow candles on the walls were lit, casting light across the dim, spacious tomb. Aemon glanced around, barely hiding his delight. Though it was called a crypt, it more closely resembled a private royal vault off-limits to outsiders. The most striking feature was the skeletal remains of a black dragon used in sacrificial rites. At the tomb's center was a circular altar about half a man's height. Atop it rested a dragon skull the size of a house, black as ink, its features both fierce and majestic. Circling it were layers of half-burnt white candles, and the dim glow lent the skull an air of reverence. Aemon was stunned, his chest rising and falling quickly. He whispered, "The remains of Balerion, the Black Dread. The only creature whose remains the royal family would preserve in a tomb like this, was Balerion. The terrifying dragon that once dominated an age, a fully grown dragon capable of swallowing a mammoth whole. It was said that at his peak, Balerion's flame was hot enough to melt armor and stone with ease, even turning sand into glass. To this day, no other Targaryen dragon has ever matched him. Balerion, don't let me down." Clasping his hands together, Aemon prayed reverently. Then he climbed onto the altar with effort and reached out to touch the dragon's still warm skull. "You have discovered the remains of a creature with special magic and gained a portion of fire magic." Aemon shuddered as a wave of heat surged through him. A reddish glow like a firefly danced in the air, then entered his chest. Hiss! Aemon's eyes widened as a warm current surged through his body. The sensation was several times stronger than Constitution +1, like 1,000 tiny hands massaging him all over, leaving him trembling. After just 2 breaths, he was drenched in sweat. Then, it stopped. Aemon blinked in confusion and scratched his head. "That's it? Done." He glanced at his hand. Mud clung between his fingers. Turning back to the massive skull, it looked exactly the same. Dark, metallic, and terrifying. No, that was a strong reaction. He clenched his fists. His strength felt slightly greater. He pulled up his magic essence panel and opened his personal attributes page. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 13%. Skills, Ancient Valyrian, Proficient, History, Familiar. Magic card, None. Status, Improved physical condition. Less prone to illness. More resistant to high temperatures. Is the bloodline column here because of the fire magic awakening? Aemon's thoughts sharpened. There hadn't been a bloodline section before, it had just appeared. The prompt said Balerion's skull contained special magic, likely the flame inherent to dragons. Dragons really are dragons even in death. They bless their kin. Aemon couldn't help smiling. Bloodline was extremely important. It determined talents like dragon taming and resistance to heat and cold. But this bloodline tab doesn't show much detail. He touched his chin in thought, intrigued. With the bloodline panel now visible, he could monitor the concentration and possibly assess his safety in approaching dragons. If he could figure out how to improve his blood purity, it might bring unexpected benefits. That said, staying here too long was unwise. Better to get out of here. Quick to act, Aemon made a run for it. Thanks for the hospitality, Balerion. He didn't forget to offer his gratitude before leaving. After all, Balerion was a legendary dragon, and the reward had been generous. A new bloodline stat pointing to something crucial, plus a minor physical boost. But most importantly, the golden funnel at the bottom of his ornate panel shimmered as the number read, Essence, 141. One fire magic event gave him 100 essence points. He had struck it rich. The journey of gathering magic had only just begun. At dusk, the sky blazed red. Aemon emerged from the tomb and, seeing how late it was, decided to head back to rest. The castle forecourt was still lively. Plop! Lost in thought over how to spend his essence points, Aemon bumped into something solid. Who are you? Are you all right? A white knight in silver armor and a white cloak halted. A flicker of surprise crossed his handsome face as he bent toward the silver-haired boy. Aemon clutched his reddened forehead, brushing it off. I'm fine. I'm heading off. Next time, he'd remember not to walk with his head down. Criston Cole looked puzzled, then stopped the silver-haired boy and asked, "What's your name? Where are your parents?" The silver hair and violet eyes weren't something common nobles had. The boy's outfit was luxurious, and despite running around dusty, he clearly belonged to nobility. As far as Cole knew, there was no young prince of this age in the royal family. He might be a lost child of House Velaryon or Celtigar, both Valyrian in descent. And Cole grew more alert, eyes narrowing. Where were you just now? Do you need help? The third question finally set Aemon off. He looked up to see a young white knight, black-haired and black-eyed, dignified and striking. He hadn't seen him in King's Landing before, so he was likely elected after Aemon left. Only one name came to mind. Aemon wasn't fond of him. Arms crossed, he snapped, "White Knight, your duty is to protect the royal family, not to harass them." His tone was sharp, offering no courtesy at all. Chapter 13, Viserys' concern. Cole was stunned when a child scolded him in an adult's tone. He opened his mouth but said nothing, trying to justify his actions. Bang! A palm-leaf fan-like hand pressed against his chest, and a tall figure loomed over him. Gunthor had appeared at some point, his face dark, white cloak. "You're blocking our prince's way." As he spoke, he took an arrogant step forward, forcing the pretty boy back. Cole was shocked. The man's stubble, as stiff as steel, nearly scraped his face. The castle's front yard was packed with people, and the scene naturally drew the eyes of foreign officials and guests. There was something entertaining going on. People nearby picked up on the tension and came over, watching and whispering with interest. Aemon looked up in surprise and said, "Gunthor, you're here." "Yet." Gunthor responded casually, staring down the white knight who looked reluctant to back down. It turned out the 3 guards had been left in the outer courtyard. The other 2 were cleaning and waiting, while the big guy had wandered off on his own, taking the opportunity to enjoy some of Red Keep's special food and drink. By chance, he had seen his own prince being berated again and again. He in front of the white knight, Gunthor's thick lips curled into a grin, and he arrogantly spat on the ground. He was in a bad mood from working under others and decided to pick a soft target to vent on. Faced with blatant humiliation, Cole's face turned pale. His hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. "Wanna try?" Gunthor sneered. He had nothing to lose, and if someone didn't like it, they could fight. Cole looked around, trembling with rage. If not for the crowd, he'd have drawn his sword on the brute right then and there. Aemon stood between the two, eyes full of curiosity as he looked at Gunthor. That cynical face, despite being full of the bitterness of a working man's life, still chose to fulfill his duties. And there he stood, towering over Cole, who was already tall and heroic. Gunthor was more than a head taller, and his burly figure was like a living fortress. Is this the sense of security that comes from the bronze giant? Aemon almost clapped. Cole, what are you doing? The conflict was about to explode when a loud voice rang out. Aemon turned quickly toward the voice. A tall middle-aged man in his 50s, also wearing the white cloak and silver armor symbolizing honor, strode in from the Red Keep's gates with a powerful aura. The commander of the King's Guard, Sir Harold Westerling. Seeing his direct superior, Cole's expression turned complicated. He bowed his head. Commander. I asked what happened, Cole. Harold's face was stern, showing no leniency. Cole lowered his head and took a step back. At this point, he already realized he'd run into a wall. Aemon stood calmly by, curious to see what the Iron Guard commander would do next. Prince, I hope this man didn't waste your precious time. Harold asked kindly, turning to Aemon. Cole was a new member of the King's Guard. When he donned the white cloak, even Queen had already passed. It was understandable that he didn't recognize Prince Aemon and might cause conflict. But it needed to be corrected. It was just a small matter. Aemon nodded gently, greeting, long time no see, Ser. Harold removed his helmet and exhaled quietly in relief. As long as he didn't hold a grudge. At that moment, another figure appeared at the Red Keep's gate, curiously looking this way. Aemon spotted her and was slightly stunned. It was a young silver-haired girl in a black riding outfit, walking in with long strides as she pulled off her gloves. She was extremely beautiful, delicate features, flawless skin. She had inherited the inhuman beauty of the Targaryen bloodline, practically without a single flaw. Rhaenyra Targaryen tilted her head slightly, looking back at the small boy who was staring at her. The same silver hair, the same purple eyes, blood calling to blood. After a moment of hesitation, it was Aemon who recognized her first and called, Rhaenyra. Hearing this, Rhaenyra's eyes lit up, surprised and delighted. Aemon? It really is you. Her long legs sped up as her gloomy mood lifted entirely. It had been a long time since she'd seen the little guy. Seeing that she recognized him, Aemon greeted her with a smile, yet. You flew your dragon this morning so majestic. Rhaenyra's face shifted slightly, her expression turning sheepish. I didn't, accidentally hit your boat, did I? Aemon rolled his eyes. You know exactly what you did. Sorry, I was in a bad mood then. I didn't expect you to be there. Rhaenyra apologized at once and reached out to rub his head. It was fluffy like a hedgehog. I forgive you. But you'll have to make it up to me later. Aemon said generously. He wasn't one to hold grudges. The two chatted warmly, and the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Harold remained calm, quietly giving Cole a look. The White Knight silently retreated. With the princess here, the matter was as good as resolved. Aemon caught this but didn't care to press further. It really wasn't a big deal. Cole had already been embarrassed in public, there was no need to take off his head over it. Rhaenyra, did you just come back from the dragon pit? Aemon, remembering something important, held Rhaenyra's soft little hand and said with anticipation, I just got back. Could you take me there sometime? A single skull of Balerion the Black Dread was worth 100 points of essence. Even if a living dragon couldn't compare, surely their bodies carried great amounts of magical energy? That would be a massive gain. Rhaenyra naturally clasped the little claw and pulled him toward Maegor's holdfast. No problem, but not today. It's getting late. Then take me another day. Aemon was never impatient. He had both patience and methods. In the king's chambers, candlelight flickered. Viserys Targaryen lay comfortably in a chair, exhausted from the day, and began chatting. Do you think what I said is workable? He was the fifth king on the Iron Throne, Viserys I of House Targaryen. His silver gold hair flowed down to his shoulders. A soft stubble lined his chin. His face was ordinary, but kind. At first glance, he looked more like a wealthy nobleman than a king. What about Aemon? Alicent, sitting beside him in a daze, responded absent-mindedly after hearing the question. Yes, he's a good choice. Viserys was in high spirits, raising his bandaged ring finger. His mood seemed better. The council had differing opinions, but this is still a good start. Lately, he hadn't been sleeping well over his daughter's marriage. Finally, there had been some progress. Rhaenyra had turned 12 this year. She'd be of age in 2. Nobles from across the realm had already begun sending marriage proposals. The stack of letters stood taller than the table. Alicent frowned slightly and asked cautiously, "Does my father agree?" "Of course," Viserys answered immediately, his smile deepening. He hadn't expected Otto Hightower to support the decision. Alicent quietly lowered her head, hiding the doubt in her eyes, and suggested, "Aemon is still young. Perhaps there's a better candidate. Stepmothers and stepdaughters rarely get along well." Aemon was just a child, innocent and still under her care, entrusted by the late old king himself. She didn't want him caught in the crossfire. Viserys stood up, forcing a calm smile despite the confusion in his heart. During the council's earlier discussion, Sir Laenor of House Velaryon did present a candidate. Though he said this, his frown betrayed his true feelings. The man Laenor suggested clearly wasn't his preferred choice. Aemon had the support of Runestone behind him and also represented his brother, Daemon. Choosing Aemon would not only strengthen royal power but also help mend the broken bond between brothers. By contrast, Laenor was the son of Corlys Velaryon the Sea Snake. House Velaryon of Driftmark remained a mountain weighing on his heart. Chapter 14, Aemon, no. I think Sir Laenor would be a good husband. Alicent didn't notice her husband's probing and earnestly recommended him. He is from a noble family, a dragon rider, and his character is impeccable. The royal meeting had not reached a conclusion, so she offered her thoughts freely. Viserys listened quietly and asked meaningfully, "Is this your idea or Otto's?" "It has nothing to do with my father." Alicent shook her head and denied it. Viserys nodded and smiled again. Laenor is good, but he must be the right fit. He had questioned his wife to gauge the Prime Minister Otto's intentions. Although Otto had voiced approval at the royal meeting, most of the other ministers had opposed the idea. The reason was simple: Daemon was a troublemaker, and no one wanted him seizing this opportunity to return to the center of power. And Otto, as his most significant adversary, was always at odds with him. His daughter Alicent's opinion inevitably reflected his. "You're right." Alicent scratched her nails nervously and said, "Rhaenyra likes handsome and brave knights. She wouldn't consider a child." Her tone was firm. Viserys was surprised. It was the first time he saw his wife so serious. Then, he chuckled and waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this. The children will be back soon, and there's a welcoming dinner tonight." Alicent responded with a soft hum and lowered her head. "Just talking." Viserys held her hand, smiled, and rose to leave. As he passed by his favorite round stone table, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was night. The Red Keep was brightly lit with candles, and the dinner was held in the second-floor hall. Aemon had changed into clean clothes and arrived early, Gunthor following behind. Rhaenyra came a little later, dressed in a beige gown instead of her riding gear. The candle light made her face glow with youthful beauty. Seeing her, Aemon secretly admired her. Westeros girls grew fast and matured early. Will I grow taller in the future? Aemon rested his chin on one hand, full of hope. Soon, the king and queen arrived hand in hand. Creak. Sir Harold, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, opened the door and stationed 2 guards at the entrance. "Your Majesty." Aemon rose and saluted. He might be mischievous, but etiquette came first. "Haha, no need to be so formal." Viserys strode in with a smile. From afar, he called, "Aemon, let your uncle get a good look at you." Leaving behind a hesitant Alicent, he walked straight over to the table. Aemon was stunned. He had never experienced such enthusiasm. Viserys asked him all kinds of questions for a while, finally letting him go with great satisfaction. Aemon let out a breath and sat down again. Just when he thought the evening would proceed quietly, a middle-aged man in a dark green tunic walked in. His hair was combed meticulously, and he wore a modest smile. On his chest shone the sigil of the burning tower. "Otto, you're here." Viserys turned and greeted him. "I'm honored to be invited." Otto nodded, his etiquette perfectly measured. As the king's father-in-law, he was qualified to attend this family dinner. Viserys looked around and then feigned surprise. "Aemon, your mother isn't joining us." "No. She's a bit unwell from the long journey." Aemon gave an excuse for Lady Rhea, who didn't want to meet the king. Viserys didn't mind and smiled. "Well, your mother was never one to sit still. She's more like a warrior than a lady." It sounded like praise, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Back when he took the throne, Lady Rhea had repeatedly petitioned to annul her marriage to Daemon, only to be refused again and again. She had no love for the royal family. Viserys, who favoured his brother Daemon, had always found this sister-in-law troublesome. After a bit of small talk, Alicent instructed the servants to serve the food. Since it was a family affair, there were only a few people present. Viserys was in high spirits. He kept raising his cup to drink with Otto and brought Aemon into the conversation. Aemon was at a loss, wearing a simple, polite smile. Mother had said there was no place for him in King's Landing. If Uncle Viserys was being so enthusiastic, he must want something. Given that he was still young and weak, it might not be something dangerous but probably something political. "What could a king want from me?" Aemon's eyes wandered, eventually landing on Rhaenyra, who was eating beside him. Ever since Viserys had arrived, Rhaenyra had seemed absent-minded. Even when her father spoke to her, she only responded with a forced smile. It seemed the relationship between father and daughter was not warm. Could this dinner be about Rhaenyra's marriage? Aemon had a sudden realization and shivered. He and Rhaenyra didn't share the same parents, but they shared the same grandfather. Absolutely not. "Aemon, what are you thinking?" Viserys took a sip of wine and noticed his nephew's pale expression. Aemon quickly waved his hands. "Nothing. Nothing. My father catches crabs in the stepstones, but I'm afraid of river crabs." Viserys looked at him strangely, but didn't press further, chalking it up to childish imagination. Still sipping his wine, he glanced around the hall. Gunthor stood silently in a corner, his presence impossible to ignore. Seeing this, Viserys recalled what Harold had reported about a small altercation earlier today, and a new idea came to him. At that moment, Aemon was nervously focused on his food. Then, he heard his dear uncle say, "Aemon, you're 8 now. Have you started learning swordsmanship or anything like that?" "Hey!" Aemon blinked and replied, "No, I haven't started yet." In Westeros, noble children usually began sword training between 6 and 8, guided by proper instructors. As they grew, they had a better chance of becoming knights. But he was different. Lady Rhea had no interest in child rearing, only hiring an old maester to teach basic lessons. Now that she acknowledged him, Aemon had thought about finding a capable mentor when he returned to Runestone. After all, he had a character panel. "I thought so. That big man behind you doesn't look like the patient teaching type." Viserys smiled. "I'll assign you a good instructor, someone who can make you a warrior no less impressive than your father or grandfather." "Really?" Aemon was skeptical. "The king does not lie." Otto, still watching silently, offered a soft word of praise. Aemon turned to glance at him and caught a meaningful look. "Forget it. Otto must have his own plans. Who knows if they involve me? Dad Daemon certainly has a grudge against that man." Sir Harold, what do you think about selecting an instructor from among the King's Guard? Unaware of his nephew's anxiety, Viserys acted on his idea and addressed the Lord Commander standing nearby. Harold looked surprised the king had not informed him beforehand. But with his steady nerves, he respectfully replied, "There are 7 brothers in the King's Guard. As long as His Majesty's protection isn't compromised, assigning a trainer to the prince is no problem." Chapter 15, Number of guards +1. The king was willing, so naturally, he could not be refused. Viserys looked pleased and laughed. "Great! As commander of the King's Guard, do you have any recommendations?" Harold was briefly speechless and quickly sifted through options in his mind. The King's Guard was judged by martial prowess. He was old now and usually accompanied the king or the princess. Among the other guards, Cole's martial skill was undoubtedly one of the highest. He had defeated the Cargyle brothers, also King's Guard members, during the tournament. That had been the peak of his martial career. However, Cole was clearly favored by the princess and widely regarded as her sworn shield. Harold frowned, torn about whom to recommend. Aside from him and Cole, Sir Laurent and the Cargyle brothers were also quite skilled, all capable of fighting off a dozen men. They were crucial to the king's protection. That left only 2 others. Finally, Harold thought of someone and whispered into the king's ear. "Him." Viserys suddenly understood and turned to one of the White Knights guarding the door. "Sir Stefan, your king needs you." Aemon couldn't help but glance toward the door. The 2 White Knights standing there turned their heads in unison. Aemon recognized the one on the right. It was the same knight who had driven the wheelhouse to greet him earlier. "Your Grace, what do you require?" Sir Stefan Darkland strode forward, his expression serious and respectful. Viserys adjusted his robes and said formally, "From today onward, I hope you'll serve as Prince Aemon's knight instructor, help him become a true knight." "Train Prince Aemon?" Sir Stefan was stunned. He hadn't seen this coming. After laying out the task, Viserys added, "If it would be inconvenient for you, speak freely." "Speak openly," Harold said firmly. Sir Stefan quickly recovered and replied solemnly, "It would be an honor, Your Grace." Viserys was a tolerant ruler who often considered the wishes of those around him. But those who wore the white cloak were not meant to act out of selfishness. "Excellent." Viserys patted his arm and turned to his nephew. "How about having this White Knight train you from now on?" The weight carried by a King's Guard knight was not light. "It would be my honor as well," Aemon said seriously, standing up with his round face solemn. This was something he couldn't refuse, nor did he have a reason to. At this time, the King's Guard still carried high prestige, not like the messy, useless bunch they'd become in later years. He was still young and in need of a loyal and brave protector. At most, he would just refrain from speaking ill of his uncle behind his back and pull a few small tricks in private. "Haha, good." Viserys beamed at his nephew, increasingly fond of him and inexplicably happy in his heart. After all, they were family. In the past, to secure his place on the Iron Throne, he had kept his distance from his young nephew and neglected his duties as an uncle. But now that his own line was secure, he could afford to care for the boy. That chubby white face, adorable no matter how he looked at it. Much more agreeable than his unruly bastard brother. Aemon resumed eating. What a good boy, Viserys thought with a soft smile. The next day, little Aegon's second name day banquet was held as a warm-up for the upcoming royal hunt. Guests from all over the realm gathered, and the Red Keep was bustling. A group of nobles and lords had gathered to tease the guest of honor. Little Aegon sat in the arms of a plump maid, with Alicent nearby, proudly showing him off to everyone. Sometimes she'd say his hair looked like his father's, other times she'd say his eyes did. "His nose looks like mine too, doesn't it?" Viserys, holding a wine goblet in one hand and pinching his eldest son's face with the other, made the child squeal. Aemon had blended into a nearby table, enjoying the abundance of food. No one knew him, so he could relax. He ate and watched the festivities with equal enjoyment. "Prince, you're still growing. You should eat smaller meals more often." Sir Stefan, dressed in silver armor and a white cloak, stood nearby and felt the need to advise him. Aemon looked up, jam clinging to the corners of his mouth, and grinned innocently. "Okay, Sir." He was already full anyway. Sir Stefan nodded gently, and his tension eased. He had heard about the conflict between Aemon and Sir Cole yesterday and had feared the prince would be a spoiled little terror. But now, he seemed easy to get along with. Aemon wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. If he'd known what Sir Stefan was thinking, he would have told him "You're too happy too soon." Still, Sir Stefan did seem trustworthy. Aemon glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Despite his youth, the man already had a weary look beyond his years. Not as intimidating as Gunthor, nor as handsome as the Seagull Knight, he was shorter than most, plain in appearance, and always looked serious, brows furrowed. He looked quite dependable. "You're under me now," Aemon thought smugly. After eating and drinking his fill, he started looking for a familiar face in the crowd. Rhaenyra had promised to take him to the dragon pit. She wouldn't forget. "Hey? Not here." He looked around but saw no sign of Rhaenyra. Just then, someone entered the hall and made straight for the king. Viserys was doting on his son, enjoying the praise of the courtiers. "Your Grace, there's urgent military news from the Stepstones." Tyrion Lannister leaned in and reported in a low voice. Viserys turned and saw his master of ships approaching. Tall, clad in luxurious black, with neatly combed golden hair and a strikingly handsome face, Tyrion looked solemn. "Your Grace." Tyrion tried to speak further about the Stepstones. Viserys raised his hand, cutting him off. "Tyrion, not today." But Tyrion was stunned. "Let the sea snake and Daemon handle it for now." Viserys brushed him off, returning to his wine and meat, not wanting more trouble. At the same table, Aemon had witnessed the entire exchange. Viserys noticed him and gave a warm smile. Aemon returned the smile, then quietly slipped away. The matter concerned his father Daemon, but he wasn't too worried. The crab feeder was a tough opponent, but his fate was sealed. Not long after, Viserys, pestered again by Tyrion, made an excuse to leave and shouted that he was going to look for his daughter. "I'll go look for her." Alicent overheard and quickly guessed where Rhaenyra might be. The two had been childhood friends and shared a secret hideout. But after Alicent married Viserys and gave birth to a child, Rhaenyra's position as heir had become unstable, and their relationship had slowly frayed. Rhaenyra's absence now was likely intentional. Aemon's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to say he'd go with Alicent to look for her, someone handed him a baby. "You help watch the child." "No. I can't." Aemon protested, clearly bitter. He was still a child. Little Aegon was thrust into his arms and began wailing. "Stop fussing. I'm not happy either." Aemon frowned, clearly unwilling. Little Aegon wasn't having it either, kicking and screaming. Speak the common tongue," Aemon muttered darkly. "You're already too still crying like a newborn Helena." Little Aegon shook his head defiantly, showing no respect. "Good boy. Let's not lose face here." Aemon wasn't the type to surrender. He could lose to a Bichon, but not to this brat. Holding little Aegon in one arm and grabbing a plate of blueberries with the other, his smile slowly turned wicked. Chapter 16, Melancholy Girl Rhaenyra. About a quarter of an hour later. In a corner of the banquet hall, two silver-haired boys, one older, one younger, sat facing each other. Aemon, wearing a sly grin, picked up a blueberry and stuffed it into little Aegon's mouth. He bit half of it, then smeared the rest over the boy's face with his saliva. After finishing the small plate of blueberries, little Aegon's belly was bulging, and his face and mouth were completely stained blue. "Prince, the Queen will be angry if she sees him like this." The plump maid standing beside them was on the verge of tears. "It's fine. I'll take the blame if Alicent asks." Aemon remained completely unbothered. This was only the beginning. Woo-woo! Little Aegon shook his head, stammering as he tried to refuse. "Brother, I don't want to eat it." "You can talk now." Aemon raised a brow, surprised to hear him speak in half-Valyrian, no less. Could it be that because he always speaks around him, the little guy was forced to grow faster? Yeah. Little Aegon nodded like a bobbing chicken, no longer acting spoiled. Aemon put down the last few blueberries in his hand and smiled in satisfaction. Once again, it had to be him. The little one was so young he could barely talk, but he'd already learned their mother tongue. It reminded Aemon of when his great-grandfather was still alive, and he and Alicent used to teach him Valyrian. The transliteration of Valyrian was short and concise, somewhat like the Latin language. He had mainly taught himself and had become more proficient in it than in the common tongue. "No, I have to put my hands on my hips for this." Aemon grinned. Tit for tat, Alicent should be thanking him. The little future king of the Greens? Backhanded. "Aemon, what are you doing here?" Alicent's voice suddenly rang out, followed by a sharp gasp. "Aegon, what happened to him?" Aemon froze, the smile instantly vanishing from his face. Alicent hurried over, bent down, and scooped her son into her arms. Seeing his blueberry-colored face, she let out a half-laugh, half-sigh. "Aemon, why are you teasing him?" She took out a handkerchief to wipe his face, but the blueberry stains only smudged further. Little Aegon rolled and squirmed in her arms, looking utterly wronged like a pudgy 2-year-old. "Mom, you can talk." Alicent blinked in surprise. Little Aegon. How unexpected. Seems like Aegon should spend more time with the other children. Alicent glanced at Aemon and teased lightly, "Thank you, Aemon." Aemon quickly dropped his hands from his waist and smiled sheepishly. "You're welcome." His expression was just like that of Tomcat caught red-handed, awkward and a little obsequious. Alicent let out a helpless sigh, wiped the corners of Aegon's teary eyes, and carried him off to wash his face. Before leaving, she glanced back with a complicated expression, then lowered her head and walked off quickly. Aemon waved goodbye, watching Alicent and her son leave. He didn't even need to turn around to hear the light footsteps behind him. When he finally turned, Rhaenyra, who had been missing earlier, was standing behind him, wearing a melancholic expression. Before he could greet her, Rhaenyra forced a smile. Was it fun teasing Aegon? She had been brought back from the Godswood of the Red Keep by Alicent. "Are you unhappy?" Aemon looked up at her, his big eyes filled with genuine concern. Rhaenyra was caught off guard by the question and quickly denied it. "No." Aemon tilted his head, giving her a playful "don't try to fool me" look. Her face practically screamed, "I'm unhappy." Rhaenyra grew uncomfortable under his gaze and turned away, muttering an excuse, "It's just, there wasn't any cake I liked at the banquet." "I see." Aemon nodded, not exposing her lie. He knew full well that wasn't the reason she was just putting on airs. Today was Aegon's naming day celebration. Half the realm's princes and nobles were gathered to flatter the infant, all but ignoring Rhaenyra, the heir to the Iron Throne. Who wouldn't be upset? "Do you remember what you promised me yesterday?" Aemon kindly changed the subject, smiling. "Since you didn't find a cake you liked, why don't we go visit the dragon pit instead?" Never mind the tensions between Alicent and Rhaenyra. He never forgot to collect his essence. Rhaenyra glanced around to confirm that no one was paying her any attention. She shrugged helplessly. "Fine. I could use the distraction." "Oh yeah, let's go." Aemon cheered and immediately took the lead. No one at the banquet paid them any mind as they slipped away into the vestibule. The gate opened slowly, revealing the street outside the Red Keep. Rhaenyra frowned. "I didn't summon Sir Cole. How are we supposed to get there?" With all the festivities, even a coachman would be hard to find. Don't worry, I've got everything prepared. Aemon patted his chest with confidence. Just as he spoke, Sir Steve rolled up in a white-painted palace carriage and came to a smooth stop at the gate. See? Aemon beamed. Rhaenyra blinked in mild surprise. She hadn't expected the little guy to be so capable. It made her chuckle despite herself. Sir Steve, ever dependable, lifted the little prince with open arms and set him gently in the carriage. Naturally, they weren't traveling alone. 3 guards who had been feasting at the banquet were summoned to follow them on horseback. Halfway there, the carriage bumped gently along the road. Aemon and Rhaenyra sat across from each other, heads lowered, both silent. William, about Rhaenyra's age, sat nearby, watching over Aemon's traveling bag. Click! Aemon opened the insulated container and checked on the dragon eggs as usual. A puff of white mist escaped. The black eggs remained intact. Found an item containing magic. Gained magic essence +3. Aemon looked a little disappointed. After harvesting once every 3 days, the leeks had been trimmed again. He closed the lid. The dragon eggs still hadn't hatched. And even if they did, what use would a baby dragon be once the dance of the dragons began? Looks like I'll have to find another method, Aemon thought to himself. He didn't say anything, and Rhaenyra, already gloomy, remained silent as well. As time dragged on, the atmosphere grew heavier. Ahem! William cleared his throat twice, sneaking glances at the noble and beautiful princess across from him, and whispered, "Prince, I'm going to go learn how to drive the carriage." Before anyone could react, he quickly slipped out the door. Aemon's expression turned sour. Useless. Even pigs no good feed. He's wasting his chance. Rhaenyra finally stirred at the sound and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I was distracted again. It's fine. I was just organizing my thoughts. Aemon composed himself and carefully put the incubator away. Essence wasn't easy to gather. Finding magical items was difficult, and finding ones that produced essence steadily was even harder. So far, only 2 things had proven reliable. Valyrian steel and dragon eggs. The Red Keep had a family sword, Blackfire, which might still yield essence every few days. That remained to be tested. There was also Lamentation, another Valyrian blade housed in runestone. Aemon planned to use it once he left King's Landing. Its yield was higher. By contrast, dragon eggs gave a small yield, but thankfully, there were more of them. Assuming everything went as planned, this trip to the dragon pit would be quite profitable. As his thoughts drifted, Aemon sighed inwardly. If only I had a spell to detect magical items. That would spare him all this blind groping and free up his time for more productive tasks. Oh, right, I haven't checked my cards today. With that thought, Aemon summoned the ornate system panel. Screech! The white palace carriage rolled to a halt. Sir Steve's voice called out from outside, "Prince, Princess, we've arrived at the dragon pit." "All right." Rhaenyra tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear and made an effort to pull herself together. Chapter 17, King's Landing, Dragon's Lair. The white wheelhouse came to a stop atop a high slope. Ahead stood a towering domed structure. Bang! Aemon didn't even wait to finish exchanging cards. He leapt down from the wheelhouse, pausing to stare at the dragon's lair. Wow, it's so big! It was much bigger than he remembered. Larger than most noble castles, the lair loomed like a squat mountain. "Come on, I'll take you inside," Rhaenyra said, adjusting her expression and looking noticeably more cheerful. "Okay." Aemon followed obediently. Looking out over the vastness of King's Landing, the dragon's lair stood out as the most iconic structure aside from the Red Keep. As they walked, Aemon tried to estimate its size. There was no end in sight. It had to cover at least 9 hectares. If it weren't this massive, how could it possibly house dragons? Aemon nodded to himself. Still, he didn't particularly like this building. To him, it felt unnecessary. Dragons were rulers of the sky and earth. It would be better for them to live freely on Dragonstone's Dragonmont than to be kept caged, wings bound. Boom! As they climbed the steps, the enormous bronze doors of the dragon pit slowly creaked open. A dozen dragon keepers emerged, clad in grey linen and holding bamboo staffs. "Princess!" "Prince," greeted an elderly dragon keeper with sparse hair, speaking in pure half-Valyrian. Dragon keepers, also known as dragon guards, specialized in raising and caring for dragons in the lair. They were usually of Valyrian descent and trained from childhood, forming a loyal organization devoted entirely to the royal family. "Elder, I've brought him to get familiar with the lair," Rhaenyra replied in High Valyrian with a slight nod. The old keeper studied the young prince for a moment before nodding in approval. "Yes, royal sons should see dragons from a young age." Rhaenyra forced a smile and stepped inside. Sensing her mood shift, Aemon quickly thanked the old man. "Thank you for your service." His High Valyrian was clear and fluent, without a hint of awkwardness. Then he hurried after Rhaenyra. Inside the dome, the light was dim, lit only by torches lining the walls. Rhaenyra walked ahead, still speaking in Valyrian. "Do you want to see Syrinx first? Or Dreamfire?" Aemon hustled on his short legs to keep up with her long strides. Clearly, the old keeper's comment about royal males had touched a nerve. Even so, Rhaenyra was doing her best to restrain her feelings and take care of her little brother. Aemon chose his words carefully. "Let's look at the dragon eggs first." "Wait here, I'll ask the keepers to bring them," she said flatly. She walked through the oval hall as though she were in her own chambers, familiar and composed. She truly looked like a princess. Rhaenyra had skipped the naming day festivities, so she wasn't in formal attire. Instead, she wore a black outfit in true Targaryen fashion. Tight trousers hugged her long legs, paired with a simple inner shirt and a corset dress that subtly outlined her curves. Aemon glanced up and noticed that her inner collar was embroidered with golden dragon patterns, and her snow-white neck bore a delicate necklace adorned with tiny rubies. The overall effect was understated but elegant, luxurious without being ostentatious. "She's really rich, a proper rich lady," Aemon thought enviously. Just look at her hands and neck, decked out in rare treasures while his own tiny hands were bare. Bang! Bang! Soon, the dragon keepers returned with furnace-like incubators, arranging them neatly in the hall. The old keeper approached and said in a low voice, "Prince, these are all the eggs we currently have." "Thank you." Aemon's eyes lit up as he stepped forward eagerly. There were 16 incubators, arranged in a 4x4 grid. Rhaenyra frowned at his unrestrained enthusiasm. "Don't you have a dragon egg already?" "Mine didn't hatch. I just want to see if any of the others are different." Aemon smiled, then reached out to open the black steel lid of a furnace. Click! A cloud of thick white smoke billowed out. The red-hot coals crackled, and a green dragon egg lay nestled inside. To everyone's shock, he reached out and touched it directly. Magic item detected. Magic essence +3. Rhaenyra grabbed his hand, alarmed. "Aemon, you'll burn yourself." She turned over his palm, but aside from a bit of charcoal dust, there wasn't even a trace of redness. "Seven save us," the old keeper gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. Targaryens could usually tolerate heat, candlelight, hot baths, but this was the first time he'd seen someone touch a dragon egg as hot as burning coals. "I'm okay, Rhaenyra," Aemon said, looking up innocently as he waved the little hand she was holding. "You're very different, Aemon," she murmured, still stunned. Was he immune to fire? Still afraid of it, Aemon admitted, his gaze flickering. He'd discovered early on that he had bloodline talents, dream walking and heat resistance. Unfortunately, his dreams were rarely prophetic and mostly just disrupted his sleep. His heat resistance, on the other hand, had only become more apparent. After activating his bloodline yesterday, he noticed he was no longer affected by heat, though cold now made him uncomfortable. I should really let Daemon know, it'll probably shock him. Rhaenyra took a long time to process what she'd just seen, and her mood seemed to drop again. It's okay. He won't care, Aemon said with a shrug, trying to comfort the sensitive girl. He'd only wanted to relax a bit, but ended up making her feel worse. After venting a few more complaints about his father, Aemon put it aside and focused on the task at hand. Magic item detected, magic essence +3, +3, +3. The +3 notification chimed 16 times in a row as he touched each egg, harvesting all the magic essence they had. Counting his own black egg, the golden funnel on his panel now read, Essence count, 198. It was a massive windfall. King's Landing is amazing. I'm swimming in magic essence now. Aemon beamed with satisfaction, reluctant to part with the fat dragon eggs before him. If he could take a few with him. Just as that thought surfaced, he glanced around and immediately gave up the idea. Not only was Rhaenyra in a strange mood, but the dragon keepers were keeping a close eye on the eggs. There was no way they'd let him walk off with any. With a sigh, Aemon dropped his little plan and took Rhaenyra's soft hand. Let's go see a dragon. After all, eggs were small. The real prize was the dragons. Syrinx or Dreamfire? Rhaenyra asked again. Aemon thought for 2 seconds, then answered firmly, Dreamfire. Rhaenyra gave a knowing nod and turned to lead the way. Come with us, the old keeper instructed, calling over several younger dragon keepers. The she-dragon Dreamfire was the largest and oldest adult dragon in the lair. Her first rider had been the founder of the Dragon Keepers, good Queen Rhea Targaryen, the elder sister of King Jaehaerys. After the Queen Mother's death, Dreamfire had been kept in the lair, riderless. Over the decades, her temper had grown increasingly foul. But Aemon skipped along happily, clearly unbothered by the warnings. He quietly pulled up his system panel to check his cards, Constitution +1 safe and steady physical development. Miraculous Hands grants a chance to turn someone else's pocket into your own. Golden-nosed rat, a small rodent with a sharp nose and even sharper ears. 1 white, 1 green, 1 blue, each shimmering brightly. Chapter 18, Chapter 18, Dreamfire. The prices were 10, 60 and 120 essence points. Expensive but practical. Aemon took a deep breath, deeply tempted by the 3 cards on the panel. Especially the last one, Golden-nosed rat, which seemed to be the most ideal pet according to the description. Maybe it could help him find magical items. I'll take it. Aemon gritted his teeth and chose the first and third cards. Pop! The Constitution +1 card shattered instantly, transforming into a white halo that drilled into his heart. Golden-nosed rat turned into a light blue spark of light and floated into the embroidered pouch at his waist, completely unnoticed by others. Aemon's expression didn't change, but he felt a warm current flow through his body, and his strength noticeably increased. Glancing at the golden hourglass, the number dropped sharply, Essence, 68. It would be a lie to say it didn't sting, but it was worth it. The daily cards provided by the panel were random, with many odd and useless things. It had been 7 or 8 days since the last time Constitution +1 appeared. If he didn't redeem it now, who knew when it might show up again? As for the second card, Empty Hands, he chose not to spend all his essence just yet. He was a rich second generation, after all. He didn't need to take what belonged to others. Let's see what the little mouse looks like first. While no one was watching, Aemon glanced around and reached into his pouch. Squeak! As soon as he touched it, the soft, round creature let out a faint squeak. Prince, Princess, allow us to go in first and check the area, said the old dragon keeper suddenly, startling Aemon. At some point, everyone had already descended into the dragon pit through the underground hall entrance. The deep tunnels, walled with stone and brick, led directly to a vast cavern full of twists and turns. Let's wait here, Rhaenyra said, pulling Aemon aside. Aemon had no objections, secretly kneading the furry ball in his hand. He was clear about the purpose of coming here. First, he wanted to see whether dragons could provide magic essence. Second, he wanted to make contact and tame the dragon. That's right. If possible, he wanted to try taming this irritable mother dragon that had been locked away for years. Dreamfire was big, fierce, and stunning in appearance. Rather than wasting time waiting for Helena, who was still a baby, it would be better to take control now. Even if he couldn't rival Viagar, one of the three great founding dragons, largest and oldest, he wouldn't be beneath the third generation of dragon riders. You want to tame Dreamfire? Rhaenyra asked. Aemon didn't hide it and nodded. I want to try. Dreamfire is a good dragon. I wish you success, Rhaenyra said seriously. She had already guessed his intentions when Aemon asked about the dragon pit. They both carried the same blood and fire. From their great-grandfathers to their grandfathers, all had been dragon riders. Only their mothers, born of the Vale, had never ridden dragons. Even Viserys and Daemon were dragon riders. Riding dragons was like love in their bones, instinctive and irresistible. Seeing Rhaenyra supporting him, Aemon was touched and patted his chest. If I tame a dragon, I'll help you beat up anyone who bullies you in the future. Dragons were precious. Since the fall of the ancient freehold of Valyria, only one family of dragon lords remained, the Targaryens. Even after so many years, the Targaryen family still had fewer than a dozen dragons. It was rare to receive Rhaenyra's open support. Rhaenyra chuckled, "You're Daemon's son, which makes you my brother. Why would I begrudge a family dragon to you?" But seeing Aemon puff up his chest with that cute, silly face, her heart softened. This wasn't the kind of brother who threatened her claim to the Iron Throne. There was no rivalry or resentment between them. When she was little, Uncle Daemon had doted on her. Being kind to Aemon now was another way of honoring that affection. Squeak! Just as they were having a touching moment, a certain mouse voiced its displeasure. Aemon quickly looked down to find a round, milky white head poking out of his pouch. Apparently, in his excitement, he had accidentally squeezed the golden-nosed rat. "What is that?" Rhaenyra exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. All her warmth instantly vanished, replaced with wariness in her eyes. "Don't be scared, it's just a pet rat I caught in the Red Keep," Aemon said awkwardly as he reached in and pulled the golden-nosed rat out by the scruff. It looked like a fat little hamster, covered in snow-white fur with 4 pink paw pads. Its only unusual feature was the golden nose, as if it had dipped it in cheese. Aemon held it up and studied it. "It's kind of cute. Is it reliable?" Squeak! The golden-nosed rat squeaked almost like a person, raising its right paw as if to say, "I'm strong." "A random rat?" Rhaenyra looked puzzled, though it didn't seem entirely ordinary. The Red Keep was full of hidden passageways like a giant rat's nest. It wasn't impossible for a strange rat to turn up. Aemon hid his excitement and quickly stowed the golden-nosed rat back into his pouch. "I'll put it away. Don't worry." Just now, the rat's abilities had appeared in his mind. Its sharp hearing and smell made it an excellent treasure hunter. It could even detect faint traces of magic. But that wasn't the best part. The golden-nosed rat was a magical creature granted by the panel. It had 2 cheek pouches, each containing a cubic meter of storage space. It was essentially a walking, multifunctional storage tool. "God is helping me," Aemon thought, suppressing his excitement. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat poked its head out again and let out a defiant squeak. As if saying, "I'm the one helping you, not the other way around." Aemon patted its head and gently pushed it back inside. Any creature granted by a card would be 100% obedient. But that didn't mean it wouldn't have a bit of personality. Once the little white puffball was securely tucked away, Rhaenyra rolled her eyes and said, "Aemon, your taste is unique." Hee hee. Aemon scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Ever since he arrived in King's Landing, he'd gotten very good at playing dumb. At that moment, movement echoed through the dim cavern. Swallowing fire, riding wings. 2 heads side by side, singing to 3. My voice is the language of fire. It was the old dragon keeper, chanting an ancient Valyrian ballad with the others. Aemon's eyes sharpened, peering into the direction of the voices. That's the Song of Fire. It's used to awaken dragons. Get ready, Rhaenyra said seriously. Okay. Aemon replied, not daring to be careless. Not long after, the dragon keepers who had entered the cave began to retreat slowly. They split into 2 rows on either side of the tunnel, each holding bamboo poles used to calm dragons, cautiously backing away. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of iron chains swinging echoed from the cave, loud and clear in the quiet corridor. Aemon stared ahead, his chubby face tense with focus. His heartbeat sped up, sweat beading on his palms. Even the golden-nosed rat curled into a ball inside the pouch, radiating panic. Boom! The moment he was waiting for finally arrived. A massive creature surged out of the cave. The iron chains rattled violently, shaking the tunnel and causing dust and debris to fall from the ceiling. Hiss! Chapter 19, Aemon the Bold. A bloody mouth split open, an orange dragon flame spewed forth, illuminating the entire dark cavern. In an instant, the surrounding temperature surged. Before the dragon keepers could react, the dragon fire swept out in a wave. Ah! Screams rang out one after another as the dragon keepers fled in panic, engulfed in flames and smoke. Aemon, run! Rhaenyra reacted quickly. She grabbed his small hand and turned to flee. But no matter how hard she pulled, he wouldn't move. Aemon stood frozen, eyes fixed straight ahead. Hiss! The flames vanished in an instant. The pale blue dragon behind them let out a warning roar. Like a furious beast guarding its territory, it repelled all trespassers. Aemon took a shallow breath and shook his head. Wait, Rhaenyra! He had seen it clearly. The dragon wasn't chasing them. What? Rhaenyra was stunned. Princess, Prince, please step back at once, the old dragon keeper shouted, rushing back toward them, his remaining white hair scorched by the fire. The other dragon keepers scrambled to stand, forcing themselves to remain calm as they tried to restore order. But Aemon's face was taut, his gaze fixed on the dragon ahead. Clang! With every breath the pale blue dragon took, the chains rattled, echoing through the cave. By the dim firelight, Aemon could finally see it clearly. Within the dark cavern stood a tall, slender dragon cloaked in pale blue scales with silver streaks. The bony crest atop its head gleamed faintly. Its pale blue wings folded tightly against its sides, and its silvery body shimmered like the clear sky. The second-generation Targaryen dragon Dreamfire. Aemon whispered, face flushed and heart pounding. Boom! Dreamfire took a step forward, its large amber eyes narrowing with wariness. The tiny humans in front of it had intruded upon its domain. So big! Aemon couldn't help whispering, so excited he wanted to rush forward and climb onto its back right then. Even crouched, the pale blue dragon was tall enough to nearly scrape the cave ceiling. It had to be over 50 meters long. Perhaps not the largest of the second-generation dragons, but its power was undoubtedly immense. Aemon, do you still want to try? Rhaenyra tugged him, trying to pull him back. But the little prince remained rooted to the spot. Of course I do. Before seeing Dreamfire, he had thought that a dragon locked away for decades might not be suitable for him. But the moment their eyes met, that hesitation vanished. Let me try. Aemon took a deep breath, then turned to the old dragon keeper. If Dreamfire doesn't attack, may I approach it? The old man hesitated, but his expression grew serious. If you dare, then go. He gave quick orders to the frightened dragon keepers, instructing them to lift the bamboo poles and approach slowly. Dreamfire had a fiery temper and often lashed out at anyone who came close. Still, they had to enter the den to feed it livestock, and on rare occasions, they managed to get close enough to touch it. Its sudden burst of rage may have been triggered by the crowd earlier. To prevent further provocation, the dragon keepers now moved more cautiously than ever. "Stand back," Aemon said firmly to Rhaenyra, pushing her closer to the wall. He was still young, but he knew dragons were dangerous. One misstep could mean death. Rhaenyra opened her mouth, but Aemon took her hand and led her a few steps away to safety. She felt her heart twist slightly at how calmly and strongly he moved. On the other side, the soft chanting of half-Valyrian lullabies echoed gently as the furious dragon slowly began to calm. Boom! Dreamfire shook its head and gradually lowered its massive body to the ground. The old dragon keeper carefully approached. After a long pause, he finally said in a low voice, "Prince, you may go forward." Aemon steadied his breath. "Don't be afraid. It won't eat you," he whispered to the trembling little mouse inside his pouch. Step by step, he walked forward. Dreamfire didn't move. It remained lying atop the cracked stone platform, its silver wings folded tightly, as if it had used up all its strength in its earlier outburst. "What do I do next?" Aemon asked, turning his head. He hadn't expected it to go this smoothly. In stories and legends, dragon taming was always a dramatic test of courage. But now, face to face with a dragon, he felt like a clueless child. The old dragon keeper replied in a low voice, "Stand in front of it and raise your hands." His voice was cautious, barely above a whisper. "If it doesn't attack, try to climb onto its back. If it still doesn't reject you, then you're 80% bonded. The final step will be flying." "I understand." Aemon nodded solemnly, clenched his fists, then slowly lifted his little palm. It was fair and soft, just a child's hand, but he bravely held it high, facing the dragon's unblinking gaze. Roar! Dreamfire looked down at him with a low growl, then turned its head away. Aemon froze. It wasn't attacking. But it also wasn't acknowledging him. Dreamfire's eyes showed only cold disdain. Like a proud noble turning away from a beggar, it simply looked elsewhere. "You?" Aemon's face twisted in disbelief. This wasn't rejection. This was worse, indifference. When Dreamfire turned left, Aemon rushed to the left, hand still raised. When it turned right, he followed again. It turned back and forth, and he kept chasing it around. After several rounds, Aemon was panting heavily, his arms aching. "Dreamfire! What will it take for you to accept me?" This wasn't at all like the stories. Finally, through sheer persistence, Aemon got a reaction. Hiss! Dreamfire suddenly stood up, spreading its enormous wings. Its towering form loomed over him as it lowered its head and let out a thunderous roar. This pitiful human child! If not for that faint familiar scent on him like its first rider, it would have roasted him alive. So strong! Aemon instinctively closed his eyes against the hot, foul-smelling gust of wind. His skin tingled from the heat. But he didn't retreat. It hadn't attacked, he still had hope. Roar! Dreamfire had had enough. It lifted its massive snout and butted him in the stomach, sending the little prince flying backward. "Ow!" Aemon cried out as he rolled on the ground, legs sprawled out. When he opened his eyes again, Dreamfire had turned away, slowly walking back to its platform. "No! Don't go!" Aemon scrambled to his feet and ran after it. "I'll take you outside. You'll see the sky again, the clouds." Dreamfire paused for a brief moment, but then continued walking without hesitation. People choose dragons and dragons choose their riders. Its first rider had been a young girl, beautiful and noble, at least in the beginning. "Don't go." Aemon didn't understand what he'd done wrong. He chased after it and hugged the dragon's massive, pale blue claw with both arms. Everyone gasped. Aemon! Rhaenyra was terrified. She dashed forward and grabbed him by the collar. This was the little brother she had raised. How could he be so reckless? Aemon was exhausted and didn't resist as she dragged him away. The dragon keepers quickly stepped in, blocking them off and gently leading the two young royals away from Dreamfire's side. Chapter 20, The Freedom of Flying Snap. As they reached the entrance of the dragon pit, Rhaenyra gave Aemon a hard slap on the rear without a word. Ah! Aemon cried out in pain, still staring behind him in confusion. What was going on? He didn't even say the dragon had ignored him. Seeing the indignant look on his face, Rhaenyra flushed with anger and shouted, Aemon, you almost lost your life just now. The dragon had clearly rejected him. To keep pushing it further was courting death. It didn't attack me. Aemon's gaze was serious, his tone full of certainty. It didn't want to hurt me either. He had been extremely nervous. But when he stood in front of Dreamfire, he could vaguely sense something from the massive creature, a kind of thought, indifference. Not only was it indifferent to his attempt to bond, it was indifferent to him entirely. It didn't even show the urge to attack. Rhaenyra's chest rose and fell rapidly, her voice cold, you must never do something like that again. It was completely reckless. Even Daemon, despite the trouble he'd had when taming a dragon, had never done anything so bold. If something had truly gone wrong, how was she supposed to explain it to Aemon's parents or to her own father? Faced with her anger, Aemon unconsciously lowered his head, guilt welling up in his chest. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. It wasn't because he had touched Dreamfire without permission, but because he had made her worry. Thinking back on it, what he had done was indeed risky. He shouldn't have been so impulsive or followed his instincts so blindly. Forget it, as long as you understand, Rhaenyra said, placing a hand to her chest. She truly didn't want to say anything more. She needed time to calm down. Aemon pursed his lips and started drawing circles on the ground with his toes. It had been dangerous, yes. But it had also come with unseen rewards. Just now, he had heard the system prompt, discovered a powerful creature with special magic. Gained a portion of fire-type essence. Aemon stole a glance at Rhaenyra. She was no longer looking at him and silently called up his magic essence panel. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Dragonlord of Old Valyria, 18%. Skills, half-Valeman, Proficient, Arithmetic, Proficient. Magic cards, Nun Pet, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, Status, Well-Developed Human Cub, expected to become a powerful warrior. Bloodline purity increased by 5% out of nowhere, and a pet slot appeared. Aemon thought about it carefully. He guessed it was Dreamfire's fire magic that had caused the change. He flipped through the panel, reaching the card interface. Out of the 3 available slots, only one card remained empty hands. His gaze was automatically drawn to it. In the corner, next to the golden hourglass, it now read, Essence, 168, 100 more than before. That was Dreamfire's doing. Aemon was no longer entirely useless. He couldn't help but marvel, bloodline and essence rising at once, it really was worth it. Prince, please leave first. The old dragon keeper, who couldn't see the system panel, was pale with fear and pleaded, desperate to usher him away. If anything happened to a Targaryen in the dragon pit under his watch, the consequences would be dire. The last time he had felt such terror was during the days of Balon the Brave. Aemon closed the panel. Though he wanted to leave, he felt reluctant, conflicted. Even though Dreamfire hadn't accepted him, it had still given him something. He was unwilling to part so easily. The old dragon keeper thought he wanted to try again, and his face darkened. Prince, when your father first rode a dragon, he was already 4 years old. Aside from dragons hatched in the cradle, no Targaryen before had bonded before age 10. Most riders bonded only after reaching adulthood. In short, an 8-year-old child couldn't even sit steady on a dragon saddle. Aemon shook his head, indicating that he wasn't trying to bond again. He offered a different request. Dreamfire has a proud temper. Could you unchain her just to let her feel a moment of freedom? That's far too dangerous, the old dragon keeper replied sternly. But Aemon had considered his words. She's not hostile. Dreamfire was hatched in King's Landing as a symbol of good fortune. Letting her fly around won't hurt anyone. The old keeper fell silent at that. Dreamfire was the oldest dragon in the realm save for Viagar. Her accumulated wisdom rivaled that of any man. She had flown across the known world, and held little enmity for mankind. Aemon added gently, even if Dreamfire flies far, she'd only return to Dragonstone. That's true, the old man nodded. Dragons were incredibly intelligent creatures, and deeply territorial by nature. Those born in a certain place rarely wandered far. Even the 2 wild dragons on Dragonstone never left the Dragonmont. Let her return to Dragonstone. That wouldn't be so bad. Rhaenyra spoke up suddenly. Aemon was surprised he hadn't expected her to take his side. Humph! Rhaenyra huffed. She wasn't helping him. She just didn't want to see such a magnificent dragon forever imprisoned underground. That alone was reason enough. With both royal children speaking, the old keeper had no choice but to agree. Please step outside. We'll handle it from here. All right. Aemon responded cheerfully. Whether Rhaenyra paid him any mind or not, he shamelessly reached for her soft little hand and clasped it in his. Girls were hard to coax. When he was younger, even if he acted out, Alicent would dry her tears and come back to care for him. Rhaenyra had no choice but to follow him out of the dragon pit. Boom! As the bronze doors opened, a shaft of sunlight fell across her face, and the warm breeze gently brushed past her ears. Aemon squinted into the light, his whole being feeling lighter, freer. Don't ever do that again, Rhaenyra muttered, turning away as she half scolded him. Aemon curved his lips into a soft smile and replied sweetly, Okay. I'll listen to you. As they spoke, the guards came rushing over. The dragon pit was a critical place. Even Sir Steve had been ordered to stand guard outside. Prince, it doesn't matter if you failed this time. You're still young, Sir Riam said kindly, offering words of comfort. Only then did Sir Steve and William realize that the prince hadn't ridden the dragon. Hetui Gunthor didn't care. He chewed on an orange, spitting the seeds all over the ground. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, something heavy echoed from inside the dragon pit. Protect the prince and princess. Sir Steve, ever the king's guard, instantly moved to shield the royal children. Quiet, Dreamfire! The old dragon keeper called out in half-Valyrian, calming the restless beast. Then, everyone saw a shadow stretch across the sunlight. A graceful light blue dragon slowly stepped out of the bronze gates, raising its head and half closing its eyes as it gazed into the sun. It hadn't been outside in years. It was adjusting to the brightness. D-Dragon! William cried out, nearly tumbling down the steps. Sir Steve and Sir Riam were stunned. It was their first time seeing a dragon so close. Their hands instinctively tightened around their swords. 7 hells! Gunthor was the most shocked. His eyes widened as he stared, the half-eaten orange falling from his mouth. The dragon had looked majestic from afar, but now that it was only a few meters away, one claw was enough to crush him flat. A deep reverence took hold. Aemon saw everything. He stepped forward and pulled Rhaenyra back, his voice firm, "Everyone step away. Give her room." Yes, the guards obeyed. Soon, the enormous dragon stood alone at the gates. Dreamfire tossed her head, her neck freed of chains, and spread her light blue wings wide. Bathed in golden sunlight, her wing membranes shimmered in dazzling, dreamlike hues. The shadow of her wings draped across Aemon's head. Aemon raised a hand to shield his eyes, smiling as he whispered, "So beautiful." Hiss! Dreamfire let out a piercing roar. A trace of brilliance flashed in her slit pupils as she leapt, her massive form soaring straight into the sky like a blue arrow. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Potential Enemies. Red Keep, Banquet Hall. Tyrion had just been reprimanded by the king and left in disgrace. Yet the banquet continued. Lord Lionel, we haven't spoken in quite some time. Viserys forced a smile and called out to the calm Minister of Justice. Across a table laden with pastries, Lionel Strong turned his head in surprise at the sound of the king's voice. Your Majesty! Lionel immediately stepped forward and bowed with due respect. He was a wise and well-read man. In his youth, he had visited the citadel in Old Town and earned 6 links of a maester's chain. Now in his later years, his once strong body had grown fat and bloated, and his round face bore a gentle expression. Viserys looked him over carefully. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Rhaenyra is missing. Sir Cole told me she took Aemon to the dragon pit. Prince Aemon is of noble blood. It is a good thing if he's willing to grow close to the princess. Lionel spoke seriously and was pleased to hear it. However, judging by the king's troubled expression, there was clearly something more on his mind. Sure enough, Viserys shook his head and sighed. I like Aemon very much, but Rhaenyra holds deep prejudice against me and doesn't want to hear my nagging. That sentiment left him genuinely disheartened. How can I be of help, Your Grace? Lionel raised his brows slightly. The rift between the king and his daughter was well known throughout the court. But family matters of the royal house were rarely matters for ministers to interfere in. Not everyone, after all, was as scheming as Prime Minister Otto, who had married his daughter into the royal family to make her queen. I simply have some thoughts, Viserys said, his expression complex. He looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then added solemnly, Rhaenyra is coming of age. Who do you think could assist her? Lionel was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. That one sentence contained far too much information, and raised numerous implications. First, he mentioned Prince Aemon. Then he expressed concern over Rhaenyra's marriage prospects. And the word assist was used very deliberately, subtly affirming that the king had no intention of replacing Rhaenyra as his heir. This also meant that the court rumors about young Prince Aegon taking over the succession were unfounded. In an instant, Lionel considered many possibilities. Beyond those implications, the most important realization struck him: Prime Minister Otto, grandfather to Prince Aegon, had clearly fallen from the king's trust. The king is testing me, Lionel thought grimly. Seeing the king's growing impatience, he quickly replied, Your Majesty, based on the consensus of the Royal Council, Sir Laenor is undoubtedly the best choice. It was a cautious response, meant to leave room for further discussion. Viserys frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Perhaps there is someone better. Lionel remained careful. Sir Laenor Velaryon is heir to the wealthiest house on the continent. He is of ancient Valyrian blood and shares Targaryen ancestry. There are no better qualifications. Why wouldn't he be suitable? But that comment seemed to irritate the king. Viserys took a large gulp of wine, his eyes growing sharper. He said gravely, Since the Great Council of 101, when the maesters read out my name as heir, and since I refused to marry Laena Velaryon, I've always felt the covetous eyes cast from Blackwater Bay. Since his father's death, Corlys Velaryon the Sea Snake had remained his most feared political rival. Lionel had suspected something of the sort, and now it was confirmed. He spoke earnestly, Your Majesty, if you truly wish to hear my honest opinion. Of course, Viserys interrupted at once. If he didn't want the truth, he wouldn't be asking Lionel Strong, known for his integrity. The Strong family held Harrenhal, guarding the Riverlands and the Vale, and could offer support to King's Landing swiftly in times of crisis. Their loyalty was beyond doubt. Lionel sighed deeply and answered frankly, The council recommended Sir Laenor because you rejected his sister, Lady Laena, which led Admiral Corlys to resign. It's better to have the sea snake as an ally than an enemy. His words were direct, and he trusted the king would understand. The royal family and House Velaryon were deadlocked. A marriage could ease the tension more effectively than allowing hostilities to fester. Viserys asked bitterly, and if I refuse this proposal? Lord Corlys Velaryon will not back down, Lionel replied pragmatically. Unless it's tied to the Iron Throne, he won't be satisfied. Who can defy the needs of the realm? Viserys scoffed, anger rising. Are you threatening me? You are the king. Of course I would not dare, Lionel replied calmly, attempting to soothe him. Viserys gave a bitter laugh and declared firmly, I will not marry down my daughter, and I will not forsake the dignity of a king. If the sea snake would not yield, then why should he? Never. Lionel saw clearly the risks and rewards and said with resignation, Prince Aemon is of noble birth, but the war in the Stepstones is urgent, and Corlys controls half the royal fleet. But strength still lay in the king's hand. Viserys gripped his wine goblet tightly and softened slightly. It matters little. The sea snake has suffered heavy losses in this war. His threat is greatly diminished. His brother Daemon was on that battlefield as well. War was brutal, and they'd even sent a letter requesting aid. Then Lionel began, realizing the king had a plan in mind and trying to make a suggestion. Suddenly, a scream rang out from outside the hall. What happened? Viserys stood up in alarm, baffled by the sudden uproar. Hiss! A dragon's cry echoed like thunder across the Red Keep. Startled, Viserys hurried out of the hall. He looked up at the blue sky, white clouds drifting overhead. Hiss! A light blue dragon soared above, wings outstretched as it danced among the clouds like a free-spirited butterfly. Seven hells! Lionel exclaimed in disbelief. Viserys was even more shocked. He stepped forward, eyes fixed on the dragon's back, confirming repeatedly that no rider was visible. His daughter and nephew had gone to the dragon pit together. But Dreamfire hadn't been tamed. How had it flown out? For the moment, no one had an answer. Hiss! Before countless astonished or terrified eyes, the light blue dragon circled King's Landing 3 times, causing a chorus of gasps and screams. Then, as though content with its flight, its massive form glided above the red brick and white stone of Silk Street, folded its wings, and returned to the dome of the dragon pit. Dragon Pit Aemon stood watching, a smile blooming on his fair face, thrilled by Dreamfire's return to the skies. Dragons belonged in the air. They should not be imprisoned. When confined too long, a dragon's physical health and vitality deteriorate and they may even stop laying and hatching eggs. The only ones who suffered from that were the Targaryens. Hiss! Suddenly, another unfamiliar roar came from the side. Startled, Aemon turned to look. Rhaenyra had vanished from sight at some point and was now walking out from deeper within the cave. Hiss! A majestic topaz-colored dragon followed her, its enormous head swinging slowly, crowned with a pair of curved horns. Aemon's eyes lit up. Rhaenyra, can I touch it? Without waiting for an answer, he eagerly moved his short legs to approach. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Parting Gift SHHH. Syrax growled in protest, her temperament fierce and irritable. Sorry. Aemon came to a sudden halt, his smile freezing in place. Not all dragons were as cold and aloof as Dreamfire, some had notoriously bad tempers. Rhaenyra's lips curled slightly as she gently stroked the thick neck of the giant beast beside her, issuing a command in High Valyrian, "Be quiet, Syrax." Syrax blinked her vertical pupils and crouched down obediently, displaying her understanding of human intention. Wow, Aemon was nearly drooling with envy. Commanding a dragon looked so cool. Syrax has a bad temper. You need to approach her gently. Rhaenyra smiled slightly and waved her pale little hand. Although she had failed to tame Dreamfire, she could still try unchaining it. Meanwhile, she might as well let the little guy indulge himself a bit. Aemon's excitement flared instantly. Okay, I'm coming. He cautiously approached the yellow dragon, eagerly reaching out with his small hands. Roar! Syrinx glanced sideways at him and shifted her body slightly, causing her scales to shimmer. What should I do? Aemon's eyes were full of anticipation, his tiny hand hovering less than a palm's width from the topaz scales. Seeing his uncertain expression, Rhaenyra reached out, took his little hand, and pressed it gently against the dragon's hide, chuckling, "Go ahead." Aemon trembled with delight, the corners of his mouth nearly stretching to the back of his head. He touched it. This wasn't like hugging Dreamfire on a whim, this was the real deal. At the same time, a prompt rang in his ears. You have discovered a powerful creature with special magic. A portion of hot fire magic has been acquired. A light red halo invisible to others floated out, swaying gently before drilling into his small chest. Suddenly, a familiar warmth surged through his body. Aemon's eyebrows lifted as he checked the number next to the golden hourglass, essence count, 268. Not only had he recovered the essence he'd spent on 2 cards, he'd earned nearly double. Awesome, I'm so rich. A rich man. Aemon couldn't help grinning with joy. And more importantly, this wasn't the end. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Dragon King of Old Valyria, 23%. Skills, half-Valeman, Mastery, Arithmetic, Proficient. Magic card, Nun Pet, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, Status, Well-developed human cub, expected to become a powerful warrior. The Bloodline section updated, showing an increase of 5% purity. Aemon sensed the pattern and whispered inwardly, every time I touch a dragon, I gain 5% bloodline purity. If I touch every dragon in the family, wouldn't my purity soar? Hiss. Syrinx shook her head and tossed off the human cub clinging to her scales. Aemon took a few steps back, smiling awkwardly. He couldn't help it, Syrinx's topaz scales were just too fascinating. Hiss. The sky suddenly dimmed as a loud roar echoed across the heavens. Aemon looked up to see a glowing light blue chest blotting out the sun. Boom! Dreamfire flapped its wings and landed smoothly on the ground. You're back so soon? Aemon was a bit surprised and shuffled backward slightly. Dreamfire's eyes were indifferent. Even as the boy approached, the dragon remained still and aloof. Seeing that it didn't drive him away, Aemon squatted beside the dragon's head. Prince! The guards panicked, sweating nervously. Aemon waved them off. It's fine. Sir Steve and Sir Ryan exchanged looks. It didn't look fine at all. Only Gunthor, ever brave, chose to believe in the much-maligned prince and blocked the other 3. If the prince wasn't afraid, what were they so worried about? And so, a strange scene played out at the entrance of the dragon cave. A light blue dragon stood before the bronze gate, and a short silver-haired boy squatted quietly at its side. The boy and the dragon were unusually close, neither disturbing the other. Rhaenyra and Syrinx stood a bit away, remaining silent out of instinct. Compared to Dreamfire, who was over 50 meters long from head to tail, Syrinx's 14 or 15 meters seemed small, a third of its size at best. Aemon hugged his knees and tilted his head. It still didn't work. Dreamfire beside him kept her head high. Though her chest rose and fell slightly, she resisted taking a rider. This dragon doesn't want to be tamed. Aemon pouted. Though disappointed, he could accept it. He had chosen Dreamfire more out of curiosity and a desire to seize the opportunity. There were other dragons on Dragonstone. He still had options. Roar! Dreamfire suddenly lowered her head and nudged the boy, sniffing forcefully. She seemed to recognize a familiar scent. Aemon staggered, confused. Ouch! Dreamfire quickly lifted her head again, turned, and headed back toward the dragon cave, her silvery tail swinging gently. The old dragon keepers, who had been standing by, quickly moved to guide the dragon back to her den. So stingy! Aemon made a face and began drawing imaginary circles in the dirt. Still, it wasn't a total loss. Just now, his bloodline purity had clearly risen, and he could vaguely sense the dragon's emotions. Dreamfire wasn't interested in him, but she didn't reject him either. Aemon felt that if he hugged the dragon's leg again, he wouldn't be thrown off. Rhaenyra walked over, her expression serious. Dreamfire flying out of the pit will cause a panic. I'll send Syrax back. Let's return to the Red Keep first. Then I'll walk Dreamfire back. Aemon patted the dust from his clothes and followed along casually. He was going to be scolded when he got back anyway, might as well have fun now. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes flirtatiously and looked at her brother with new eyes. He really was Daemon's son, so bold. Aemon followed the dragon keepers and trailed behind Dreamfire through the dim, winding tunnel. Eventually, they reached the cavernous underground lair where Dreamfire lived. "Prince, don't run around," the old dragon keeper warned. He called the others to form a semicircle as they worked to slowly and carefully fasten the shackles onto the dragon. Aemon, now idle, wandered around the cave. It was massive, an artificial chamber carved into Renis's hill. Wind blew in through rock fissures. Thanks to those cracks, the air circulated well and the lighting was brighter than the tunnels. Aemon frowned as he looked around. The ground was uneven, covered in sticky dragon dung, scorched black skeletons, and reeking sewage. Roar! Dreamfire growled lightly, her vertical pupils flicking toward Aemon, then toward a dark pile of dragon dung. Aemon noticed and blinked. Squeak! His backpack rustled as a furry golden-nosed rat emerged, placing its claws on the saddlebag and sniffing at the black pile. Seeing this, even Aemon couldn't miss the hint. Snap! He accidentally stepped on the dragon dung and with a hiss of steam, 3 dragon eggs of different colors, blue, green, and purple, appeared. Aemon's eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat. This wasn't dragon dung. These were dragon eggs, still incubating. The tough, smooth shell of dung helped conceal them, while the black mucus maintained their temperature. If no one sees them, they're mine. Aemon's chubby face turned red. He quickly opened his flashy system panel and tapped an icon. Empty hands redemption successful. As the dragon keepers focused on Dreamfire, Aemon casually moved to block the pile of dragon dung, then yanked his cute rat out of his backpack. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat panicked. Without missing a beat, Aemon waved a dragon egg, pried open the rat's little mouth, and muttered, "Come on, eat up." A magical scene unfolded. The dragon egg vanished into thin air and somehow ended up in the golden-nosed rat's mouth. All 3 dragon eggs, each the size of a leather ball, disappeared in a flash. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat whimpered pitifully and shrank back into the backpack. Perfect timing. The dragon keepers had just secured the chains and were now leaving. Aemon whistled, hands behind his back, following along with a guilty conscience. These weren't stolen dragon eggs, they were a parting gift from Dreamfire. After all the reserve eggs in the pit were properly accounted for. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Clues of Black and Green. It wasn't until dusk that the white carriage slowly rolled through the gates of the Red Keep. Bang! Rhaenyra jumped down lightly, turned around, and spread her arms with a bright smile. "Come on, I'll catch you." After a full day of play, her mood had turned from cloudy to sunny. "You sure about that?" Aemon stood at the edge of the carriage, his eyes full of doubt. "Come," Rhaenyra said casually. "I can totally catch a little thing like you." Aemon looked at the height from the ground and considered seriously. "All right then, I'm coming." With that, he closed his eyes and leaned forward, falling straight down. Rhaenyra was full of confidence, arms open wide, ready to catch that round little belly. Then came the weight she hadn't anticipated. Plop! Big and small tumbled together. If not for Sir Steve, who had been watching closely, they might have ended up in the mud. "That was close," Aemon muttered, patting his chest in relief. Rhaenyra is useless. She said she'd catch him, but she almost sent him flying. Rhaenyra's mouth twitched, her slender waist aching as she pressed a hand to her back. That kid is heavy. Brother and sister, both a little shaken, exchanged a look of mutual understanding. Rhaenyra could only sigh and reached out a hand. Let's go. Hee, you're gonna get scolded when we get back, Aemon grinned, grabbing her soft little hand like it was second nature. Today had been a good day, both gains in career and friendship. One tall and graceful, the other small and adorable, the siblings walked hand in hand, a sight that drew the attention of every courtier and noble they passed. All bowed or greeted them with smiles. Aemon bounced along, glancing sideways at Rhaenyra's satisfied expression. He rolled his eyes playfully. What are you looking at? Rhaenyra asked, still caught in her cheerful mood, having forgotten her troubles. Of course, she didn't know he was thinking about how best to fool her. Aemon grinned and announced gleefully, Rhaenyra, we're the best in the world. Rhaenyra's heart fluttered at the words. Her beautiful eyes rippled with emotion. Well then, don't be late for dinner, she said. But Aemon had already turned and sprinted off with a mischievous laugh. Alicent was his good friend, his future in the Greens was secured. Rhaenyra looked strong, but deep down she was fragile and starved for affection. Her father's coldness and the court's long-standing criticism had worn her down. This window of time was precious. He had to build an unbreakable bond now, while she was still vulnerable. In the coming decade, once the black and green factions took form, he could ride the tide, develop in the shadows, and shock the world when the time was right. But none of them realized they were being watched the whole time. Maegor's hold fast the king's chambers. Alicent stood on the edge of the balcony, watching through the glass as the two figures, one large, one small, played together below. She had waited all day. Her eyes darkened slightly. She bit her red lips, her hands pressing against her flat belly. Without realizing it, her fingers clenched so hard that blood began to seep from her nails. Maybe even she hadn't noticed seeing Aemon and Rhaenyra so close stirred something bitter inside her. Creak, the door opened. Viserys walked in, smiling. Rhaenyra and the others are back. We should go down for dinner. But the young queen in green didn't respond. Viserys frowned and was just about to speak. I know, Alicent said, lowering her head. She turned around as swiftly as a gust of wind. Viserys stood there, baffled. That night, after dinner, everyone returned to their chambers. Aemon patted his round belly and ran happily back to his room. He'd collected quite a haul today, time to enjoy it all. Dinner hadn't been particularly eventful, but the dragon pit and dream fire had inevitably come up. When Viserys learned that his nephew had tried to claim the mother dragon dream fire, his attitude shifted from initial pride to regret that it hadn't worked out. In the end, he simply offered cheerful encouragement, you're still young. There are more dragons on Dragonstone. You can try again when you're older. To be fair, Viserys was a contradictory man. On one hand, he feared the destructive power of dragons. On the other, he depended on them to rule. His worldview was peculiar. He disliked Rhaenyra's obsession with dragons, yet he wanted all male heirs to become dragon riders. It was just like naming her his heir while refusing to give her any real power. Perhaps that's why he was so desperate to find her a strong and dependable partner to make up for what she lacked. The night deepened. Aemon went to bed satisfied. The others drifted off one by one. Rhaenyra, exhausted from the day, was ready to return to her chamber for a long, hot bath, only to be stopped by her father. Father? Is something wrong? Holding up her long silver-gold hair, Rhaenyra shifted slightly under her silken gown. Viserys hesitated, then smiled awkwardly. I have something important to discuss with you. One moment. Rhaenyra followed him, curious. Today had been a good day. Even though no one cared about her during Aegon's naming ceremony, and all the nobles had fawned over her baby brother who still grabbed his food with his fists, Aemon had managed to cheer her up. Especially the part about releasing dream fire. It had filled the silent corners of her heart with warmth and pride. Her father had even been unusually kind, showing no anger about their reckless behavior. It must be something good, she thought, hopeful. Viserys led her through the torch-lit halls to the crypt beneath the Red Keep. A circle of white candles flickered around a massive altar, illuminating the black skull of Balerion. Rhaenyra glanced around, confused. The last time they'd come here was when he had apologized for Emma's death and officially named her heir. Viserys stared at the skull with a heavy heart. Rhaenyra, you were happy today. As your father, I'm glad to see that. Rhaenyra nodded quietly, sensing something serious was coming. You're of age to marry. Is there any young man you've taken a liking to? His tone was firm. Rhaenyra's face changed slightly. No. Good, Viserys said, visibly relieved. He'd been worried she might secretly bring home some fair-haired boy. There were already rumors about her favoring Sir Criston Cole. Father, if you have something to say, just say it, Rhaenyra snapped, her tone sharp. Viserys gave a sheepish smile and asked, you and Aemon get along so well, what would you say if I let him stay here in King's Landing? Father. Rhaenyra wasn't stupid. She immediately guessed what he was implying. Don't be upset, Viserys said, raising a hand. Aemon is a good boy and he's Daemon's son. He could become a great ally for you. And, she said coldly, if you're willing to be gentle with him, treat him kindly. Viserys tried to phrase it delicately, then he'll surely repay you with loyalty. Rhaenyra suddenly fell silent. She understood and was fighting the urge to argue. To her, Aemon was like a younger cousin, a neighbor's child, a good companion. But not someone she'd ever considered that way. He was still a chubby little kid, with cheeks like soft-boiled eggs when he smiled. Her father, however, would do anything to secure power. Seeing her fall quiet, Viserys sighed and said, let's leave it at that. The royal hunt is scheduled for tomorrow. Get some rest. He turned and left. Rhaenyra remained behind, eyes downcast. She didn't want to suppress others, but she didn't want to be suppressed either. Yet everything around her was pushing her to make a choice, to become just another ravenous hound fighting for the scraps of power. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her. Who's there? She snapped her head up, looking toward the shadows behind the altar. Ahem! Grand Maester Melos stood there. Caught, he cleared his throat twice and walked away without a word. Rhaenyra frowned, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Her pink fists slowly clenched tight. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Royal Hunting. The next day. In the early morning, the weather was slightly cool, typical of early spring. A painted white carriage rumbled along the compacted dirt road. The King's Guard on white horses led the way, while the royal guards followed behind. A cloud of dust billowed across the long road. I'm so sleepy. Aemon rested his head on a pair of soft, springy long legs, rubbing at his tired eyes with his small hands, dark circles already forming beneath them. Alicent lowered her head, pinched his chubby cheeks, and laughed, even without your precious mat, you still can't sleep. Inside the spacious carriage, Aemon lay sprawled across the queen's legs. Several people filled the carriage. Viserys sat toward the back, his face filled with contentment at the sight of his family traveling together. Alicent and Aemon sat on the left-hand bench, with the former squeezed up against the plump maid cradling little Aegon. Opposite them, Rhaenyra was present, as expected. The silver-haired girl had remained silent, head bowed against her chest since the moment she entered the carriage. The two other nurses, good at reading the room, kept quiet as well. Viserys was in a cheerful mood and joked, Aemon broke into the dragon's lair yesterday, perhaps he wore himself out. Haha. Alicent chuckled and kept kneading Aemon's fair cheeks. Aemon didn't seem to mind. He shifted sideways, nestling his little head against the silk skirt to find a more comfortable spot. It was hard to believe, but he had actually dreamed last night. He had hugged 4 dragon eggs, fallen asleep with pillows and mats made of eula grass, full of longing. Then, he dreamt of a vast forest. Under a great tree, he had dug up piles of gold with a pickaxe. In the end, there was so much gold that he couldn't carry it all. He only managed to grab the important pieces, including a crown. Could it be? I'm meant to be king. Aemon sniffed the faint fragrance beside him, musing to himself. But he had no such intention. The Iron Throne might be majestic, but few who sat upon it ever met a good end. He had runestone in the veil behind him and the blood of the Targaryen dragon kings within him. Wouldn't it be better to step in at the right moment to end the dance of the dragons, then live a relaxed life in runestone as a free prince? A prince didn't need to deal with politics or work 9 to 5. It was far easier than being a king, constantly scheming and managing state affairs. Aemon, lost in thought, reached out to touch Alicent's legs again. Aemon. Alicent laughed helplessly and pinched his cheeks harder. Aemon smiled shyly. He wasn't sure what had happened lately, but Alicent had suddenly become indulgent, clinging to him and refusing to let him go. The wheels bumped over potholes, jostling the carriage. Aemon couldn't sleep anymore and noticed the girl across from him still looking gloomy, so he took the initiative to ask, Rhaenyra, why didn't you ride your dragon? At that, Rhaenyra raised her eyes, her tone icy. Someone didn't want to see me riding one. The meaning was vague, but Aemon understood. He sat up from Alicent's lap and glanced at his uncle Viserys, whose smile had turned stiff. Aemon quickly looked away and pretended to be clueless. Rhaenyra boldly rolled her eyes at her father. Was he forbidding her from riding dragons for her own good or because he feared she would become too powerful? Who could say? Near noon, the group reached the royal hunting camp. Creak. The white carriage came to a stop, and everyone disembarked in turn. The camp was already filled with nobles from all across the realm, who erupted into cheers and applause at the sight of the king and his family. Especially the nobles from Old Town, who shouted loudly, "Long live baby Aegon!" So blatant. Aemon was stunned, then glanced back into the carriage. Rhaenyra still had her head down, refusing to get up as if she were trying to escape. Aemon, don't fall behind. Alicent called to him from the front, already surrounded by nobles. Coming. Aemon responded, then clumsily climbed back into the carriage and dragged Rhaenyra out with him. Startled, Rhaenyra exclaimed, Aemon, what are you doing? You can't force a cow to drink water. Aemon frowned, replying righteously, what are you afraid of? Let them shout all they want. We're not cowards. In truth, the shouting didn't matter much. This royal hunt was held under the pretense of celebrating Aegon's naming day. He was the main character today. It made sense for his mother's kin to cheer for him. I just feel a little uncomfortable, Rhaenyra murmured. No. Aemon stood firm, face serious. You can lose a battle, but you can't lose face. Plenty of nobles still support you. Since Aegon's birth, the court had already begun to split into 2 factions, though not yet known as Black and Green. For now, it was the princess's party and the Queen's, or Old Town, faction. This royal hunt only further boosted Old Town's momentum. If Rhaenyra, the spiritual figurehead of her side, cowered now, who would follow her in the future? Aemon. Rhaenyra glanced around at the surrounding nobles, visibly torn. Aemon remained unfazed and pressed on, come on. Be cheerful. Don't lose face. Though he had a good relationship with Alicent, he could only offer her a silent apology. He was a Targaryen and would always be one. In the entire history of the Dance of the Dragons, not a single figure from the Old Town faction had turned out to be good. If Aegon were the same age as him, even if he was just a foolish boy who liked playing around, Aemon might have helped for Alicent's sake. But Aegon was too young. Helping Alicent now meant helping the Hightower line gain power and seize the Targaryen legacy. By comparison, Rhaenyra, though foolish and flawed in the original tale and ultimately destined to lose badly, was now simply a naive, confused girl struggling under pressure. With a few wake-up calls and the right psychological support, she might still have a future. After much pulling and coaxing, Rhaenyra resigned herself. The two of them held their heads high and walked through the noble-filled camp. Naturally, they drew attention. A pair of striking Targaryen siblings, silver hair and violet eyes, they were dazzling wherever they went, stealing the spotlight with ease. Rhaenyra was used to the attention, being a princess. But Aemon, who had just given that rousing don't lose face speech, was now being swarmed by noble women and young ladies teasing him. So embarrassing. Aemon inwardly cringed, but outwardly kept a straight face like a noble pine tree. Soon, they arrived at the largest, most luxurious royal tent. 2 three-headed red dragon banners fluttered in the breeze, and many nobles bowed their heads respectfully as they entered in groups. Onward! Aemon slapped his warm face and summoned his confidence. The tent was splendid, gauze curtains dancing in the wind, solid wood tables and chairs neatly arranged. Aemon, over here! Alicent sat in a circle of noble ladies, patting the empty seat beside her. Aemon looked serious and reminded Rhaenyra one last time, remember, carry the spirit of a dragon rider. All right, you've said it enough, Rhaenyra replied, eyes full of helplessness, though the gloom in her heart seemed to ease. Satisfied, Aemon nodded, released her hand, and strode toward the small circle. You're late. Alicent smiled lightly, reached out, and pulled Aemon into the seat beside her. Their legs touched, though the chair was still spacious enough. Aemon. Alicent ignored Rhaenyra, even though she had entered the tent with him, and began introducing Aemon to the noble women around her, who were quick with praise. From the moment the two siblings had entered hand in hand, she had noticed and couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy in her heart. Chapter 25, Laena Velaryon. After introducing them one by one, the atmosphere eased a little. The noble ladies chatted among themselves, discussing all kinds of gossip. Only Rhaenyra was left out, standing awkwardly to the side, unable to get a word in. Aemon glanced at the family emblems on the clothes of these noble ladies. Most were from Old Town or the Reach. An elderly woman from House Redwyne spoke the most and brought up a topic. I heard that when Lord Swan's ship passed through the Stepstones, Lady Johanna was kidnapped. Alicent was surprised and asked, what happened to Lady Johanna? She was a noble lady. Even if rescued, she would be humiliated. The old woman, holding a pug, said casually, she'll be sold to a brothel in the Free Cities if you believe those rumors. The noble ladies went quiet. They all knew it was likely true. Aemon was bored and disinterested. Excuse me. At that moment, someone interesting arrived, dragging a twisted foot behind him. Larys leaned on a cane and said in a low, modest voice, ladies, I fear the gods did not grant me a hunter's body. May I sit with you? Of course, sit with us. Alicent kindly welcomed him and introduced him, Larys Strong, youngest son of Lord Lionel, the Master of Laws. She was still gentle at the time, and even used the more respectful youngest son to refer to a second son. Larys nodded his thanks and sat down humbly. He had been born with a twisted leg and an odd appearance, but he was dressed impeccably, and carried himself like someone used to being overlooked. Aemon stared at him a few times out of curiosity. This guy's a viper, cruel and vicious. Best to find a chance to kill him quietly one day. Larys felt a chill on his back. His already thin frame shrank as he glanced around in confusion. Of course, Aemon didn't let himself be discovered. My husband says no one can hold the stepstones for long. A plump lady spoke again but was interrupted by a commotion. Everyone turned their heads and saw a mane of long, silver-gold hair pass by the tent's entrance. Hey! Aemon sat up straighter. Surrounded by a group of noble young men, another girl with silver hair and purple eyes entered the tent. Laena. Rhaenyra's eyes lit up and she rushed forward like finding a long-lost friend. Aemon was stunned, staring at the striking girl. Her silver-gold wavy hair fell to her waist, her skin was pale and smooth, and her tall figure formed graceful curves. She looked just a few years older than Rhaenyra. Her bearing was poised and elegant, already possessing the allure of a grown woman. Aemon muttered, "Shouldn't the Velaryons be on Driftmark?" Laena Velaryon, the eldest daughter of the sea snake Corlys and the queen who never was, Princess Rhaenys, and a dragon rider of Targaryen blood. Before she turned 12, she had already claimed the oldest and largest living dragon, Vhagar. 5 years later, she had become a mature dragon rider. "Rhaenyra, it's been too long." Laena smiled warmly, taking her old friend's hand as they walked over together. "Why are you here?" "A hunt." Laena sounded genuinely puzzled. Their presence immediately drew countless eyes. Even King Viserys, sitting at the main seat, looked at Laena with surprise and momentarily forgot the ministers speaking beside him. But as a king, he quickly composed himself. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra finally had a place to sit. A noble woman knowingly gave up her seat for the two noble daughters of Valyria. "Don't worry, I just arrived by ship." Laena's voice was gentle and magnetic as she signaled everyone to continue chatting. The noble women exchanged glances and gradually warmed up again. In truth, Laena's presence was politically significant. The realm was at war in the Stepstones, with her father Corlys and Daemon Targaryen leading the effort. Her appearance at the royal hunt hinted at the current relationship between House Velaryon and the crown. As soon as she spoke, the conversation naturally shifted toward the Stepstones. Aemon peeked at Laena, sitting across from him. "She said she arrived by boat. Didn't she fly here on her dragon?" "Hello, Aemon." Laena smiled and waved at him like a friendly big sister. Aemon smiled awkwardly and quickly looked away. She was powerful, best not to provoke her. Fortunately, his name had been bestowed by his great-grandfather Jaehaerys in memory of the deceased Prince Aemon, a respected heir. In his experience, the people of Driftmark were friendly to him. While they exchanged greetings, the topic began to veer off course. An old woman seated near Alicent suddenly changed the subject and began provoking, "What are your thoughts on the Stepstones, Your Highness?" Rhaenyra was caught off guard and replied politely, "Oh, I'm not sure. I've never been to the Stepstones." She naively thought it was just small talk. The old woman held her wine cup and said sharply, "Isn't your dear uncle the one who started this war?" Aemon's expression shifted as he glanced at Alicent, who looked like she was enjoying the show. "If you want to target Rhaenyra, fine. But why drag his father into it? And say it right in front of his face?" Rhaenyra sensed the tension and tried to deflect, "I don't know. I haven't spoken to Daemon in years." Daemon had gone off to war and hadn't contacted even his own son. But the old woman wouldn't let up, pressing, "Since you took his place as heir, right?" No longer hiding her intent, she directly questioned Rhaenyra's claim to succession. Alicent, sensing the situation had gone too far, smiled awkwardly and tried to smooth things over, "It's Daemon's fault." Before she could finish, a glass flew past her. Bang! It shattered at the old woman's feet, scattering like powdered crystal. She screamed and leapt from her chair in fright. "You talk too much, old woman!" Aemon cursed, having hurled the wineglass. "Aemon!" Alicent was stunned. By the time she came to her senses, the boy was already charging forward. With a snap, the second wineglass smashed into the back of a chair, splashing red wine and glass all over the old woman. Aemon's face was dark with anger. "Old hag, you like to gossip so much. How many soldiers do you have?" The woman was drenched, her wrinkled face cut by the glass, and she screamed in panic, "What are you doing? This is the king's tent. Who would dare cause trouble here?" Aemon would. He picked up a wine bottle and smashed it, storming forward like a little wildfire. "My father offended you, and that gives you the right to speak nonsense. Criticizing Rhaenyra was one thing. Cursing his absent father was another. But using that to lay a trap for Rhaenyra? Right in front of him? If you can't bear it, fight back. Aemon, stop. Alicent was completely flustered, reaching out to stop him. But she couldn't. Aemon was strong, and the jagged edges of the broken bottle gleamed, flinging wine and shards in all directions. With the energy of a little human Tyrannosaurus, no one dared come within 3 feet of him. In seconds, chaos and screaming broke out. Aemon half closed his eyes and hurled the bottle straight at the old woman's head, shouting, "You've got something wrong up there. Let me help crack it open." Bang! A direct hit. Blood poured instantly, and the screams reached a new pitch. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, 2 Maskets? There was a mess here, and the king's guard rushed over. Aemon's eyes turned, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "My father conquered the stepstones for the kingdom and rescued those innocent people who were kidnapped. If anyone disagrees, come to Runestone City to find me. Fighting is fighting, but there must be no handle." Pointing at a few terrified old women, he reprimanded them with reason. Does the Redwine family not engage in maritime trade, or does it not have a fleet to fight against the stepstones? You don't want to serve the country, and you are not qualified to talk about people behind their backs. The reason was convincing, but the childish face and childish voice were slightly less lethal. But that didn't matter, it was enough to stand on the moral high ground. He pointed and belittled them to nothing. After today, new jokes will spread on the continent. Alicent looked flustered and stood there at a loss. "Humph, I'll slip away first." Aemon shook his head and quickly escaped from the tent. "If you get the advantage, you have to run away. If you stay, you will definitely not have a good time. Someone will finish it for him." He ran away, and those who saw this scene could not ignore it. Viserys had a wonderful expression. Looking at the old woman who had no image and rolled on the ground, his mind was blank. Was she beaten like this? "Your Majesty." Lionel reacted quickly and whispered the truth in his ear. Hearing this, Viserys forced a smile and gave a look to Sir Harold, the commander of the King's Guard. Sir Harold immediately understood and came forward to solve the problem on behalf of the king. Soon, the injured old woman was taken away by the maester to treat her injuries, and the tent became quiet. Viserys was mixed with joy and sorrow, and shook his head and laughed secretly. As expected of Daemon's son, he was also fearless. But he was not angry. Who can blame a good child who knows how to maintain his family and protect his daughter? On the other side, Aemon ran out of the tent and happened to meet Sir Steve, who was patrolling. "That's great." Aemon smiled and said, "Sir, come and help. Today, the royal forest is hunting, and the escort team is not complete. One white knight is enough." Sir Steve came over and said respectfully, "Prince, how can I help you? My mother is hunting in the royal forest, take me for a walk." Aemon's face was serious. Ignoring Sir Steve's hesitation, he set off without saying anything. "If you hit someone, of course you have to pick up the bucket and run away. Of course, it's not because you are afraid of being punished. The moment you started, you knew that someone would protect him. Now you are a slippery little loach to make it easier for your uncle Viserys to show favoritism. An 8-year-old child, just playing around. Prince, sit tight." Sir Steve couldn't refuse, so he led a handsome white horse out of the stable and rode away with the prince in his arms. Soon, they entered the royal forest. The trees are lush, the birds are chirping, and the path is sparsely populated. Sir Steve adhered to the strict requirements of the King's Guard and asked the prince the real reason for his hurry. An honest and loyal man almost fell off his horse. Aemon held the reins and comforted him, "Don't panic, it's okay. Prince, it will be embarrassing for the princess and the queen if you do this." Sir Steve looked helpless and tried to persuade him. As a teacher, the swordsmanship instructor must be responsible for his maester. Aemon nodded, "I'll pay attention." He said so, but he had another thought in his mind. He suddenly hit people, partly because it involved his father Daemon, and the other half to provoke Rhaenyra. Those old women seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for her. Rhaenyra could not retreat, and the royal family could not show weakness to the Old Town family. He wanted to make a good start and further inspire Rhaenyra's fighting spirit. "I am right, what am I afraid of? However, the reality is different from what I expected." Aemon lowered his head and said to himself, "Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the group of old women are helpers that Alicent found, but they are not good at using them. Otherwise, he would not do such a stupid thing as scolding his son." Judging from Alicent's performance, it is estimated that she did not expect it. It seems that the power is still in the hands of King's Hand Otto. Aemon's thoughts turned, and he speculated that Alicent's situation was similar to that of Rhaenyra. They are all vassals of their respective fathers. So, if you want to extinguish the future dance of the dragons, you must first see the power structure of King's Landing clearly. On the third day of arriving in King's Landing, I had a general understanding. Taking the Imperial Council as an example, it can be divided into 3 factions. First, the pro-king faction who is loyal to the king. Second, the Old Town faction headed by King's Hand Otto. Third, the neutral faction. The Old Town faction has the greatest power, with King's Hand Otto Hightower as the core figure and Grand Maester Myros as a running dog. The main purpose is to support young Aegon to replace Rhaenyra and further steal power. With Alicent as the queen, there are many supporters. The pro-king faction is the weakest. On the way back from the royal forest hunt, Aemon saw the Minister of Justice Lionel riding a horse with his eldest son following the team. Combined with the special position of Harenul and the experience of this adult in the original book, it can be judged that he is a lone minister who is loyal to the royal family and was pushed up by the eldest uncle Viserys, specialized in dealing with the increasingly difficult King's Hand Otto. The rest of the Secretary of Finance Lyman Bisberry and the Secretary of the Navy Tyland Lannister should be neutral parties who stay out of the matter and do not interfere in the power struggle. The former was born in the Bisberry family of the Beehive City, and his title was the Old Town Hightower. Even if he was loyal to the king, he could not win his trust. He could only not help either side. Tyland was born in the Lannister family of the Westerlands. He was born a few minutes later than his identical brother Jason, and was an unlucky guy who could not inherit the family business. He is a typical fence-sitter. He wants to imitate King's Hand Otto Hightower, who is also the second son, to be favored by the king, and he also wants to use his wisdom to seek personal gain. So he is caught between two sides and is often scolded. Aemon thought carefully and made up his mind, I am small and weak, so I just pretend not to understand. Excluding the intrigue of the royal meeting, there is the court struggle between Rhaenyra and Alicent. Rhaenyra's so-called princess party is simply another pro-king faction. It can even be said that it is another identity of the great uncle Viserys. To keep her heir qualification is to maintain the power of the royal family. The Old Town line dare not offend the king and can only attack her madly. Alicent's Queen's Party is even more ridiculous. In fact, there is no Queen's Party at all, only King's Hand Otto's Old Town line. Alicent is just a tool for her father to fight for power and profit, a mascot with the identity of the Queen. Aemon's little face was melancholy and he sighed. He was still thinking that he could live a happy life by holding on to Rhaenyra and Alicent. Now it seems that it is too early to be happy. The two of them are more disappointing than each other, and none of them can be relied on. Forget it, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Aemon rubbed his face and his mind jumped to another point. According to the timeline of the original book, King's Hand Otto Hightower will soon be dismissed and replaced by Lord Lionel. It proves that in this power struggle, the eldest uncle Viserys, who represents the royal power, won. Rhaenyra thus retained her qualification as heir, and Alicent gradually took over the Old Town system. On the surface, Viserys single-handedly returned power to his wife and daughter. It can be said that he won. But it also sowed the seeds of disaster. Aemon knew very well that Rhaenyra, who was not suppressed by anyone, and Alicent, who was vengeful, would act recklessly. This will be the beginning of chaos in the court and promote the real formation of the Black and Green parties. It's like a child holding a gun, and even a dog on the roadside will be slapped twice. It's not about who is stronger, but who is worse. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Arrogant Prince, are we going hunting? Sir Steve scanned the surroundings and asked. Aemon blinked, then smiled. Of course. Why overthink it? For now, he had no way to break the current deadlock. He could only hope that his uncle Viserys would help stabilize things and keep the situation from spiraling out of control. Once he grew a little older and tamed an adult dragon, he could stand apart from both the Black and the Green factions entering the game as a third party. That would make things much easier. And why not take sides? Because triangles are stable. Let's go. Sir Steve took the reins and galloped after the hunting trail on his white steed. Aemon's blood surged with excitement. His body felt strong, energized. Sir, I heard there's a white stag in the royal forest. Let's try to find it. He still remembered the strange dream he had last night. Digging for gold under a great tree, it might be a sign. Perhaps it meant discovering some rare magical plants, or encountering a noble white stag, a symbol of divine favor. No problem, Your Highness. Sir Steve was easygoing. He reached behind him to pull a bough from his horse's saddle. Before you train with a sword, you must first build your strength. Can I draw it? Aemon was intrigued. When he'd thrown a bottle earlier, he was surprised at how accurate his aim had been. This is a standard wooden bow. Just right for you. Sir Steve grinned and began instructing him in the basics of drawing a bow while on horseback. Aemon listened attentively and quickly picked it up. With a creak, the bowstring was drawn to a full arc. It really did take effort. Elsewhere in the royal forest, many nobles were gathered. According to the king's hand, a white stag with fur as smooth as silk had been spotted in the woods. All the nobles wanted to capture it as a gift for the king. For a while, the forest was filled with noise and excitement. In the king's tent I did not name Rhaenyra as heir on a whim. The lords of the realm should remember that. Viserys' expression was grim as he dismissed the gathered nobles. Thank you for your gift, Lord Jason. Lord Jason, caught off guard, quickly bowed. Of course, Your Majesty. The Lord of Casterly Rock, handsome and blonde, identical to his twin brother, left the tent in embarrassment. He was likely still brooding over his earlier misstep. Viserys took a deep gulp of golden wine, his face dark with suppressed fury. He had just finished speaking with Laena, who had come uninvited. The girl who nearly became his second wife was now graceful, with her mother's beauty and her father's cunning. Her reason for visiting was simple, to explain that her uncle Viamon's plea for aid was made without the family's consent. If help were truly needed, she and her mother Rhaenys would mount their dragons and act themselves. It was a tactful statement, but in Viserys' ears, it sounded like a veiled threat. Thanks to her cousin Rhaenys once in line for the throne, Laena's children also had the right to tame dragons. Now, the Velaryon family possessed over half of the realm's fleet, and 3 dragons. Meanwhile, after Daemon's exile, the royal family was left with only Rhaenyra as a dragon rider. But she was still a young girl with a small stature and an equally small dragon. To Viserys, the Velaryons were a thorn in his side. He forced a smile to see Laena off, only to be met by the brainless Lord Jason. Jason shamelessly claimed he could support the royal family so long as Rhaenyra was married to him. He even had the nerve to suggest that Rhaenyra would be replaced sooner or later, and that marrying him would be her compensation in exchange for wealth and luxury. Bang! The more Viserys thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed the armrest of his chair and growled, "Arrogant fool! You think you're worthy of marrying my daughter? Little did he know before visiting him, Jason had already tried to court Rhaenyra. After getting rejected with a greasy confession, he shamelessly approached the king. The hunters have sent word. The hounds have been released, and the white stag will soon be surrounded. Otto climbed the steps and reported, "Your prize is within reach." At that, Viserys subtly rolled his eyes. He didn't believe for a second that there was truly a white stag symbolizing kingship in the royal forest. It was nothing but a fabrication Otto concocted to promote his grandson Aegon. Otto said no more and quietly took his seat below the king. Viserys waved for the servants to pour more wine and sank into his thoughts. First, there was the plea for aid from the stepstones, clearly an attempt to drag the crown into a mess. With Corlys's arrival, it was no longer possible to stay on the sidelines. Then there was Otto Hightower, King's Hand of the Realm, who was growing bolder in pushing for his grandson to ascend, disregarding Viserys' own authority. In contrast, Rhaenyra's marriage wasn't as urgent. But it still needed a solution. Viserys glanced at Otto, and a plan began to form. He asked casually, "What do you think of Lord Jason's proposal? He's unbelievably arrogant." Otto sat up straight, speaking with disdain. "Not a worthy match." Truthfully, Jason shared Otto's goal and could have been a useful ally. If he married Rhaenyra, he would make room for Aegon. But, he was a brainless fool. Viserys chuckled and pressed on, "Then who do you think would be a better choice?" "Your Majesty, you are the king." Otto grew serious and leaned forward, speaking earnestly, "Princess Rhaenyra is your daughter. She should follow your command." Viserys frowned and objected, "I don't want to command her. I want her to live happily." Not every father was like Otto, willing to force his daughter into marriage. He had named Rhaenyra heir not to favor Daemon, but because he genuinely loved his daughter. Otto paused, then lowered his voice. "Besides Casterly Rock, there is another option. One that may please you more." "Oh? And who would that be?" Viserys' gaze darkened, his tone sharpening. Depending on Otto's answer, he would decide whether to remove him. But Otto was calculating and evasive. "Closer to home," he said. Viserys tapped his goblet, curious. "Who?" If Otto said Aemon, it meant they were still aligned, no need for rash decisions. "It's right in front of us." But Otto missed the chance. He turned to look behind the king's chair. Viserys followed his gaze only to see little Aegon, 2 years old, wailing in a maid's arms. Viserys was stunned, then burst out laughing. "Otto, he's 2. Sometimes, laughter came only from sheer disbelief. But Otto persisted. "Announce their betrothal, and you'll silence the endless stream of suitors pestering Rhaenyra." Viserys clenched his teeth, his anger toward Otto boiling over. He felt as if he were being made a fool of nakedly, shamelessly. Otto wanted his grandson to inherit the throne, to seize the royal family's power. And now he didn't even bother to hide it. He wanted Rhaenyra sacrificed as the price. In the end, all of Viserys' children would become Hightowers. Oblivious to the king's fury, Otto went on, "Better than Prince Aemon, he's Daemon's son." The moment the words left his mouth, a chill filled the air. Viserys' face darkened instantly, and he laughed coldly. "I came here to hunt, not to be plagued by this damn politics." As he spoke, he mimed choking with his hand, but in his heart, what he really wanted was to reach out, and snap Otto's neck. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Bentfoot Larry's. Many people were in a heavy mood that day. Alicent was anxious, hoping that Aemon wasn't truly angry. Of all the people she knew, he was the only friend she had left. Rhaenyra, on the other hand, was seething, disgusted by Lord Jason's arrogant proposal. She hated that she had not been born a boy. Perhaps then her father and the others would have had confidence in her. Instead of treating her like a burden, a piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to bite into. Viserys, undoubtedly, was the most frustrated. He had spent the entire afternoon guzzling wine, convinced everyone was laughing at him and humiliating him behind his back. In this royal hunting trip organized by the crown, all the royal family members were in low spirits with one exception. Royal Forest, a clearing. Don't run, Big Bunny, stop right there. Aemon's cheeks were flushed with excitement. His small hands held the bough tightly as he chased a fleeing hare. The hare, terrified, bolted through the underbrush at an incredible speed. Whoosh! Aemon released his arrow. It brushed past the hare's tail, barely missing. Startled, the hare bolted in a different direction. Stop! Don't run! Like a little hunter, Aemon loosed a second arrow. Whoosh! It zipped over the hare's head and landed just ahead of it. Eyes wide with fear, the hare darted even faster. Thunk! The third arrow followed swiftly behind and struck true, piercing the hare's fur and embedding into its belly. Still holding the bowstring taut, Aemon cheered, "Yes! I hit it!" He bent his wooden bow properly and hurried over with short, eager legs to pick up the hare. To his surprise, it was quite heavy. "Your Highness, did you really hunt this?" Sir Steve approached, visibly surprised. Aemon placed his hands on his hips and grinned proudly. "Of course! Am I awesome or what?" That smug little face couldn't have looked more pleased. 3 shots in a row he was a natural. Sir Steve took the dying hare and handed Aemon a handful of red berries, praising him, "Yes, your Highness is gifted indeed. Looks like you inherited Lady Rhea's skills." "It's just average," Aemon replied, waving his hand modestly. But his chin tilted high and his pale little neck stretched proudly. He hadn't expected to be so talented. Sir Steve didn't dare tease him. Instead, he silently acknowledged the prince's aptitude. "Let's go for another walk," Aemon said after popping a berry into his mouth, scanning his surroundings. Like a little hamster hoarding food, he munched while already thinking about the next thing. Sir Steve didn't object and prepared to take the prince back toward the main group. Squeak! Suddenly, a rustle came from the nearby bushes. Aemon's eyes lit up and he walked over to investigate. A golden-nosed rat poked its head out, wiggled its rear, and twisted its way into the shrubs. "What treasure did you bring me this time?" Aemon squatted down and stretched out his little hand. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat's eyes sparkled as it climbed onto his palm and up to his shoulder. Aemon rubbed its fur and found a strand of soft white hair in his hand. "Hey? What's this?" He studied it. It looked like animal hair. Squeak! The clever little rat tugged at Aemon's silver-gold hair with one paw, while the other pointed in a direction. Aemon seemed to understand. "You mean, over there?" Squeak! The golden-nosed rat nodded rapidly, almost like a child. Sir Steve observed and remarked, "Your Highness, your little mouse is truly extraordinary. He's very obedient. Even brings me food sometimes." Aemon chuckled. "Let's go take a look." Sir Steve offered no objections and led the white horse across the clearing. Soon, they reached a stream. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat jumped down and ran over to a pile of fresh droppings, sniffing eagerly. Sir Steve went to inspect and noticed more of that same soft white hair. He looked surprised. "This doesn't look like horsehair, more like deer." As a king's guard, he was trained in such observations. Aemon's mind leapt to a possibility. He whispered, "Can you track it?" He remembered the stories. There really were white deer in the royal forest. A creature of good omen, a symbol of kingship. Surely it had some kind of magical blessing. Sir Steve looked around and shook his head. "No. Even though the dung is fresh, there are no tracks." "Oh," Aemon murmured, taking it all in. Sir Steve, not being foolish, scooped the prince back onto the horse and warned, "It's getting late, Your Highness. Not safe to linger." Aemon didn't protest. He tied the hare to his waist with a piece of straw rope. No real reason, he just wanted to show it off. Dusk. Aemon returned to camp, bow in hand and hair at his side, glowing with pride from his hunt. The morning's beating incident had been suppressed, and few people knew about it. Seeing the cute silver gold-haired boy carrying a wild rabbit, many would smile and ask which adult had caught it. Each time, Aemon would raise his chin and proudly declare, "I hunted it myself." Sir Steve had gone to tend to the horse, leaving the little prince to flaunt his catch alone. Aemon made a half-circle around camp before returning to the royal tent. Just as he reached the entrance, someone stopped him. "Wait a moment, Your Highness. Might I ask for a brief conversation?" Larys Strong leaned on his crutch and bowed with a gentle smile. He appeared to have been waiting there deliberately. Aemon was instantly on alert, arms crossed, speaking arrogantly, "What do you want?" This guy didn't look like a good person. In the entire dance of the dragons, he might not have been as cunning as Corlys or Otto, but he was certainly the most ruthless of them all. He'd kill his own father without blinking. Larys gave a soft cough and said mysteriously, "While the king was away hunting, some rather interesting things occurred." As he spoke, he hobbled a few steps, exaggerating his limp and posture of weakness. Aemon wasn't buying it. "Just say it. There was no running from someone like this. No need to be subtle, go straight to the point." A lady famous for flipping tables in a later era once said, "Wisdom isn't strength. Power is." Larys gazed at the 8-year-old in front of him, and for a moment, felt a subtle pressure from the child. He said, "From what I've heard, it concerns the princess's marriage." His tone grew gentler, even kindly. Aemon rolled his eyes and said directly, "Did Rhaenyra and my uncle have another fight?" Rhaenyra's marriage was a headache. Low-quality suitors flocked to her. It would be weirder not to have a fight. "No. Lady Laena invited the princess on an outing," Larys corrected. "So?" Aemon pressed, uninterested in idle chatter. Larys leaned in lower and whispered, "It seems Lord Otto and Lord Jason angered the king. A foolish move. Is uncle planning something?" Aemon didn't bother hiding his awareness. Larys answered vaguely, "The king is kind and polite. Who's to say?" He wasn't wrong. The little prince in front of him was a strong candidate. Quick-witted and sharp, with a powerful family background and a keen mind. At present, he was a dark horse. The hand was too eager, constantly testing the king's limits. The queen and princess lacked political instinct and remained pawns in others' hands. This little prince from the Vale might just be the stepping stone Larys needed. Aemon scrutinized him, and behind the humble kindness, he saw ruthless calculation and careful restraint. "Your Highness," Larys said, having made up his mind, "I know many interesting stories." He bowed again. "Would you grant me a favor and allow a man with poor legs to sit and talk somewhere more comfortable?" Aemon gave him a crafty look and replied, "Lead the way." Chapter 29, Chapter 29, New Direction. 10 minutes of tea later. Aemon came jogging back, panting. In his right hand, he held a cane. Aemon glanced back and said with a sly smile, "As expected of a bent-footed man, his brain works well." Unfortunately, his legs and feet didn't. The campfire was gradually burning brighter, and he threw the cane into the flames as fuel. "Well done." Aemon was very proud and clapped his dirty hands. Just now, he had done something big. He had snatched the cripple's cane and kicked his only good leg hard. Larys, a mere bent-footed, had tried to trick him into provoking Alicent and Rhaenyra, hoping to sit back and reap the benefits. He even clearly pointed out that Alicent, whose father was about to lose power, lacked support, making her the best breakthrough point. "Ha!" Aemon sneered. It was obvious Larys wanted him to join the Greens and work together to corner Alicent. What a joke! Alicent was his cherished family sister, brother, everything. How could he let her be used like that? A second son is a second son, petty to the bone. Aemon muttered to himself, thankful he was an only child. Larry's was probably trying to crawl out of the mud pit now. Consider it a small lesson, a thank you for pointing him in the right direction. Yes, thanks to Larry's silver tongue, Aemon had seen the light. The greens and the blacks haven't even formed yet, what's the point in worrying about the outcome? Aemon chuckled. It was true. Before the greens and blacks had officially taken shape, there was still time to set things right. Neither Rhaenyra nor Alicent had yet risen to become the leaders of their respective factions. The current political reality was that the royal power was suppressing the Hand and restructuring the small council. Once King's Hand Otto was dismissed and sent back to Old Town, a power vacuum would emerge one Alicent and Rhaenyra could seize. Until that happened, neither of them had truly envisioned their path ahead. That means there's still room to maneuver. A crooked smile appeared on Aemon's face as he walked toward the Queen's tent where Alicent was spending the night. Not far away, he reached his destination. Prince, what is your purpose here? Two white knights stood guard outside the tent, identical twins. I'm here to see Alicent, Aemon said. As soon as he spoke, a pleasant voice came from within. Is that Aemon? You too, let him in. Amid the voice came the soft, hurried sound of someone packing. The two white knights exchanged glances. The one on the left said, "Please go in." Aemon flashed a sweet smile. "Thank you, Sir Eric." Eric was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect the little prince could tell him apart from his twin. "I've got sharp eyes." "Good at archery too," Aemon laughed, lifting the curtain and stepping into the tent. The Cargyle brothers of the King's Guard were loosely aligned with the Queen's faction. Their duty was to protect the Queen's safety. Inside, the light dimmed. Alicent was kneeling on the carpet, startled. "Aemon, why are you here?" She instinctively touched the corners of her slightly red eyes, not wanting him to know she had just cried. Aemon's smile faded. "Were you crying? Was it because of what happened earlier today when he embarrassed her in front of everyone?" "No, no," Alicent quickly denied, forcing a smile. "You're still saying no?" Aemon frowned, unconvinced. His mood darkened slightly. He walked over and sat silently beside her. Alicent was still far too fragile these days. She carried so many negative emotions: guilt, shame, sorrow with nowhere to vent, eating away at herself from within. "I'm sorry, Aemon." Alicent lowered her gaze and apologized. "I shouldn't have made things difficult for Rhaenyra, or dragged Daemon into it." She didn't know what came over her. She just wanted to make Rhaenyra lose face once, to vent all the resentment and pressure building up like a mountain of trash inside her. She had nearly lost her only friend. No need to apologize. Aemon leaned into her arms and whispered, "I know you didn't mean to hurt me, and I know you're not happy." "How could I not be happy?" Alicent said awkwardly. "You can fool others, because they don't care how you're doing." Aemon raised his head, eyes serious. "But you can't fool me. You can't fool your own heart either, right?" Alicent opened her mouth, but when she met those violet eyes, she couldn't lie to herself. Of course she was unhappy. She and Rhaenyra had been close friends until she became her stepmother. How could she not feel ashamed? Her husband, though a king, was a middle-aged man over 10 years older than her, a widower who had lost both wife and son. There was no love between them. And now her father Otto wanted to make Aegon the heir, dragging her onto this warship. Defying her husband's will. Targeting her old friend. No matter how she looked at it, Alicent, who was deeply rooted in the faith of the Seven, could not accept it. The pressure was immense. Snap! Alicent could no longer hold her expression. Tears slipped from her red eyes, and she bit her lip tightly, unable to speak. Her heart was a whirlwind of bitter emotions. No one in the vast Red Keep truly cared for or loved her. They only called her Your Grace and forgot about Alicent. Even her own father saw her only as a tool to win favor. In these hopeless days, she felt like a walking corpse going through the motions, soulless. Only with Aemon's arrival did she find a sliver of hope in life. The two were inseparable companions, like a sister caring for her brother, living under the protection of the old king. I'm lonely. Alicent couldn't help sobbing. She didn't know how to go on. Her life had been manipulated until all that remained was a blank, lost path. Sometimes, she couldn't help but wonder, if only the old king were still alive. Alicent, do you still remember your dream? Aemon pursed his lips and gently wiped her tears away. He hadn't forgotten the reason he came. To help Alicent break free of her chains, to choose her own path. My dream. Alicent hesitated. It had been so long since she heard that word, so long that she'd nearly forgotten what it meant. Yes. Aemon cupped her fair face and said seriously, you told me what you wanted to do when you were a child. Alicent was lost, staring at his young face. She vaguely remembered once saying that, when she grew up, she wanted to find a quiet place where no one would disturb her and live with those who truly mattered. Carefree, without burdens or worries. Do you remember? Aemon asked again. Alicent stared for a long time before whispering, of course I do. Alicent, do you trust me? Aemon pressed his forehead against hers. Alicent looked into his clear eyes and nodded softly. Then listen to me. Let's not be bullied anymore. Aemon said firmly, your father is a politician, but he's not a good father. You need to become strong for yourself. But he's my father. We all have irresponsible fathers. Aemon reminded her, he needs you. You don't need him. Her position as queen gave the Hightowers their power. But Otto was about to fall. Alicent had to step forward, take over the Hightower legacy, transform it into a true queen's party to protect herself and stabilize the situation. Without Otto manipulating her, she wouldn't have developed such grand ambitions. Even if the struggle for succession was inevitable, its damage to the royal family could still be minimized. By changing the process, they could prevent the tragedy of the Dance of the Dragons before it began. Alicent hesitated, then summoned her courage. What should I do? Maybe it was time to change. Aemon shook his head. Don't do anything. Just wait quietly. Alicent was confused at first, then suddenly enlightened. I understand. Hey. Aemon blinked. Understand what? Alicent didn't answer. She wiped her tears and smiled again. Her greatest enemy was her father, but sometimes, enemies fall on their own. Viserys was already fed up. It's not all clean yet. I'll help you. Aemon patiently wiped away the last traces of tears. Thank you, Aemon. Alicent cupped his little face and pulled him into a hug, seeking comfort. She had made up her mind. Her father was once someone important to her, but she was someone important to Aemon. Compared to the pain caused by the former, she'd rather protect her only piece of innocence. And in the corner of Aemon's blind spot, Alicent's eyes turned sharp. Father. I'm sorry. Chapter 30, Double Agent Aemon. The sun was setting. The Queen's tent opened, and a small figure stepped out. Serving someone really isn't easy, Aemon murmured softly, stretching with effort. He wiped his tears away, but couldn't quite hide the traces of sadness. What did you just say? Alicent followed closely behind, ducking slightly as she exited the tent. Aemon immediately changed his tune. I said that serving the Queen isn't hard at all. Really? Alicent gave him a teasing look and couldn't help but laugh aloud. He's such a little rascal, always saying just the right thing. Aemon grinned, but didn't dare push his luck. Women truly were incredible, especially beautiful ones. She had been crying just moments ago, and now she acted as if nothing had happened. Your Majesty, the king has returned from the hunt. He appears to be in a foul mood, Sir Alec reported respectfully with a bow. Thank you, Sir Alec, Alicent responded with poise. Aemon glanced toward the entrance and quickly said, you go ahead, I'll take another lap. One persuasion done on to the next. All right, I'll go first, Alicent nodded gently. But she didn't walk away. Instead, she tilted her head and stared at Aemon for a long moment, as though trying to see straight through him. Aemon stiffened under her gaze, fearing his grand plan had been discovered. The air grew tense. Then, suddenly, Alicent said seriously, "Don't trust Rhaenyra. She's selfish and foolish. If you get too close to her, you'll bring disaster on yourself. It won't end well." Aemon was momentarily stunned. What a blunt threat, though strangely, there was a grain of truth in it. "Do you understand?" Alicent asked. "Yes." Aemon responded instantly. "Good." A hint of a smile reached Alicent's eyes, though her expression stayed stern. "His Majesty the Centenary King entrusted you to me. I hope you end up happier than I did." Of course we're the best in the world." Aemon nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking rice, showing full loyalty. Only then did Alicent turn and leave, satisfied. Watching her slender figure disappear into the distance, Aemon let out a sigh of relief. He had managed to get through it. He was a man playing both sides, black and green. There was no way he'd tie himself to one tree. Life was like a play, it all depended on the acting. "Farewell, sirs." Aemon waved cheerfully as he headed toward the bonfire in search of Rhaenyra. The two white knights nodded respectfully, full of admiration for the young prince who had managed to charm the queen. At such a young age, he already knew how to win over women. Pity both knights had sworn oaths of celibacy. Otherwise, they'd be begging him for pointers. Night had fallen. The bonfire blazed, and the nobles gathered around it to feast and celebrate. Aemon wandered through the camp. Passing by the stables, he stopped to wash his face in a basin. His face was still streaked with dried tears, better to clean up before someone asked questions. "Aemon! Over here!" Rhaenyra called out with a smile, seated on a dry tree stump. "Target acquired." Aemon made his way over. But as he approached, he noticed she wasn't alone. Laenor sat beside her in a flowing blue gown, graceful and composed. She radiated the warmth of a kind, noble older sister. Aemon quickly adjusted his posture and greeted her politely, "Good evening, Miss Laenor." Laenor rose and curtsied slightly. "Good evening, Prince Aemon." Aemon was startled and waved his hand. "No need to be so formal. That's too stiff." After all, they were cousins. Their great-grandfather had two sons, Aemon and Balon, the Prince of Spring Dawn. Aemon married Jocelyn Baratheon and had one daughter, Rhaenys, the queen who never was. Balon, meanwhile, fathered Viserys and Daemon. So when it came to Aemon and Laenor, the blood tie wasn't too distant nor too close. But the Targaryen bloodline was limited, and Rhaenys' blood was rare and valuable. Laenor smiled slightly. "All right, then I'll just call you cousin." "No need, just call me Aemon." He felt being too formal would only create distance. His name would win favor with Aunt Rhaenys, and since he wasn't competing for the Iron Throne, there was no need to act proud. Better to have more friends and fewer enemies. "Very well, I won't be polite then." Laenor nodded and sat down again with elegance. Aemon frowned slightly. With her here, fooling Rhaenyra might be harder than he thought. "Aemon, I've thought it through." Just as he was worrying, Rhaenyra suddenly spoke up, catching him off guard. Aemon froze. "Thought what through?" Rhaenyra's eyes were full of emotion as she took his hand. "Thank you for standing up for me today." So many people had tried to humiliate her, waiting for her to stumble. But in that moment, Aemon's small figure had stood tall in her eyes. "You're welcome." Aemon truly hadn't expected this. Rhaenyra tightened her grip on his hand and said solemnly, "You were right. I can't just sit and wait. So many have sworn loyalty to me. If the vultures want a fight, then let them have it." She would fight to the end. She would prove she wasn't just the king's cupbearer but the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. One day, she'd show her father that his decision was the right one. She would become a worthy queen. Aemon. What could he say? Weren't these his own words? How had she suddenly become so inspired? What do you think, Aemon? Rhaenyra's eyes were shining with hope, waiting for his affirmation. Aemon opened his mouth slightly and answered sensibly, yes. That's exactly it. Good. She had fighting spirit. With that, he wouldn't have to waste time explaining the value of ambition. Rhaenyra had always lacked a sense of self-worth. Queen had died suddenly, and Daemon, once first in line, had been cast aside. The succession had unexpectedly fallen on Rhaenyra. At the time, she had been afraid her parents would neglect her once she had a younger brother. She couldn't believe she had become the heir. But now, finally, she could face herself and step into her rightful role. Better this than the trajectory of the original timeline, where she was forced onto the throne, gave in to indulgence overnight, embraced her female identity, and tried ruling in her own way, including marrying and producing 3 illegitimate strong sons. That web of lies only led to chaos. Even if many of her descendants were powerful and skilled dragon riders, they could never sit the Iron Throne due to their questionable lineage. But now why had she suddenly gotten smart? Aemon was full of doubt and instinctively glanced at Laena from the corner of his eye. Could it be her? Sensing his look, Laena smiled slyly and gave him a flirtatious wink. Aemon's expression froze. I'm heading to bed now, he said quickly. This woman didn't seem like a simple character. Anyone who became the third rider of Viagar was bound to be formidable. He couldn't afford to offend her. Better to retreat. Wait. Rhaenyra didn't let go. Aemon kept up his honest facade and asked with concern, is there something else? Of course. Rhaenyra's face grew serious as she warned, stay away from Alicent. She has no shame, no bottom line. She betrayed her best friend. If you get close to her, she'll sell you out and still count the money. Aemon was baffled. Why did that sound so familiar? Did you hear me? Rhaenyra asked sternly. Yes. Aemon nodded quickly, patting his chest in reassurance. Don't worry, we're the best in the world. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Viserys' pain. Late at night, by the bonfire. Viserys sat alone, his face dimly lit by the flickering flames. Sizzle. He lifted his hand and poured half a cup of wine onto the firewood. It crackled sharply. He was overwhelmed with sorrow, or rather, filled with suppressed grief and rage. Earlier that day, prompted by Lord Jason and Hand Otto to relax and get fresh air, he had been pressured into joining the hunt for the White Hart. Now, he was utterly drained body and soul. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Alicent's voice held a note of surprise as she approached slowly. Viserys didn't turn his head. He simply poured out his heart. I named Rhaenyra heir to keep Daemon from throwing the realm into chaos. Alicent froze, stunned. She hadn't expected to hear such words from her husband. She was my only child at the time. People called her the light of the realm. Viserys sounded drunk, speaking with weary loss. I chose her out of love, because I no longer believed. He broke off mid-sentence. Regret seized him. Every decision he had made suddenly felt wrong. He had loved Daemon deeply, his brother, his companion since childhood. Before the Great Council of 101, Viserys himself had lacked confidence in being chosen over his cousin Rhaenys, despite being the heir his grandfather had designated. That woman had inherited the wisdom and bravery of her uncle Aemon. Her husband, Corlys the Sea Snake, came from a house as wealthy as a kingdom. They even had 2 children, both eligible claimants. But Daemon had trusted him without question. He had worked tirelessly to win over noble lords and spent lavishly to recruit mercenaries. He'd even made a bold declaration: if his brother Viserys didn't win the election, he would start a war, consequences be damned. Because of this, grandfather Jaehaerys, fearing family strife, convened the Great Council of 101. But how did things turn out like this? Viserys' eyes reddened. He bowed his head, unwilling to show weakness before his wife. Deep down, he didn't know when his love for Daemon turned into fear. Daemon was impulsive and reckless. He always saw himself as the true heir, biding his time for the throne. The death of his wife Aemma and the heir for a day incident had transformed that fear into anger. With Otto's encouragement, Viserys had banished Daemon from King's Landing. The threat seemed to be gone. But it never really went away. Viserys sighed bitterly, shaking his head. After Daemon, the next threat was Corlys, the sea snake. When Daemon was still on the small council, Corlys, then master of ships, showed him due respect as king. But after Daemon was gone, and Viserys declined Corlys' proposal to wed Laena on the grounds of her youth, the sea snake's patience wore thin. Seeing the looming danger, Viserys once again worked with Otto to neutralize it. He married Alicent, aligned himself with the Old Town nobles, and forced Corlys off the small council. The immediate threat faded but only retreated across Blackwater Bay. Luckily, the rampant pirates of the Three Daughters forced Corlys to wage war in the Stepstones, letting Viserys sleep in peace for a few years. But that peace didn't last. Another threat soon emerged. What is it that you no longer believe in? Alicent couldn't follow her husband's scattered thoughts. She only knew it was about Rhaenyra. Viserys swayed and brushed it off. Nothing. Just a dream. He had once dreamed of a son wearing the conqueror's crown. The dream was vivid like the flames flickering before him. He had pursued that dream relentlessly, and it had cost Aemma her life. After she died, he tried to forget the dream. There was no son. It had been a foolish fantasy. He had no choice but to name his only child, Rhaenyra, as heir. He thought that honoring her might atone for his mistakes and ease his conscience. But that hope had been in vain. Naming Rhaenyra had only brought more pain, more conflict. He couldn't help wondering if he had strayed too far down the wrong path. Alicent watched in silence, then said softly, "Rhaenyra is a good girl. She's been working hard to become a worthy heir." "What did you say?" Viserys blinked, thinking he'd misheard. "She has always loved and respected you," Alicent said, looking up, her voice steady. "She avoids speaking with you because she lacks confidence. She's afraid of disappointing you. But in her heart, she cares deeply." It was a lie. Anyone with eyes could see Viserys still favored Rhaenyra, unwilling to name Aegon his heir. Perhaps, to him, replacing her meant admitting he'd been wrong all along. So why not lie? Why not say the thing he longed to hear? She said it. He believed it. He dismissed his father Otto. Viserys clutched her hand. You really think that's how Rhaenyra feels?" "Of course." Their eyes met. Alicent gently slipped her hand free. Viserys, trembling with emotion, didn't notice. He smiled warmly. "Alicent, you're such a thoughtful wife." "I only do what a wife should." Alicent forced a smile and helped him back. "Say what he wants to hear, and he'll always thank you for it." Viserys remained oblivious. A quiet satisfaction filled his heart. He felt comforted believing Rhaenyra still loved him, reassured by his wife's acceptance. Alicent wasn't opposing Rhaenyra as crown princess, which proved the others were wrong. It was Otto who had been pushing too hard. Now, with Alicent's support, he could dismiss Otto without guilt. Once she stabilized House Hightower, things would be calm again. "Ha." Viserys chuckled as he walked. Alicent looked down. The tenderness had vanished from her face. "Men. Ha. Mother, I'm a man too." In the tent, Aemon protested loudly. Lady Rhea, bending to fix the bedding, tossed a blanket his way. "If you're going to sleep, then sleep. If not, out." Aemon caught the blanket and glanced at the two beds, one big, one small, with a bitter face. The royal forest wasn't a place for luxury accommodations. Only his mother from House Royce had come with him, so they had just one tent. If he didn't sleep here, he'd have to bunk with William and the other boys. Who are you pretending for? Don't think I don't know how much you enjoy sleeping near me. Lady Rhea shot him a glare, then added coldly, don't think I haven't noticed how close you've gotten to the Queen and the Princess. One day, it'll come back to bite you. Cold sweat ran down Aemon's back. He chose the safe path. I'll take the small bed, mother. He lay down obediently. He wasn't trying to win maternal affection, he just wanted to be alone with his 4 dragon eggs. If he kept pushing her, who knew what she might reveal? Hey! Lady Rhea blew out the candle and lay down, fully clothed. Time passed. Aemon lay tossing and turning, thoughts churning. Thanks to his efforts, Alicent was trying to break free and stand on her own, while Rhaenyra had rekindled her fighting spirit. With both of them rising, Otto would likely be dismissed once the hunt concluded. Then, they would rule the capital. But the two women were born rivals. They would turn on each other soon enough. If he stayed in King's Landing, his act of playing both sides would be exposed, and he'd be doomed. Just the thought made him shiver. In the next bed, Lady Rhea seemed to be asleep, her demeanor completely different from the hunt earlier. Suddenly, his voice broke the silence. Mother, are you awake? What is it? Lady Rhea answered tersely. Aemon, lend me a team of Vale Knights tomorrow. What for? Aemon, Rhaenyra invited me to hunt. I don't think it's safe. It was a lie. He had 2 plans. First, capture the White Hart, a symbol of royal power. That would definitely enhance his essence. Second, stir up trouble and find a way to leave King's Landing. Uncle Viserys seemed sincere about making him a child husband, but Aemon wasn't about to stay. It was better to return to the Vale. The mountains were high, and the king far away. There, he could grow quietly and build his power. Looking ahead to the dance of the dragons, he knew the difference a strong foundation made. Daemon and the future one-eyed Aemon were powerful, yes, but they died as subordinates of their factions. Once the leaders lost trust or vanished, those two were discarded. Aemon didn't want that. He wanted to be the boss. He would return to the Vale, build his base, and one day tame a dragon. Then, others would have to bow to him. Lady Rhea didn't even open her eyes. She knew the boy had no good intentions. Be up early. Gunthor will find you. Aemon's heart warmed. He whispered, Love you, mother. After a pause, Lady Rhea muttered, Chapter 32, Chapter 32, solid as a rock. The next day, early in the morning. The camp was already bustling with activity. Aemon, forced to, got up and went to wash up. There was something important to do today, so he couldn't afford to sleep in. Before leaving, he opened the magic essence panel. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Dragon King of Old Valyria, 23%. Skills, half-Valyrian, Proficient, Archery, Proficient. Magic card, Nun Pet, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, Evaluation, Healthy and growing human cub, slightly overweight. Aemon glanced at it, froze, and his expression immediately changed. What do they mean by slightly overweight? You're either overweight or you're not. What's this slightly nonsense? Sounds like someone's trying to sugarcoat it. Tisk, just wait. When I grow up, I'll charm the hell out of you, he muttered, flipping to the card panel. Beast feeding pills, feeding pets and mounts increases intelligence, strengthens the body, and improves intimacy. The card was emerald green, with a pill drawn on it. Steel longsword, high-quality weapon. The card was also emerald green, with a longsword emitting a cold gleam. Solid as a rock, the skin hardens, like stone. This one was a blue card, with a little grey-white figure posing in a strongman stance, numbers like +1, +1 appearing above its head. Each card was labeled with a price: green cards, 60 essence, 55 essence blue card, 150 essence. Hey, it's back again. Aemon had taken a liking to solid as a rock the first time he saw it. Without hesitation, he tapped it like a young noble flaunting his wealth. Pop! The blue card shattered instantly, turning into a pale grey-white stream of light that swirled into his chest. Aemon shuddered. His fair skin tightened all of a sudden, and a surge of strength welled up in his fists. The panel sounded in his ear: solid as a rock +1, minor increase to physique, strength, and endurance. Basic physical defense acquired. The panel classified the defense as basic enough to resist ordinary blades and strikes, and offering some resistance to impact and falls. It could be upgraded further later for higher defense. Aemon patted his chest in amazement. It really doesn't hurt. He picked up the knife from a nearby fruit plate and cut his pale arm. Only a mark remained. It had truly turned into tough as stone skin. If I hit the battlefield like this, I wouldn't even need armor. Wouldn't I just mow people down? He instantly pictured himself charging forward, majestic and unstoppable. And this was just the basic defense. If he upgraded it, it might become nearly indestructible. After basking in that happy thought for a while, the smile on his face faded. Next to the golden hourglass, essence remaining, 67 in the dragon cave, thanks to over a dozen dragon eggs, Dreamfire, and Syrux, he had reached a total of 268 essence points. He spent 60 points on empty hands, and the 3 dragon eggs from Dreamfire had only provided 9 points. He had just spent another 150 points on solid as a rock. Now there was barely enough left for 1 green card. I can't stop here. Time to head to the royal forest. Aemon perked up and set off with vigor. Royal Forest. Aemon arrived in a hurry. He was riding a white horse with Sir Steve, followed by a 3-man guard unit including Gunthor. Behind them rode 10 knights from the Vale. Rhaenyra had been waiting at the designated meeting point. When she saw the scene, she was taken aback. Aemon, why are you bringing so many people? Aemon was helped down from the white horse and waved dismissively. Nothing much. Catching the white deer is more important. Then you really should talk to my father. He's leading the team that's tracking the white deer, Rhaenyra said with a helpless look. Aemon just smiled without responding and looked over the group following behind her. Besides the ever-present White Knight Cole, there were more than a dozen young talents from various noble houses. Well, let's call them talents for now. The most eye-catching was Lord Jason, dressed in flamboyant clothes with golden hair styled in a showy manner. He didn't look like a lion, more like a peacock. Aemon frowned and commented lightly, shouldn't he be with Uncle? Who knows, Rhaenyra shrugged. She couldn't exactly say they had all rushed here to join her team after hearing she was forming one. Though, truthfully, she had planned to pick a few decent ones out. Let's go. It's a beautiful day for a stroll in the forest, Rhaenyra said like a big sister, taking Aemon's hand. Then she paused, surprised. Aemon, your skin is so smooth and pale. I slept well last night, Aemon replied smoothly, trying to brush off her suspicion. As they walked toward the royal forest trail, Aemon narrowed his eyes and scanned the so-called young talents one by one. There were a few decent ones, but none worth getting close to. Just a pack of beasts drooling over Rhaenyra's looks and status. The big ones were already circling. He was too young for that table, better to make friends at the kids' table for now. Lord Jason, why don't you send someone ahead to scout? Rhaenyra suggested, clearly wanting some peace and quiet. Lord Jason smiled, bowed slightly, and said, as you wish, Your Highness. He probably thought he was being a gallant gentleman. Aemon waved his hand, signaling the 10 Vale Knights to fan out and start looking for the white deer. He then pulled the golden-nosed rat from his backpack and rewarded it with a bunch of grapes for its wages. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat ate one grape, carefully stored the rest in the backpack, and scurried into the bushes. Aemon picked one grape and popped it in his mouth. The team was gathering, about to move out. Aemon turned his head and noticed a handsome man with brown hair and eyes, and a prominent lion-like nose. The man was tall and muscular, currently polishing his sword while sneaking glances at Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra followed Aemon's line of sight. The man's face lit up. He lowered his head to act deep, then lifted it with a confident smile. To the siblings, it looked like a creep grinning foolishly. Aemon's eyelid twitched. He recognized him by his face and felt instantly disgusted. Perfect. He'd been looking for a target to test his strength on. In that instant, Aemon pointed at the man, and before he could stop himself, blurted out, "Look at you." His voice was loud and clear, like an innocent greeting. "Harwin Strong." Rhaenyra was stunned and quickly whispered, "Aemon, what are you doing? What's wrong with this kid? That little mouth of his chirping like birds and blooming like flowers." Aemon whimpered, but was quickly dragged away. Harwin's smile vanished. His expression was awkward and humiliated. This was hard to deal with. If it had been an adult or a teenager with a sword, he could have relied on martial skill to save face. But facing an 8-year-old? Totally powerless. By now, Aemon had been bundled away. Rhaenyra swung onto the white horse, hoisted Aemon up onto the saddle, handed him the reins, and galloped off. She was an excellent rider, fast and smooth. "Let me go. I'm gonna fall." Aemon struggled, clearly feeling it was a missed opportunity. Harwin Breakbones had a decent temper and some patience. He swallowed the insult without a word. But if the guy had dared to talk back, Aemon would have ordered Gunthor to beat him up. Then he'd skip looking for the white deer altogether and run off to hide in a bucket. Probably flee back to Runestone City overnight. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Purple Card, King's Temperament. Rhaenyra rode swiftly, crossed the stream, and headed straight for the mountains. At the edge of a cliff, she pulled the reins. "Come down and take a look at the scenery below." Rhaenyra smiled softly and stroked the head in her arms. Aemon was curled up against her, his silver gold, shoulder-length hair blown into disarray by the wind. It was March, and people were going mad. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "If I catch a cold, you'll have to take care of me." "Whatever happens," Aemon murmured. Rhaenyra, in high spirits, gazed down at the dense forest beneath the cliff. It had been a long time since she'd felt this happy. Even flying Syrinx over Blackwater Bay wasn't as thrilling as riding a horse today. She was no longer confused. She had found her path and stilled the rebellious turmoil of acknowledging her duty. "Go. Hurry." Cole looked anxious as he caught up. Aemon glanced over, the escort and livestock followed behind. "Princess, you're as fast on a horse as on a dragon," Lord Jason gasped, panting and drenched in sweat. For a man trying to court her, this journey was proving both exhausting and treacherous. "Thank you for your efforts, my lords." Rhaenyra gave a brief nod, and after a moment of silence, tried to get used to giving orders. "The view here is pleasant. Let's make camp." "No problem, leave it to me." Lord Jason slapped his chest proudly and almost keeled over. Aemon couldn't bear to watch. He slid down from the horse and wandered a little. The more he looked around, the more his expression shifted. He stepped up to a tall tree and touched its rough bark. "It looks like the tree in my dream." Aemon scanned the surroundings. It resembled the place where he'd dug up gold in a dream. Squeak! Suddenly, a golden-nosed rat scurried out, jumped at his feet, and tugged on his trouser leg. Rustling! From the depths of the forest, a snow-white deer stepped into view. Aemon's eyes widened, his gaze lifting upward. The white deer had bright, intelligent eyes, a massive pair of broad, flat antlers, and a noble, imposing stance. At a glance, it stood over 2 meters at the shoulder and stretched nearly 5 meters long. Counting the towering antlers, it was taller than a small cottage. An albino giant horned deer. Aemon's breath caught. It was the first time he had seen a creature that could rival a dragon. At least a young one. The appearance of the white deer caused a stir. The guards drew their swords and stood on alert. "Princess, get behind me." Cole stepped forward, alarmed, fulfilling his duty with resolve. "Wait." Rhaenyra was startled but quickly tried to stop them. Aemon opened his mouth to say the same, but hesitated and kept quiet. The white deer was far larger than expected, and the guards couldn't possibly take it down alone. They'd need help from the animals. "It's a white deer gifted by the gods." Lord Jason's eyes lit up, and he quickly organized men to surround it. Before the dragons came to Westeros, the white deer had been the symbol of royal power. To see one now, surely, it was fate. Surely, it meant he was destined to marry the princess. As the highest-ranking noble present, he was quickly joined by over a dozen eager young lords vying to impress. Yo-Yo, the white deer raised its proud neck and stepped gracefully forward on its 4 hooves. In front of it stood 2 figures, shielded by the White Knight. Aemon frowned and whispered, "Is it coming for you?" Rhaenyra stood frozen, uncertain. "It's coming for me." Aemon's tone turned serious. He had seen the crown in his dream. If Rhaenyra couldn't claim it, then it was his. "Surround it." Lord Jason gave the command and several ropes flew through the air. The white deer flinched, startled, and looked away, but its antlers were already tangled in ropes. "It's not going to be that easy," Aemon thought. And indeed, Yo-Yo. The white deer roared in anger, shaking its head violently. 5 or 6 noble youths were thrown to the ground in an instant. Then the deer leapt 7 or 8 meters in a single bound and charged straight at the terrified Lord Jason. Bang! Jason landed hard, right in front of Cole. Cole shouted in shock, "Protect the princess!" Sir Steve's expression changed, sword raised toward the charging beast. "Don't move! Don't attack it!" Aemon called out quickly. The white deer wouldn't appear for no reason, there had to be a cause. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat climbed onto the backpack and covered its mouth with its tiny paws. Aemon narrowed his eyes. "What did you steal from it? Hand it over. Now!" Squeak! The rat looked pitiful, hoping to wriggle free with sympathy. But Aemon wasn't having it. He pinched the fat little body, nearly squishing it flat. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat finally submitted. With its front paws, it reached into its mouth and poked out a small, wilted flower. The white deer stared intently, stepping over the unconscious Jason and moving closer. "Prince!" Cole's eyes widened, sweat beading in his clenched fists. "Don't panic, give it to him." Aemon took the flower and tossed it in front of the white deer. The creature, seemingly unbothered, lowered its head, sniffed, and ate it like an ox munching a peony. The onlookers burst into confusion. Jason groaned, regained consciousness, and shouted, "Catch it! Don't let it escape!" Bang! The white deer kicked him 2 meters away with its powerful hind legs. The ropes around its antlers were yanked taut. Gunthor's face darkened. He wrapped a rope around his arm and held on. "Help me, sir!" Aemon shouted. Sir Steve looked confused but, seeing the prince with outstretched arms, quickly lifted him up. Before the deer could react, the small figure landed squarely on its back. Aemon moved with bold precision. From his backpack, he drew a handful of eula grass. The deer took one look and was instantly captivated. Such a fragrant herb! It chewed contentedly, losing all interest in kicking him off. But Yo-Yo! The deer suddenly shook its head, broke free of the rope, and bounded several meters away. "Aemon! Prince!" Rhaenyra and the guards cried out, but it was too late. A young noble standing at the forest's edge tried to block it, but was thrown aside by the wind kicked up from the deer's charge. Rhaenyra stood frozen, her hands and feet cold. Then Aemon's voice called out from the woods, "Take good care of Lord Jason, tell him I saved his life." Even while being carried off, he made sure to claim the credit. "After him!" Gunthor shouted, leaping onto his horse and giving chase. The prince said to catch the deer, not to ride it. By now, the white deer had vanished into the distance. At the edge of the royal camp, Viserys trudged in, looking exhausted. Behind him, a cart dragged the carcass of a dead, brown-haired deer. "Your Grace, this wild deer is quite fine, perhaps the best catch of the hunt," said Tyrion, walking beside him, trying to keep his spirits up. Viserys waved a hand, uninterested. If the white deer wasn't captured, they would use this wild one as a substitute. His feelings were mixed, he didn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. If the white deer appeared, Otto would surely make a spectacle of it. But without it, it didn't match the image of a king. Suddenly, a commotion broke out behind them. "Protect His Majesty!" The guards quickly drew their swords and formed a perimeter. "What's happening?" Viserys asked, startled. From the forest came a sound, and then bang! A majestic white deer leapt into view, sunlight glinting off its silken coat as it landed lightly on the grass. "Slow down! Slow down!" Viserys squinted in the bright light and saw the small figure astride its back. "It's the prince!" Sir Harold was stunned and quickly called for calm. The white deer lowered its head, chewing on a fragrant pill. Aemon, soaked in sweat, wiped his forehead. Finally stopped. And at that moment, a dazzling system panel appeared. "You have discovered a magical creature and received a large amount of magical essence. Next to the golden hourglass, essence amount, 57 on the card panel, the feeding pills worth 60 essence were gone, and the essence gained was only in single digits." Aemon exhaled and a purple card appeared in his hand. "King's temperament, by earning the white deer's recognition, you gain a more commanding, respectable, and revered royal presence." The card gleamed violet, born from exceptional luck. Pop! The purple card shattered, turning into a milky white halo that sank into his chest. Aemon felt nothing until he looked toward the entrance of the camp. With just that one glance he looked regal. Viserys froze, stunned by the sight of his young nephew bathed in sunlight atop a white deer. The sun, the beast, the boy, it was a picture of legend. Boom! Just then, Gunthor led a team of knights from the valley into the camp. Their armor gleamed coldly in the light, forming a protective ring around the silver-haired boy riding the white deer. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, The Royal Meeting. The royal forest hunt ended early when the king returned with a full catch. Everyone knew why. The princess had been frightened, and the Lord of the West was nearly killed by a deer. The king personally ordered the hunt to end, and no one dared to say a word. The next day, in the morning, at the gate of King's Landing, the white wheel symbol of royal travel slowly rolled through the city gate, as thousands lined the streets in welcome. As the heir of King Jaehaerys, His Majesty Viserys I had inherited the throne and ruled over the most prosperous dynasty in history. There was no war, no famine. The people lived in peace and contentment, loving the young king dearly and supporting House Targaryen wholeheartedly. Dabai, don't eat other people's food. Aemon followed behind the white wheel, gripping a handful of silky white mane. Yo-yo! The white deer, graceful by nature, resisted its craving and turned away from the red apples on the fruit stall. Its slightest movement sent its massive antlers, each over 3 meters wide, swaying like a pendulum, intimidating and majestic. A white deer. It's the white deer that symbolizes kingship. Such a rare and magnificent beast instantly drew everyone's attention the moment it entered the city. The people erupted in cheers. Just look at those massive antlers, the sleek and noble figure, and those wise, crystal-clear eyes. That was a real white deer. The king had truly captured it and brought it back to King's Landing. Wow! Yo-yo! The white deer walked slowly forward, its noble bearing earning it countless admiring gazes. Aemon sat atop its back, both hands holding the saddle reins. Fair-skinned and strikingly handsome, his short silver-gold hair draped over his shoulders. His purple eyes shone brightly, and he wore a black ceremonial outfit. Behind him Sir Steve rode a white horse, carrying the red three-headed dragon banner. Gunthor rode a black horse, bearing aloft a banner of a pile of pebbles between two rune lines on an orange field. The crowd instantly understood it was the perfect embodiment of the dual heritage of House Targaryen and House Royce. Further back, dozens of Vale Knights in iron helms marched in solemn formation on either side. The onlookers gasped and then fell silent. High profile. Extremely high profile. Aemon glanced around, nodded to himself, and straightened his back even more. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Riding a white deer, how could he possibly stay low profile? Why not take it all the way and give Uncle Viserys, who had been hunting a wild deer, something to brood over? The nephew had captured the white deer, showing off the bearing of a true king for the first time. Not only was it more impressive than Daemon leading the gold cloaks to restore order in King's Landing, but it also won the hearts of the people. Now let's see how His Majesty, troubled over the matter of succession, would handle this. Aemon's eyes gleamed as he murmured to himself, "Isn't he trying every possible way to drive me away?" Inside the white wheel's ornate royal carriage, Viserys, feeling stifled, quietly lifted the curtain to peek at his nephew's radiant, high-spirited display. So heroic. Even more dazzling than his younger brother Daemon, he certainly knew how to command attention. This scene was exactly like the sun I saw in my dreams. Viserys' eyes dimmed, his expression complicated, and he lowered the curtain quickly. Damn Daemon! What a lucky bastard! Red Keep. Conference Hall. At noon, a royal meeting was held behind closed doors. Bang! The heavy doors slammed shut as ministers filed in one by one. "Everyone," Viserys said from the high seat, looking around with a smile, "what reward should we give young Aemon?" The table was long and rectangular. At the first seat to the king's left sat Prime Minister Otto, upright and composed. To the right, the Minister of Justice, Lionel, hurried to his place and dropped the stone ball, his symbol of office, into the slot before the king. Two other seats on that side were occupied by Grand Maester Melos and Lord Linman, Minister of Finance. Opposite the king, seated at the narrower end of the table, the position once held by the sea snake, Lord Corlys Velaryon, was now taken by the youngest and least experienced, Tyrion. At the king's question, expressions shifted around the room. Linman, the eldest, his brow furrowed with age, hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, he is your nephew, so naturally he should." He hadn't finished when "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion," Otto interrupted smoothly, as if he had anticipated the king's thoughts. Linman blinked in frustration and fell silent. Viserys glanced at him briefly but said nothing. Smiling, he gestured to Otto, "Go on." Aemon saved both Rhaenyra and Lord Jason. That was no small deed. He deserves proper recognition. Otto's gaze was deep and unreadable. Though young, Prince Aemon has shown determination and bravery. A reward in the form of land might be most appropriate. "Prince Aemon doesn't have a fief," Tyrion chimed in with a strange expression. Otto paused, glanced coldly at the young man, and said lightly, "He will." Tyrion smiled awkwardly. Viserys considered this and waved his hand. "Continue." Otto adjusted his robes, speaking solemnly, "Prince Aemon will eventually return to the Vale. He will need resources, gold, silver, gems to support him." In a few words, he had politely suggested sending the boy away from King's Landing. "Gold, silver, and gems." Viserys murmured, then shook his head. "It could also be." "Your Majesty, Prince Aemon has only just returned to King's Landing," Lionel interjected sharply, cutting Otto off just as Otto had cut Linman off earlier. Otto frowned, the subtle tension between them growing. Viserys seemed to suddenly realize this and responded warmly, Aemon has just returned to his family. I find myself quite fond of him. Exactly, Lionel added seriously. We could simply ask what he wants. Children aren't greedy. Viserys nodded thoughtfully. Otto said in a heavier tone, we can't judge by age alone. He is Daemon's son and shows the same impulsive nature. He had overshadowed the royal family by riding a white deer into the city. Now, rumors were already spreading like wildfire across Silk Street and Flea Bottom. Viserys' expression tightened. He wanted to keep his nephew, his brother's only child, close by. But Aemon was too exceptional. Neither Rhaenyra nor Aegon could outshine him. He's still young. He can be guided, Lionel argued. The safest option was to keep him within reach. Otto remained firm, who can guarantee he won't become another Daemon and threaten the princess's claim to the throne? As things stood, Aemon, great-grandson of the old king, remained a strong contender. Only Daemon and Aegon stood above him. The others kept silent. The meeting had turned into a heated duel between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice. These two, who had never clashed before, now stood at odds. Enough! Viserys slapped the table, his tone anxious. That's enough. I'll speak to the boy myself. Seeing the king's displeasure, both men fell silent. The meeting soon concluded. The Queen's chambers. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Alicent rose to answer it. Aemon rushed in like a cannonball, flinging his arms around her soft waist and exclaiming, Alicent, you have to help me. He wanted to leave King's Landing and return to the Vale. But before he left, he needed to secure enough rewards. He couldn't depart in disgrace. It takes 1,000 days to raise a sword, but only a moment to draw it. Now was the time to cling to her influence. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Throne Hall. It was past noon, and the sun was shining brightly. As soon as Aemon walked out of the Queen's chamber, he was summoned to the throne hall by the White Knight. Creak! 2 white knights opened the massive doors, revealing a solemn hall. The black stone floor bore the weight of the years, and dragon-carved stone pillars stood tall and imposing. The Iron Throne, entirely black and towering amid a jungle of swords, dominated the space. Aemon looked around, both familiar and strange. The last time he had been here, it was his great-grandfather who had carried him inside. Aemon, come here. Viserys stood beneath the Iron Throne and waved to him with a smile. The suggestions of his 2 trusted ministers had been decent, but not quite to his liking. It was better to ask the boy directly. Aemon wiped the mischief off his face, stepped forward, and said, you should be sitting on it. Oh, really? Viserys smiled and sighed. Everyone yearns for it, but they have no idea how hard it is to sit there. Aemon nodded. Wearing the crown means both power and responsibility. You have some insights, Viserys said, surprised, not questioning, just surprised by the look in his nephew's eyes. Such a simple truth, yet Daemon and Rhaenyra couldn't seem to grasp it. Aemon was clearly hiding his capabilities. As he met his uncle's expectant gaze, he gently took his left hand and said, you've worked hard, and gotten hurt. Viserys flinched and quickly pulled back his gloved hand. Since taking the throne, he had often been cut by the jagged blades embedded in the chair. His back was marred by festering wounds, and the little and ring fingers of his left hand had been amputated. Even drinking heavily each day couldn't dull the pain. But no physical pain could overshadow the emotional jolt. Aemon had only been back in King's Landing for 3 days, yet he had already perceived everything. Clearly, he understood the price of power. You called me here. Do you have something to announce? Aemon's eyes were wide and innocent as he changed the subject. It was enough to show he wasn't foolish. Time to ask for some favors. Viserys paused for a moment, then laughed. Yes, you're a clever little one. Damn Daemon, what kind of ridiculous luck did he have? Was he really worthy of fathering such a son? Did he even know how to raise him? Upon hearing that, Aemon instantly switched to a flattering expression. Uncle, I saved Rhaenyra and the Lord of the West. His expression said it all. He couldn't wait to be rewarded. Viserys chuckled and asked, that was a great feat. What reward do you want? No reward. Saving Rhaenyra was what I ought to do. Aemon thumped his chest firmly. Though the white stag hadn't meant to harm anyone, it had knocked down a Lannister. Naturally, the story needed some embellishment. Do you truly think that way? Viserys asked, smiling. Of course. Aemon said without hesitation. Viserys nodded slightly, deliberately dragging things out for a moment, then finally laughed under Aemon's eager gaze. Go ahead, speak. Your king is not stingy and does not mistreat those who serve him. Saying one doesn't want a reward for saving Rhaenyra? Then why would anyone help next time? What about Jason Lannister, who had nearly lost his life? Hee, then I'll say it. Aemon said cheerfully, with no shame at all. Viserys encouraged him with his eyes. Don't be afraid to ask as long as you're obedient, it's fine. Aemon's eyes twinkled as he put on a pitiful expression. My mother is Lady of Runestone, but the name there is still Royce, and I don't even have a fief of my own. Believe me, you'll inherit your mother's fief. Viserys replied solemnly. Lady Rhea had only one son. His nephew would undoubtedly become the future Lord of Runestone. No one could change that. But they don't recognize me, and my father doesn't care about me either. I'm just a weak, pitiful, and helpless little prince. As he spoke, his large eyes blinked, welling up with tears. Viserys was at a loss, feeling awkward under his nephew's gaze. Daemon really was a scoundrel. He hadn't returned to the Vale in years. Lady Rhea was cold, too more interested in riding and hunting than anything else. It truly would be difficult for his nephew to inherit Runestone alone. Viserys hesitated. But you're too young, and there isn't any unclaimed, fertile land in the Vale suitable for a grant. In his view, Runestone was the obvious answer. That marriage had been arranged by grandmother Aly's Anne, all for Daemon's benefit. I don't need a fief. Sensing the perfect moment, Aemon went straight to the point. But I do need a title, something that no one would dare to ignore. Runestone would one day be his, of course. But with his mother still in control, he had no real authority. He urgently needed a title symbolic, if not practical. Viserys' eyes gleamed. He more or less understood what his nephew was after. A title in name only could still be dangerous. Anything else? Viserys asked again. He needed to carefully consider the first reward. I can ask for another one. Aemon asked, clearly surprised. Viserys chuckled. Tell me. As long as it's not too difficult, I'll grant it. Okay. Aemon thought for a moment, then said seriously, I want to be allowed to tame a dragon whenever I choose to. That's a right you should have. Viserys waved it off. That's all. It's enough. Aemon smiled shyly. Taming a dragon wasn't easy. What if he made a tiny mistake and ended up getting burned? Viserys felt helpless but secretly relieved. At least Aemon wasn't making outrageous demands. He nodded. Taming a dragon is no issue, but you need to grow a bit more. You can't even climb on one yet. That night, in the king's chambers, Viserys changed into a red nightgown and sat in front of the fireplace, sipping his wine. Alicent sat across from him. They had just spent some time chatting about Rhaenyra's marriage. Viserys was quite excited as he spoke. Aemon is a good boy. Hard to believe Daemon could have a son like that. The gods are truly unfair. Damn Daemon, that bastard of a brother. Alicent smiled and commented, but Rhaenyra doesn't seem to care about any of the young nobles at the hunt or even Lord Jason, who's lying injured in bed. She knew the Lannisters had once been among the marriage candidates. But they had failed before they even got a chance. Her wishes don't matter in this. Viserys scowled, clearly irritated. She's old enough now. She needs a great lord, one who will honor and love her. Alicent's smile remained as calm as ever. I believe she'll get married, but she must think it was her own choice. Anyone could be chosen. As long as they didn't harm Aemon, nothing else mattered. Viserys rolled his eyes, set down his empty glass, and rubbed his aching head. What could be more troublesome than a daughter who refused to obey? The breeze from his movement stirred a sheet of paper on the table. Alicent glanced at it, surprised to see that it was related to the war. What's this? A plea for help from the Stepstones. Viserys didn't even look at it, nor did he care to. Laena was still in King's Landing, urging him to send troops in support. But there didn't seem to be any real threat, only a request on behalf of her cousin Rhaenys. With his permission, Alicent picked up the letter and skimmed it, frowning. Why not send reinforcements? Aemon's father is there, and he's just earned merit. The letter said that the war effort was faltering and the soldiers had lost their will to fight. All the mercenaries under Daemon had already deserted. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Aemon the Dragon Prince. So what? Should Aemon's achievements be attributed to Daemon? Viserys said angrily. Alicent frowned even deeper and replied seriously, Aemon is Aemon, Daemon is Daemon. They cannot be conflated. No one had the right to take credit away from the boy. Seeing his wife's stern expression, Viserys explained, because those two arrogant fools started the war, they're dissatisfied with my decision. If I send reinforcements to Daemon and the sea snake Corlys now, what will I look like as king? Disobeying his orders, openly challenging his rule. You're about to lose, and now you want him to clean up your mess? Ha! Alicent set down the letter and gently advised, perhaps people will say the king is magnanimous and loves his brother. No, they'll only laugh at my weakness. Viserys sneered bitterly. And what do you believe in more? Alicent asked. The question stunned Viserys. His temples throbbed. He muttered in frustration, I feel like I'm cursed to never please anyone. He tried to be kind to everyone, always smiling. But no one respected his decisions. Everyone harbored their own motives. Alicent watched quietly, and when her husband had calmed slightly, she spoke again, put it another way. Which is better for the realm's stability? Letting the crab feeder grow stronger or eliminating him? She still remembered that noble woman who had been kidnapped. Running wasn't a solution. Only struggle could resolve this. Viserys fell silent. He had his reasons. With Daemon and Corlys tied up in the Stepstones, the Iron Throne faced no direct threats. That had been his thought from the moment Corlys suggested launching an attack on the Stepstones. The Velaryon family's fortune came from maritime trade. The pirates of the Triarchy were wreaking havoc, and Driftmark was the first to suffer. Why else would Corlys risk waging war alone just to claim the Stepstones? Coronel's arrival bore subtle signs of being arranged by her cousin, Rhaenys. From the information in the letter, it wasn't Corlys who was in trouble, but Daemon. Driftmark was a great house with losses, perhaps, but their foundation remained intact. Daemon, on the other hand, had no fief. He was like duckweed without roots. His army was made up of hired sellswords. Now that those mercenaries saw defeat coming, they retreated. Daemon was isolated and helpless, no longer qualified to stand as Corlys' equal. Waemon's plea for help was likely orchestrated by Corlys. Its purpose: isolate Daemon and drag the royal family into the conflict. Once the war was won, the crown would gain glory, the Velaryons would reap the spoils and Daemon would be left with nothing. That foolish boy, the situation is dire. Viserys frowned, quietly making a decision. He knew he lacked his cousin Rhaenys's vision and courage. But that didn't mean he would sit back and watch his brother suffer. Daemon needed a helping hand. Alicent didn't push further. Instead, she suddenly asked, so, what reward will you give Aemon? That was the crux of the matter. What do you think? Viserys asked, snapping out of his thoughts, wanting to hear his wife's opinion. "You are the king. Whatever reward you choose is significant as long as no one dares to say you're being stingy," Alicent replied lightly. "Ha! You're such a smooth talker." Viserys pointed at her and laughed. It was no secret in court that Alicent had a good relationship with her nephew. Before his grandfather Jaehaerys died, he had specifically told Viserys to take care of them both. Marrying Alicent had been part of honoring that advice. Grandfather's judgment must have been better than his own. Alicent smiled faintly and didn't deny it. Viserys thought for a moment, then spoke cautiously. "The boy wants a title, but he has no fief and is still young." "Yes, there doesn't seem to be any precedent in the royal family," Alicent replied calmly. Viserys narrowed his eyes, wondering if she'd discussed this with Aemon. Then he clenched his jaw and said, "Then give him a princely title and the right to choose an unclaimed land as his future fief, or add a title to Runestone when he inherits it. Might as well reward him generously now." The title of prince was prestigious, but not meaningless. For example, Prince of Dragonstone, the heir to the Iron Throne, was a princely title with a designated fief. Aemon would inherit Runestone, take root in the Vale, and expand his line. A prince's title was fitting. Truly. Alicent blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected her often hesitant husband to agree so quickly. "Of course." Viserys chuckled mischievously. "My son becomes a prince. When Daemon returns triumphant, it'll be the perfect moment to humble him a bit." His younger brother was often called the Prince of the City but had never been granted an official title. Time to pull a prank on him, see how it feels to raise such a clever son. Alicent's smile widened in satisfaction. A weight lifted from her heart. The next morning, the throne room was packed. Sir Harold Westerling, commander of the King's Guard, stood below the Iron Throne and announced, in the name of Viserys I of House Targaryen, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. "It is hereby proclaimed that Aemon Targaryen shall henceforth bear the title of Prince of the Dragon, and is designated heir to Runestone City." Upon the Iron Throne Viserys wore his crown, holding the ancestral sword Blackfire, as he looked down at his young nephew. Aemon stood proudly in black, the badge of 3 red dragons gleaming on his chest. He turned and smiled. To either side, noble lords from across the realm watched in awe. They had come for the royal hunt, never expecting to witness the investiture of a new prince. Clap clap clap! Thunderous applause erupted. Aemon grinned and bowed deeply to the crowd. The dragon badge on his chest seemed to flutter, its 3 red dragons ready to take flight. Prince of the Dragon. A title without a fief. The first of its kind in the history of the realm. Aemon couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He was pleased. Every beginning is hard. As long as the reason was sound, it was the first step that mattered. Saving someone with a deer's mouth? Hardly enough merit to become a prince. Who cared if Alicent had helped behind the scenes? And Uncle Viserys, full of guilt, had given him everything at once. At that moment, Lady Rhea stepped forward from the crowd. With measured courtesy, she asked to take her son back to Runestone so he could become familiar with his future domain. Aemon, standing at her side, nodded. One good turn deserves another. Since his uncle had made him a prince, he should take the initiative to leave King's Landing. Avoid letting tension build between the two sides. As expected, Viserys feigned reluctance but approved his nephew's departure under the pretense that he would return soon. The ceremony ended. Red Keep, God's Wood. Yo-yo. The white deer lay under the heart tree, crimson leaves drifting across its belly. Aemon, now dressed in dragon riding gear, placed his left foot into the stirrup and clumsily climbed onto the deer's back. The white deer was 2 meters tall at the shoulder, taller than the 8-year-old even while lying down. As he struggled up, Aemon chuckled, climbing a deer is already hard, climbing a dragon must be like scaling a mountain. Not to mention dream fire in the dragon pit. Imagine Viagar, her mountain-like body, even with a saddle rope, it would take minutes to mount. If enemies attacked quickly, a dragon rider would have no time to respond. Aemon, you're here. Just as he thought of that terrifying old dragon, her rider appeared. Aemon turned around. Rhaenyra approached, carrying a cage veiled in black cloth, walking side by side with Laena. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Laena's journey. Aemon was very curious and asked, "What's in the cage?" "It couldn't be a parting gift." Crack! The cage shook, and a sharp caw echoed. Rhaenyra shrugged and chuckled. "You're leaving tomorrow, so I specially asked Grand Maester Miros for a raven to help with communication between King's Landing and Runestone." She then stuffed the cage into Aemon's hands. "Rhaenyra, you're so thoughtful." Aemon praised her, genuinely curious about ravens. In Westeros, ravens were the main messengers used by noble lords to communicate. They flew faster than pigeons and had much greater endurance. Every noble castle had a maester who raised them and trained them to remember the routes they had flown. There was a raven rookery in Runestone, but those birds were communal and not suited for private correspondence. Rhaenyra clasped her hands behind her back. A trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes as she reminded him, "Make sure to write when you have time. If anything bothers me, I'll write to you too." "Don't worry, I will." Aemon patted his chest in assurance. He glanced at Laena, who was smiling. What was going on with her? "Laena is leaving too," Rhaenyra said, realizing his confusion. "The Valyrian ship is heading the same way, so you'll travel together and look out for each other." Aemon understood. This was clearly meant as an escort. "Thank you." "It's nothing. I just want to get to know you." Laena's gentle demeanor and graceful smile were truly captivating. When she fell into Aemon's gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. Beautiful women are always trouble. There were few people like Rhaenyra, beautiful on the outside and hopelessly naive on the inside. Laena smiled, her soft eyes narrowing slightly, and said in a tender voice, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you." Aemon's expression darkened, and he decisively stepped back. The next day, outside the Mud Gate, Blackwater Bay, two large ships were docked at the port, flying the banners of House Targaryen and House Valyrian. Aemon stood on the shore, saying goodbye one by one. "When you return, make sure to study the ways of governance seriously and work for the welfare of Runestone's people." Viserys himself had come to see him off, guilt and reluctance on his face. Were it not for the rumors in King's Landing painting Aemon, rider of the White Deer, as the reincarnation of Aegon the Conqueror, he wouldn't have let his nephew return to the Vale. "I will." Aemon nodded firmly. A small hand tugged at Sir Steve's white robe, silently staring at Viserys. Sir Steve looked down awkwardly, pretending not to notice. Viserys felt frustrated, hesitated for a moment, then waved and said, "Sir Steve, you'll return to the Vale with him and teach him swordsmanship with dedication." "Yes, Your Majesty." Sir Steve exhaled in relief. As long as the king allowed him to go, he wouldn't be stuck in the middle anymore. Aemon smiled instantly and turned to say goodbye to Rhaenyra again. Rhaenyra looked dejected. She hugged him tightly and kissed him for a long while, once again reminding him, "Remember to write to me." "Yes." Aemon buried his head against her flat stomach and nodded. After spending so much time with her, he understood that Rhaenyra was a genuinely good person. She was simply lost when it came to her life choices. But deep down, she was a smart and passionate sister. Just like during the outbreak of the Dance of the Dragons, all she had wanted was to eliminate her usurping brother Aegon, not to implicate the entire Green faction. When he needed her, she would help him without hesitation. After a while, Aemon let go of her and said playfully, "Next time I come, take me for a ride on your dragon." Rhaenyra burst into laughter and rubbed his head. Finally, Aemon said goodbye to Alicent, who had red-rimmed eyes. "Bye, I'll be back." The ship sailed out of the port. Aemon stood at the stern, waving to the people on shore. Soon, the two sides drifted farther apart. "Prince, what should we do with these boxes?" The seagull knight Sir Ryan approached carefully, afraid to startle him. Aemon turned his head and frowned. "Sir, I'm a prince now." "Yes, your highness." Sir Ryan smiled apologetically and quickly corrected himself. He had momentarily forgotten that the little one before him was a true Targaryen prince. Such a young prince, it showed just how much the king loved his nephew. There wasn't another like him in all the 7 kingdoms. Aemon collected himself, looked at the treasure chests on the deck, and said cheerfully, "Store them in my private treasury." The boxes bore the emblem of a roaring lion. They were the reward he'd demanded from Lord Jason before leaving, while the latter was still recovering from his injuries. 10,000 gold dragons. Didn't bring that much this trip? The royal treasury had fronted the money on his behalf, with Uncle Viserys signing an IOU. Casterly Rock would have to pay later. Duke Jason dared not protest. Between getting angry and swallowing his pride, he chose the latter. In the end, the gold was paid. But the one who took it the hardest wasn't him, it was his younger brother Tyrion. Tyrion had been thrilled at his brother's injury, bitter that the White Deer hadn't finished the job. He had hoped to replace Jason as Lord of Casterly Rock. And now? His brother lived, and he still had to cough up the money. But then again, the Lannisters had a gold mine, one that couldn't be emptied in 1,000 years. Better a small loss than a greater misfortune. "Yes, Prince." Sir Ryan obeyed and had the large chests of gold dragons stowed away. "Thanks for the hard work, Sir." Aemon waved happily. It felt like his waist had just gained 2 more layers of gold. So this is what it feels like to be rich. Speaking of which, the guard unit his mother had arranged was pretty impressive. Unlike Gunthor, who was silent and acted purely as a bodyguard, Sir Ryan was clever, better suited for business matters and adept at handling the daily affairs around him. As for William, thankfully, the addition of White Knight Steve brought the number of guards up again. King's Landing, Red Keep Gate. The sky had suddenly turned grey, and light rain began to fall. The first spring shower of the year nourished the sprouting grass and soaked the earth. A carriage rolled out of the gates, disappearing into the rain without hesitation. Alicent stood under the battlements, lifting her skirts as she watched it go. Otto was gone. Right after Aemon's departure, he had been dismissed by King Viserys and forcibly sent back to Old Town. It was proof that royal power outweighed the authority of the Hand. The Otto Hightower era was over. The Royal Council was about to see sweeping changes. A hint of pain flickered in Alicent's eyes. She stood there for a long time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would never have wanted to lose her only family. But she no longer wanted to live under someone else's control. The White Knights Sir Cargyle and his brother held a red umbrella over the Queen's head. "It's always painful to say goodbye twice in one day. Let's go back." Alicent took a deep breath and turned toward her new beginning. The drizzle steadily grew heavier. Halfway down the steps, Sir Eric received a cage covered with black cloth from a servant. He hurried over. "Your Grace, this is a farewell gift the prince asked me to deliver to you." "What is it?" Alicent wiped her eyes and steadied herself. Sir Eric lifted the cloth and revealed the cage. "It's a raven. The prince said if you miss him, you can send him a message." Alicent froze, then a beautiful smile slowly curved her lips. She picked up her pace and quickly returned to her chambers to write the letter. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Fishing to lure the dragon. Blackwater Bay. The sailboat steamed swiftly across the water, the silhouette of Dragonstone Island visible in the distance. "Hey!" Aemon sat at the stern on a small stool, casting his fishing rod with exaggerated force. The hook splashed into the sea, and the fist-sized bait stirred up the water wildly as it struck the nest. "You're never going to catch anything like that." Lena approached quietly, her white wrists resting against the boat's railing. She leaned forward, her lean yet well-defined figure framed against the sea. Aemon gave her a sideways glance and said with disdain, "The willing ones take the bait. Understand? Fishing for fish?" Not exactly, he was fishing for a state of mind. Laena tilted her head and pointed out, "The boat's moving too fast. Even if the fish smell the bait, they can't catch up to it." Aemon raised his chin arrogantly. "My fish basket doesn't need trash." "That, actually makes sense." Laena nodded thoughtfully, then picked up a rod herself and stood there to cast. She was even more capitalist than Aemon, didn't bother with bait at all. Aemon scoffed. "You don't even deserve the title of nest-making fairy." His bait was Eula grass, irresistible to fish, like a drug. What was his method? Squeak! A furry golden-nosed rat popped out from Aemon's collar and pointed its tiny claw at the silver-haired beauty. Quite the performance. Laena rolled her eyes but didn't bother replying to either the man or the rat. Time passed. The Eula grass began working, attracting a swarm of fish. Aemon busily reeled in rod after rod, barely catching his breath. At first, Laena was surprised, but soon he just silently watched Dragonstone grow closer. "Are we staying the night?" Aemon suddenly asked. Laena blinked. "What?" Still pulling up a fish, Aemon replied matter-of-factly, "Dragonstone. I can treat you to grilled fish." The sail from King's Landing to the Throat took about a day. Dragonstone wasn't far, perfect as a transit stop if there was no rush. Besides, Tidehead Island was just beside Dragonstone. It would be even more convenient for Laena to return home. "All right then." He agreed readily, putting away his rod with a sigh. "You grill the fish, I'll show you Dragon Mount." Aemon frowned. He admired his mentality. Even with no dragons of his own, he still smiled. Laena pointed to Dragonstone and explained, "2 baby dragons hatched on Dragon Mount. One is gleaming gold, the other deep cobalt blue. You'll love them." The Targaryens were obsessed with dragons, especially attractive ones. She was sure her little cousin would go wild. Aemon's eyes lit up. He really wanted a dragon. Even second best, getting close enough to harvest some magical essence was worth it. As they talked, the boat subtly shifted course. Dragonstone was now within reach. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out. Aemon was startled and looked toward the sound. On the eastern shore of Dragonstone, near a rocky reef not far from the beach, a petite light grey-white dragon appeared. Aemon narrowed his eyes. The dragon dove into the sea, snatched a silver-scaled fish, and then vanished into the mist in the blink of an eye. Just like that. Its pale, mist-colored scales made it blend into the fog, perfect for concealment. "Do you know that dragon?" Aemon asked, dazed. Laena's expression turned serious. She pulled him toward the bow and whispered, "It's a wild dragon. Best not to provoke it. Wild dragons were unpredictable. Best to avoid them." Who knew when one had arrived on Dragonstone and this one looked like a juvenile? Aemon, still being dragged, suddenly gasped, "My fish! I didn't collect my fish." "I'll have someone pick them up later," Laena replied. He didn't argue, just watched the fish flopping on the deck, clearly a bit of petty revenge for not catching anything himself. Noon. The sailboat resumed its original course, sailing farther and farther away from Dragonstone. Aemon leaned over the railing, his pale face filled with despair. My dragon didn't even land on the island. He had been so ready. Why wouldn't they dock and begin a proper dragon training arc? Nearby, Laena in her blue tunic leaned lazily on the railing, clearly enjoying the sight of him sulking. Aemon reached out a hand dramatically, as if to grasp the opportunity slipping away. Originally, they were planning to stop at Dragonstone. But his mother, Lady Rhea, had suddenly insisted they leave Blackwater Bay immediately. "Why, mother?" Aemon asked, crestfallen. Lady Rhea's expression was cold as frost. Your father is back and he's already treating his niece's fief like his own. In other words, she refused to set foot on the same island as Daemon. Aemon blinked, surprised. Wasn't he at war? He won. Lady Rhea's voice was icy. Laena received the letter. Your father took a desperate gamble, charged alone into the stepstones to lure the enemy deeper, and killed the crab feeder in single combat. Aemon turned to Laena in disbelief. She gave a small nod. It was true. 7 hells. Aemon muttered, slapping his forehead. He wasn't sure if he should feel proud or frustrated. Daemon's victory was technically good news. But between the complicated web of marriage and blood, it was hard to feel celebratory. And your uncle sent reinforcements too, he added, clearly overwhelmed. Alicent had told him that Viserys had a change of heart and sent troops to support his estranged brother. Aemon had hoped to be the one to repair that broken bond and be the hero. But everyone had overlooked something important. Daemon, the rogue prince, was cunning and bold, his life already worthy of an epic saga. You couldn't expect him to act like a normal person. Lady Rhea crossed her arms and asked, coming with me, or staying at Dragonstone? I'll go with you, Aemon replied with a sigh. Good. Then shut up. Lady Rhea was clearly on edge. Mentioning Daemon put her in a sour mood. Aemon had no choice. Staying meant running into Daemon, and there was no love lost between them. Better to leave. Just then, the watchtower's horn blew. Laena glanced ahead and said, that's Tidehead Island. I'm getting off here. I'll miss you, Aemon said flatly. Laena gave him an amused, annoyed look. He bent down until they were face to face and pinched Aemon's cheeks. Rhaenyra asked me to look after you. I'll ride Viagar later and wave goodbye for the last time. From his angle, Aemon got an eyeful and was momentarily stunned. Compared to him, even Rhaenyra felt lacking. Bye. Next time, come visit me at Tidehead. Still enjoying herself, Laena rubbed his face a bit more before finally letting go. Once he turned away, Aemon grumbled, you're so presumptuous. Just pinching his cheeks like that, what? You think you're right just because you're bigger? Now they hadn't landed at Dragonstone, and his companion had left too. Dejected, Aemon returned to the stern to resume fishing. Targaryen men do not succumb to beauty. Fishing was truth. Then he noticed something. The fish basket was empty. Aemon froze. The basket had been knocked over and every single fish was gone. Where are my fish? Where's my whole basket of fish? He collapsed, wailing someone had stolen a child's catch. Looking closely for clues, the basket lay overturned, the deck wet with signs of singeing. Only half a fishbone remained. Aemon crouched and picked up the sorry remains. Then slowly tilted his head upward toward the sky. You damn fish thief! Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Viagar. In the end, Aemon chose to wait and see. He held the fish basket, sat on the small stool, and continued to fish. Don't let me catch you, or you will be in trouble. Aemon was so angry that his teeth itched. His Royal Highness gradually adapted to his new identity. In the afternoon, the weather was fine. The sailboat was moving at full speed, crossing the throat and entering the strait. Aemon and others were drowsy, and the fish basket could not hold the fish. Woo woo woo! At this moment, a rapid horn sounded. The sailors were horrified and dropped their work and ran to the bow. The sailboat was filled with a tense atmosphere. Aemon woke up and said in doubt, what happened? He put down the fishing rod and looked for his mother in the cabin. On the strait, a shuttle-shaped sailboat passed by the throat. The sail was painted with a goddess of copulation, and the deck was full of foreigners with colorful hair. The old sailors knew them all. That was a slave ship from Lys, one of the 9 free trade cities. The foreigners with dyed hair were all mercenaries from Tyrosh, another free trade city. The 2 free cities formed an alliance with Myr to form the notorious 3 Cities Alliance. That is, the pirates from the three women's kingdoms that plundered the Stepstone Islands. "Mom, what's going on?" Aemon trotted over and was escorted among the knights of the valley. Lady Rhea looked solemn and said, "The slave ships of the three women's kingdoms may attack ships along the way." As soon as the words fell, the possibility was lost. The slave ship obviously discovered the Prince Aemon flying the flag of the three red dragons, and pounced on it like a mouse smelling cheese. Woo woo woo! The lookout on the other ship blew the horn and issued an attack signal. "Everyone prepare, don't relax." Lady Rhea remained calm in the face of danger and ordered the Knights of the Valley to take out their bows and arrows. The Knights of the Valley are good at riding and shooting. They cannot ride horses on the ship, but fortunately they still have long-range means to fight the enemy. Aemon suppressed his nervousness and went back to the cabin to take out his small wooden bow. Always ready. Soon, the slave ship was getting closer and closer. The pirates from the three women's kingdom laughed wildly, and their ugly faces could be seen across the ship. "Draw the bow!" Lady Rhea shouted, and took the lead in drawing the bow and arrow. Although she is a woman, she is not inferior to men. Aemon's face was tense, and he felt anxious for no reason. It would be great if there was a dragon. Boom! The thought came up, and there was a sound of breaking wind above his head, and the wide canvas suddenly rang. In an instant, the sky was as dark as night. A sense of oppression swept over, and the air was faintly filled with a faint smell of sulfur. Aemon looked up at the sky and was stunned. Dark green. Dark green that swallowed all colors. A fierce beast with thick dark green scales all over its body, with a pair of huge milky yellow wings spread out, spanning the Blackwater Bay like a giant mountain. At first glance, there was only a majestic chest that had experienced vicissitudes of life. After a few breaths, the huge body flew over the throat, and the thick dragon tail swayed past. Prince, that is. Sir Steve, who was guarding beside him, was stunned and swallowed hard. Aemon's eyes were full of longing, and he said silently, "Viagar. One of the three founding dragons of the Targaryen dynasty. After more than 100 years of changes, the oldest and largest ancient dragon in the world. At this time, this huge old dragon climbed up the clouds and hovered 1,000 meters high. Everyone retreat." Lady Rhea was very calm and ordered to stay away from the slave ship. The next moment, Lena's voice suddenly sounded. "Dragon flame, Viagar." Boom! Viagar's vertical pupils were indifferent, and his huge body swooped down. Hiss! The dark green dragon body descended halfway, and the orange dragon flame with billowing black smoke gushed out, hitting the slave ship like a pillar of fire. In an instant, the mast of the slave ship broke, and the entire deck cracked inch by inch. The entire ship was engulfed in flames, engulfing and burning bit by bit. Viagar spread out a pair of huge wings with holes, raised his dragon head with sparse horns, and slowly ascended into the air in a crescent shape. Bang! The long dragon tail swung and hit the slave ship for the second time. Suddenly, the planks of the ship broke everywhere. Too strong. Aemon squeezed out of the crowd and lay on the railing to watch the scene. The lifespan of a dragon is about 200 years. Viagar was 160 years old at this time, and was undoubtedly an old dragon. From the wrinkled skin under its thick scales, the large and small holes on its wing membranes, and the vicissitudes of life revealed by its amber vertical pupils, we can see the clues. And such an ancient dragon comparable to a war machine has unparalleled battlefield experience. Dragon flame, Viagar. The sky came again with an order, and the dragon flame with black smoke fell from the sky. Rumble! The slave ship broke in the middle, the stern was raised high, and slowly sank into the sea. Aemon's heart surged, and he looked at the silver-haired figure on the dragon's back from afar. It was not very clear. Lena seemed to have changed into a black and red dragon riding suit, with wavy curly hair tied behind her head, and the whole person was replaced by a sharp temperament. It was in extreme contrast with her gentle appearance. The third dragon flame descended again, covering the pirates of the Three Women's Kingdom who jumped into the sea, boiling the sea water and emitting steam. The terrifying old dragon turned around and headed back to the island. Aemon stood on tiptoe and seemed to see Laena leaning over and waving at him. Everything came fast and went even faster. Viagar flapped his wings, sweeping up gusts of wind and whistling, breaking the clouds in the sky and going away. Not only Aemon, but everyone present was shocked. Compared with the golden dragon he met when he came, the oppressive feeling brought by this dark green old dragon was like the end of the world. This is the gap between dragons. Aemon muttered to himself, secretly clenching his fists. Sure enough, taming the dragons left by the previous kings is the right way. Don't stand there stupidly, deal with the bastards of the Three Women's Kingdom in the sea. Lady Rhea seized the opportunity and stared at the remaining pirates struggling in the sea. Aemon patted his face and walked over after he woke up. The Knights of the Valley drew their bows and arrows, ready to stand by at any time. Mom! Aemon put away the small wooden bow, knowing that he had won. Lady Rhea glanced down at him, pulled him by the back of his collar and said indifferently, "This time when you go back, you will be the official heir of Runestone City. First, get familiar with how to command the army." "I will." Aemon was surprised. "Yes." Lady Rhea pointed at the pirates of the Three Women's Kingdom and said sternly, "You will give the order and kill them all. Her son can't be a coward. It's time to see blood." Sir Steve looked worried and hesitated, "Madam, the prince is still young." Lady Rhea looked indifferent and said coldly, "Men of the Royce family should be able to operate at the age of 8. Then, she stared at her son who was silent for a long time. Aemon drooped his head, and his heart seemed to be grasped by a big hand. It's easy to give orders, but it's inevitable to be flustered when you personally give orders to kill people. Lady Rhea was silent, waiting for her son's answer. After a moment, Aemon raised his head, his eyes were more serious than ever, and he raised his hand and shouted, "Knights of the Valley!" Boom boom boom! The Knights of the Valley looked solemn and stamped their feet in unison. Aemon lowered his hand and said coldly, "Shoot, don't leave any alive." As soon as the words fell, dozens of arrows were thrown and fell like raindrops. The pirates of the Three Women's Kingdom were hit by arrows and screamed and fell to the bottom of the sea, and their blood dyed the sea red. Not bad. Seeing this, Lady Rhea put away her coldness and raised her lips slightly. However, it was not over yet. Aemon suddenly took off the small wooden bow, pulled out an arrow from her quiver, and strode to the side of the boat. The smiling face in the past was restrained, and he drew his bow and arrow while walking, aiming at the live target in the sea and shooting. Whoosh! The first archer was a little trembling, and the arrow brushed the pirates of the Three Women's Kingdom and fell into the sea. Aemon took out the second arrow, and the small wooden bow opened the full moon. Puff! With a scream, the arrow shot into the eye socket of a pirate from above, knocking him to the bottom of the sea. Aemon's face was calm, and he shot an arrow with every step he took. He walked to the side of the boat in 5 steps and shot 4 arrows in a row at the pirate's eyes, neck and other vital parts. It was amazingly accurate. He walked 5 steps in total and killed 4 pirates from the Three Women's Kingdom. Aemon stopped and tried to draw the bow again, but there were no arrows. "Prince!" Sir Steve hurried over, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Aemon threw the small wooden bow away, clapped his hands, and exhaled, "This bow has no power and is not convenient to use." But this scene fell into the eyes of the Knights of the Valley. 50 strong men held their breath and were attracted by the prince's calm appearance. Even the fair and handsome face showed a cold kingly temperament at this moment. Chapter 40, Black Swan and Dragon Bone Bow. Aemon smiled and walked back to the crowd slowly. The same old saying. At the critical moment, be alert and don't lose face. The brave enjoy everything first, and courage needs no words. "Mom, there are probably slaves on the ship," Aemon reminded. Lady Rhea was still immersed in shock and stared at her silly son for a while, as if she had just met him for the first time. "Prince, you are simply a reincarnation of a warrior." Sir Steve was so excited that he couldn't think of other words to praise the shocking act. "Can I only say that he is worthy of Daemon's blood? Or, it's really as the rumors say. When every Targaryen is born, the gods will toss a coin to decide whether he is crazy or great." "Hush!" Aemon put his finger on his lips and said calmly, "Praise the dragon, sire. He is not a child anymore. His Royal Highness needs a dragon and a fiefdom, and then build a strong town to make it a rich place. Words of praise are outdated and not as good as actual benefits." Sir Steve suppressed his excitement, nodded vigorously, and stayed by the prince's side. At this time, Lady Rhea came to her senses. The sea was full of corpses, and she ordered the sailors to salvage the sunken ship. Half an hour passed. A group of young and strong men in coarse linen clothes were rescued and boarded the ship. They had tattoos on their faces and necks, and they were huddled at the bow with a cowering look. There were probably hundreds of them, all slaves who were craftsmen. There were all kinds of craftsmen, and they could be identified by the tattoos on their bodies. Among them, there was a young girl with a torn dress, who looked like the daughter of a noble lord. Aemon looked at her and secretly thought about how rare the craftsmen were. As for the beautiful girl with long black hair, sorry. Targaryen men are only interested in silver-haired women riding dragons. "Prince, look at what this is." Sir Steve pried open a box, and inside was a black bone bow. The bone bow was not a longbow, but a highly skilled recurve bow. The whole body was as black as ink, with sharp corners at both ends, and the bowstring was the tendons of some powerful creature. "Dragon bone bow." Aemon recognized it at a glance and took the black bone bow that was as tall as his body. "It felt heavy in my hand, not cold but warm." The panel prompt sounded at the right time. "Found an item containing rare magic, get magic essence +1. Aemon was stunned when he heard the voice, and there was an unexpected gain. On second thought, it was normal for dragon bones to have some magic left, and it was even more precious when made into weapons. It was no lower than bronze armor. Sir Steve said happily, "This batch of slaves was sold to Pentos, and this dragon bone bow is even more precious." "Thank you, sir." Aemon smiled and hugged the heavy dragon bone bow. As the name suggests, the bow is made of dragon bones. On the other side of the Straight Sea, dragon bones and dragon horns are precious things, and they are often auctioned at high prices. King's Landing also has it, but it lacks the craftsmanship to polish dragon bones. The dragon bone bow in his hand is hard in texture and the details are polished perfectly. It is probably the work of a top craftsman of Qohor. Compared with it, the small wooden bow was destroyed in seconds. "Aemon, come here." Lady Rhea frowned and pointed at the slave craftsmen, "Tell them that they will be released in Seagull Town and fend for themselves. These are foreigners who speak Valyrian." Aemon obeyed obediently and acted as an interpreter. After pondering for a moment, he took the initiative to say, "Mom, let's keep them. Runestone City doesn't need so many craftsmen." Lady Rhea looked around, not wanting to support so many people in vain. Aemon looked up and said seriously, "Leave it to me, they will always be useful." More than 100 craftsmen could not be found in King's Landing in a short time. The valley is relatively backward, and it is time to use people. Lady Rhea stared into her son's eyes, thought about it, and agreed, "They belong to you, and you pay for their food and drink." "No problem." Aemon smiled. Lady Rhea waved her hand, signaling the sailors to take the slave craftsmen away. Then, she called over the 50 Knights of the Vale who were accompanying them. Aemon's eyes were clear, for some reason. Lady Rhea rubbed his head, showing a rare look of satisfaction, and said, "In view of your performance, these 50 Knights of the Vale will be under your command in the future, and they will be loyal to you wholeheartedly." "Really?" Aemon was incredulous. A full 50 Knights of the Vale were already a force that should not be underestimated. Lady Rhea affirmed, "People in our family are as good as their words. Give it as soon as you say it, to build momentum for your son. The blood cousins in Runestone City are complicated, and it is inevitable that they will oppose Targaryen as the heir, so it is necessary to lay a good foundation in advance." Aemon was pleasantly surprised, and thought to himself that today was a good day. It doesn't matter whether Dad Daemon comes back or not. Dragonbone bows, slave craftsmen and Knights of the Vale directly meet the needs of opening up fiefdoms, and a small team can be formed. "You go down first." Lady Rhea gave Gunthor a look, indicating that he should take his son to familiarize himself with the army. The Knights of the Valley watched with their eyes and noses, and had no objection to being loyal to a young prince. Instead, they were very much looking forward to it. The scene of the prince shooting the pirates of the Three Women's Kingdom was vivid in their minds. An 8-year-old child was like a reincarnation of a warrior. The sailboat continued to sail. Lady Rhea called the only girl dressed in aristocratic clothes and asked about her origins. "What's your name?" The destitute girl showed her relief after surviving the disaster and confessed truthfully, "My name is Johanna Sven, and Lord Sven of Stonehelm is my uncle." "Your uncle is an lord, why didn't he save you?" Lady Rhea had a strange expression. Johanna lowered her head and bit her lower lip. "My uncle refused to pay the ransom." The rest was really hard to say. If her uncle was reluctant to spend money, she would be sold to brothels in major free trade cities. "Haha, Lord Sven is really unyielding." Lady Rhea laughed sarcastically and asked, "I've heard of you. Do you want me to send someone to send you back?" Johanna lowered her head even lower, obviously dissatisfied with her cold-blooded uncle and didn't want to go back and face the cold eyes. "Then stay in Runestone City and be my female companion." Lady Rhea knew her difficulties and took her in with good intentions so that she would not be homeless. "Thank you, ma'am." Johanna knelt on the ground and shed excited tears. Aemon watched the whole process, looked at Johanna curiously, and then returned to the stern. Black Swan Johanna, a famous socialite in Rhys, half of the power behind the scenes. She had a rough life experience, which was also inspiring enough. The royal forest hunt had heard of her, but she didn't expect to be accidentally rescued by her own family. Then she wouldn't have to be sold to a brothel to suffer. Raise her well, and she will be useful in the future. The sun gradually set. Facing the glory of the setting sun, the sea surface was rendered with a layer of soft blush. "Ah!" Aemon stood at the stern and screamed. The fish basket was overturned again, and the fish basket was full of fish. Except for the charred marks, there was only a dead fish covered with sticky saliva. It looked like the fish thief was full and vomited it out after regurgitating it. "How dare you, I must catch you." Aemon's eyes were blazing, he sat on the small stool and started to cast the hook frantically. "Don't you like eating fish? Then go fishing. If you have the guts, I'll fish all the way and you can eat all the way. I'll stuff you to death, you fish thief. Don't let me catch you, or you'll be in trouble." Aemon thought bitterly. Dragons are not tools, but highly intelligent creatures with flesh and blood. Every dragon is adorable. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, The Shock of Runestone City. Time flies. Half a month later. Vale, Runestone City. In the morning, the sun had just risen, and its light poured through the curtains. Prince's bedroom. Aemon opened his eyes groggily and let out a huge yawn. "Good morning, everyone." The sleepy prince greeted casually. The so-called bedroom was actually the same small room as before. He had gone to bed late last night, still brooding over the fish thief. After 3 days sailing at sea, every large fish they caught had been stolen, becoming the fish thief's personal buffet. Until they landed at Seagull Town, the matter had come to an end. His Royal Highness was furious he never managed to catch it. But according to the rumors among the fishermen at Seagull Town, someone had seen a light grey-white dragon silhouette in the sea mist during the early morning. It usually caught fish to eat. But when it saw people, it would timidly hide, as if it were shy. "Don't stay in the Vale, it's safer to go back to Dragonstone," Aemon murmured, feeling oddly relieved about the little wild dragon with full stealth stats. Then, he looked around at those he had greeted. There were 4 dragon eggs on the bed, a dragon bone bow hanging above the headboard, and 6 rusty bronze armors mounted on the wall. The bronze armors were only breastplates, with runes etched into them, exuding a weathered air. "Snowy, come out and get to work," Aemon dressed and called out to the golden-nosed rat that had crawled under the bed. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat was lively and energetic. It climbed onto the bed and stuffed the 3 dragon eggs into the space pouch inside its mouth for safekeeping. "Good girl, Snowy." Aemon nodded approvingly, praising her generously. Having spatial storage was truly useful. She could carry a lot. As for the name, it was just a code name. As long as they understood each other, that was enough. The rat wouldn't blame him. As he got up, Aemon habitually pulled up the magic essence panel. Daemon Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline, Dragon King of Old Valyria, 23%. Skills, Writing, Proficient, Archery, Mastery, Sleight of Hand, Proficient. Magic cards, Solid as a Rock +1, Blue, King's Temperament, Purple, Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast, Comments, Healthy and Growing Human Cub, Weight gradually returning to normal. Aemon schemed the list and switched to the card panel. 3 cards, 1 white and 2 green, all low value. Ignore. His eyes settled on the golden hourglass. Essence quantity, 149. Nice. Feels good to have money in the pocket. Aemon grinned. In the past half-month, his essence count had grown steadily. Many of the items that generated essence had developed a pattern. The 4 dragon eggs were the largest producers, generating 12 points of essence every 3 days. Including the days spent in King's Landing, they had already brought in 60 points total. The white deer was second, producing 10 points every 7 days. Not a huge amount, but stable. Other items, like the dragon bone bow and bronze armor, could only be harvested once every half-month, barely giving 1 to 3 points each time. Of the 6 bronze armors hanging in Aemon's room, 4 were taken from tombs, and 2 were heirlooms from William and Gunthor's families. All in all, including the 3 new clumps of Eula grass he had found, his total stood at 149 essence. Aemon, I've been too afraid of going broke to spend any of it. Squeak. The golden-nosed rat was too simple-minded to understand why her master was so happy. She just nuzzled against his palm in shared joy. Come on, let's go. Aemon picked her up and gently placed her on his shoulder. Then he pushed open the door and stepped outside. In the hall, Johanna, dressed in a maid's outfit, stood quietly and respectfully beside the breakfast table. Aemon, with great appetite, devoured his breakfast. Prince, you should go out for some exercise, Johanna reminded him softly. Aemon froze mid-chew, blinking. What's this? Did his mother assign her to monitor his diet? Johanna remained expressionless. She had already grown numb with surprise at the prince's shocking appetite. She had never seen a child eat so much. I'm losing weight, seriously. Aemon wiped his mouth and pinched his slightly round belly. Since returning from King's Landing, he had been training hard under Sir Steve's guidance. Riding, archery, swordplay. His face might still be fair and cute, but his limbs were packed with strength. He could already draw a third of the dragon bone bow's length. Not bad at all. Johanna cleared the table and reminded again, Madam says you must walk after every meal every day. The last 2 words were deliberately emphasized. Aemon understood immediately. Half a month ago he had landed at Seagull Town and ridden a white deer all the way back to Runestone City. Such a flamboyant entrance, plus his title as prince and named heir, had made him the talk of the entire Vale. The name Prince Aemon had spread everywhere. But different people had different opinions. Some of House Royce supported him, others remained indifferent diehards. No matter, it would be proven in time. He was the heir to Runestone City. No one could change that. His mother wanted him to take walks daily, to let the people of House Royce become familiar with him and accept him. After all, he rarely went out before, so few people knew him personally. "All right, I'll go now." Aemon said his thanks and headed out. Although Johanna wore a maid's outfit, she was technically his mother's companion, equal in rank to an attendant or cup-bearer. Those were respectable positions, usually reserved for noble ladies. Princess Rhaenyra had many such companions, their status was elevated simply by serving her. They deserved respect. As soon as Aemon stepped outside Yo-Yo, a large pair of antlers slipped between his legs, followed by a smooth slide along glossy white fur, depositing him gently on the deer's back. Aemon sat atop the fitted saddle, patting the soft fur. "You're in a rush today, hey? You nearly startled me." Yo-Yo. The white deer was as gentle as ever. It stood tall and carried His Highness out of the courtyard. "Aemon, you've earned a reward." The golden-nosed rat twitched its whiskers, pulled a handful of eula grass from its pouch, and climbed onto the deer's head to feed it. The two whites, one large, one small, had clearly grown close. The white deer opened its mouth without hesitation and happily munched away. Aemon swayed slightly and laughed, his spirits lifted. He looked around Runestone City with fresh eyes. Among the castles in the Vale, Runestone was definitely one of the best. It sprawled across a vast area, with tall, thick walls. The tower where he lived resembled a great chimney, imposing and grand. Each district was carefully divided, and everyone knew their role. It was still early, and many people were already training in the castle yard. Craftsmen and servants bustled about, and a warmth filled the lively air. "If I want to inherit this place, I've got a long way to go." Aemon sighed to himself. Besides, his mother was still alive. He couldn't inherit it yet. Ding dong! Ding dong! The white deer stepped gracefully to a modest blacksmith's shop. "Prince, you're here." Sir Steve stepped out and greeted him with a smile. "Is my sword ready?" Aemon asked. The white deer was clever, it knelt naturally, letting him slide off with ease. The people nearby all took notice. Whether they were Royces or retainers, they couldn't hide their envy. An auspicious white deer paired with a princely title? A devastating combination. Sir Steve waved his hand. "It's ready, come see." An old blacksmith, hair and beard both snow-white, emerged from the shop. He was one of the rescued slave craftsmen from the ship, and had brought along 5 young apprentices. "Great Dragon King, this is your sword." The old blacksmith knelt with reverence, holding up a 2-foot short sword as if making an offering. He spoke in formal Valyrian. "Get up, don't kneel." Aemon frowned and snapped back in High Valyrian, "There are no slaves under Targaryen rule." The old blacksmith trembled and stood quickly. Valyrian had many dialects and registers. As a scion of the Dragon Lords, Aemon had learned the noble high tongue. Common folk spoke in mixed or low Valyrian, and they instinctively revered anyone who spoke otherwise. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Independent Heart. Aemon sighed softly, feeling helpless as he looked at the old blacksmith's fearful demeanor. Most of the slave craftsmen brought back were the same. Years of persecution and torment at the hands of slave owners had left them broken. They saw themselves as lesser and struggled to integrate into Runestone City. Thankfully, they weren't difficult to support. There were a little more than 120 of them, organized in groups of 5 per household. Based on the standard that 1 gold dragon could sustain a family in King's Landing for a month, feeding all of them cost only about 60 gold dragons a month, just 720 gold dragons a year. And Aemon, the prince, had over 10,000 gold dragons on hand. It was more than enough to support them for over a decade. "You may go. Live well, and come find me if you need anything," Aemon said, waving his hand, feeling the weight of responsibility. "Thank you, Dragon Lord." The old blacksmith bowed and backed away, still trembling. Aemon remained still, drawing his new sword to examine it. Swish! The 2-foot blade gleamed dark orange as he unsheathed it. The spine was thick, the color unmistakably bronze. He looked over every detail. The hilt was bound tightly, offering a firm grip that wouldn't slip even with sweaty palms. The pommel was shaped in a circular design with 4 squares enclosing it. Intricate runes were engraved across the blade's spine. "Are these even functional?" Aemon frowned, tracing his fingers over the runes. Bronze faith. Rune culture. The Royce family's symbols were born from these 2 things. Their bronze armors were inscribed with similar runes said to grant protection to the wearer. It was likely just superstition, yet those armors did contain trace amounts of magic. Perhaps the runes really did play a role. Sir Steve, watching nearby, said, "Prince, magic often walks the line between true and false. What matters is that we can't replicate it." "You're right, Sir," Aemon said as he sheathed the blade. "I understand that human ability has its limits. There was no way to reconstruct the full power of the ancient runes, especially not with his knowledge. He could only hope that the essence panel would yield a card offering relevant magical insight someday. Let's go." He strapped the bronze short sword to his waist and mounted the white deer. A man of status should always carry a proper blade. Even if bronze was softer than steel, the blacksmith's craftsmanship was exceptional. It suited his 8-year-old self perfectly. Sir Steve looked at him and smiled knowingly. Watching the young prince grow, his own spirits lifted. King's Landing had been a cesspit full of hidden knives. Runestone City was divided in its opinions, but at least their charge the prince was honest and sincere. It felt like a rare, well-earned holiday. The white deer trotted leisurely, stopping now and then as Aemon greeted familiar faces during his morning circuit. He kept a calm smile, waving occasionally. Yet many still turned away. Most of them were Royce knights, unenthusiastic about the Targaryen heir. Their attitude filtered down, and many of the hired knights and squires followed suit in silence. After a full round, Aemon returned to the castle. Creak. He pushed open the door to the lecture attic, where the old maester was already waiting. Despite his other duties, the prince still had daily morning lessons to attend. "Good morning, maester," Aemon greeted as he strode to the front of the room. William sat in one of the benches with a book open, ready to begin. Gunthor was perched on a windowsill, munching on an orange. Sir Steve stood at the door as a silent guardian. This was the prince's team, small, but loyal. Seagull Knight Ryan Shet was no longer with them. He had returned home after their landing in Seagull Town. Their escort group was 1 man short. The old maester pulled a letter from his sleeve and spoke slowly, "A reply from the princess." "Oh, let me see." Aemon opened the envelope. Though he was back in Runestone City, his heart still lingered in King's Landing. He thought of her often. Alicent wrote frequently, saying that Otto had resigned and she now enjoyed some peace in the Red Keep. She asked if he was well, reminded him to eat enough, and not to kick the blankets at night. Like an older sister or a mother. He always wrote back quickly and often sent along some local goods from the Vale via cargo ships. Rhaenyra wrote occasionally too. She told him that Lord Lionel had become the new hand of the king and the council was selecting a new master of laws. She also complained about her father, Viserys, who refused to cede power and constantly paraded young nobles to flaunt their talents. She wanted to prove herself but lacked practical ideas. To that, Aemon had offered a suggestion. King's Landing, with its population of over 500,000, was filthy and plagued with poor sanitation. The Gold Cloaks handled security, so there was no room to act there but sanitation? That was an opening. In his few days there, Aemon had seen and smelled the rot for himself. Feces and urine filled the streets. The stench was unbearable. So he told Rhaenyra, recruit hard-working orphans, give them tools and carts, and assign them to clean up one street at a time. They didn't need to clean everything, just focus on gathering waste. Haul it out of the city every evening, then compost it on a field. Compost wasn't yet a common practice, but people understood the concept of manure-based fertilizers. Once processed, that fertilizer could be used to till the fields. Then, grant some land to homeless orphans. Let them farm it with royal support. In just a few years, the city would smell cleaner, and the crown could collect more taxes from the newly reclaimed lands. And Rhaenyra would earn the favor of the people. It was a perfect plan. A pilot sanitation program, organized waste collection, cesspool centralization, she's really doing it. Aemon murmured as he read, impressed. Rhaenyra had taken his advice to heart. She'd already begun. Over 100 orphans had been recruited. For now, they were assigned to one street near the Red Keep. They cleaned the waste each morning and hauled it out of the city at dusk. Composting was easy, there was plenty of royal farmland. But two challenges had come up, public resistance, and the difficulty of cleanup. The commoners didn't like others handling their waste. Even though it was garbage, the idea of someone else taking it away offended them. And cleaning was hard work. Years of accumulated filth had caked into the streets. Fortunately, King Jaehaerys had built a drainage system during his reign, so it didn't flood with waste during rain. Still, it wasn't easy. Rhaenyra had responded with force. She sent gold cloaks to beat the troublemakers and informed every household they had to dump their waste at designated collection points. Anyone who refused would be fined. After that, things went smoothly. In just days, the street became noticeably cleaner. Even if some grumbled that she was harsh, the praise from the lower classes was real. After all, who didn't want to walk streets free of piss and shit? Aemon was delighted. She really pulled it off. People in the Middle Ages weren't dumb, they just lacked vision. Ah, when will I have my own fief? He cupped his cheek with one hand, his expression melancholic. His mother was still in good health and could live for decades more. If he couldn't inherit Runestone City, then he'd have to build something of his own. Only by becoming master of his own land could he realize his true ambitions. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Personal Flag. Will you write back to the princess? The old maester took out a pen and paper and asked as usual. Of course. Aemon spoke straightforwardly, then added, you write for me and praise her on my behalf. He didn't dare write it himself. Holding a pen here meant copying history books. The old maester was amused, shook his head, and began writing. Aemon smiled, leaned on the table, and suddenly asked, Maester, how do you think I can win the recognition of the Royce people? That is a profound question. The old maester paused and pondered. Your great-grandfather, His Majesty the King of the Century, did it well. He chose to integrate. Aemon frowned, thinking deeply about the meaning. The Targaryen dynasty was founded by Aegon the Conqueror, and the throne passed to weak Aenisi. After his death, it was usurped by cruel Maegor. These three monarchs had vastly different personalities, and their methods and results during their reigns also differed. The Conqueror was the founding monarch. No one dared oppose him openly. But in the Dorne War, he lost his beloved sister and queen. Until his death, the Seven Kingdoms remained ununified. Aenisi was a delicate flower raised in a cradle by his father, yet he inherited all the hidden dangers left by the Conqueror. His body couldn't handle the stress, and he died of illness. Maegor I was brutal. He usurped the throne from his nephew, Aegon the Uncrowned, and committed the unpardonable crime of kinslaying. But one fact remains undeniable, his cruelty and iron-fisted methods laid the Targaryen dynasty's foundation for the next 100 years and cleared obstacles for the next king. The fourth king was his great-grandfather, Jaehaerys I. Jaehaerys inherited the throne young. As a teenager, he was marginalized by his mother, the Queen Dowager, and his stepfather, Lord Baratheon. Upon adulthood, he gradually regained power. He was a natural king. During his reign, he signed a peace agreement with the Faith of the Seven, toured the realm to win over nobility, and built the King's Road to break through borders. He was decisive in foreign wars and repelled Dorne's invasions. Had he not lost two outstanding heirs in his later years, his reign would have been perfect. Aemon's brows furrowed further. He took out a seven-pointed star badge from the drawer, his face solemn. Targaryens worshipped the Seven to integrate into Westeros. Only then were they accepted. The old maester nodded. I hear the king is a devout believer of the Seven. Even the queen and princess often attend the cathedral in King's Landing. Aemon glanced up and saw the old maester wink. That's right. Alicent was indeed a devout believer of the Seven, though the other two weren't as devoted. It showed that integration was one solution. But I refuse, Aemon said seriously. The old maester wasn't surprised. As an observer, he said, integration means changing oneself. That is a painful process. It had taken decades for the old king to reach his decision. What about an 8-year-old child? I'm not afraid of hardship, but I won't compromise. Aemon shook his head, firm in his beliefs. He blurted out in half-Valeman, I am who I am. This method won't work. It seems you have your own ideas. The old maester was easygoing. He didn't try to persuade him. In fact, he was pleased that the boy had such conviction and independent thought at his age. Aemon forced a smile, unable to voice the pain he felt. His great-grandfather was lonely in his later years and full of regret on his deathbed. Integration had scraped him to the bone. The old and the young discussed, while others in the room were utterly lost. They didn't understand at all. The old maester returned to writing, trying to compose a polite and thoughtful reply. Aemon lowered his head, rifling through the drawer. He had to think of a win-win solution. At least eliminate misunderstanding. Treat the symptoms, even if not the root cause. A quarter-hour passed. The old maester sealed the letter. Bang! Aemon slapped the table, face flushed with excitement. Maester, will this work? His hand pulled away, revealing the Royce family's coat of arms. The old maester was surprised. He thought about how difficult it was to change a banner and shook his head. It would work, but the king wouldn't allow it. That would erase your Valyrian heritage. The Targaryens were rare. His Highness was based in the Vale, a royal branch. Changing banners wasn't something one did lightly. Aemon pulled out the red three-headed dragon coat of arms. What about this? The old maester still shook his head. It would work, but even with Lady Rhea as your mother, changing the Royce family banner would take generations to win hearts. Daemon and Rhea's marriage had been arranged by Queen Ali's Anne. The idea was to tame the unruly grandson and let him take root in fertile soil. But the marriage was disharmonious and left scars. It wouldn't be easy for Aemon to repair it. Aemon looked serious. He overlaid both emblems and asked, then what if I combine the two into one? This time, it wasn't a question, it was a declaration. He would discard the individual banners of Targaryen and Royce and merge them into his personal sigil. The method was simple. The meaning profound. The old maester's eyes widened. It can be done. But you'll need merit to convince the people. The purpose of merging banners was to unite the strength of both houses. Without cohesion, it would become a joke. Aemon understood well. But there was no better, safer shortcut. He called William, who sat upright nearby, and handed him both emblems. Take these to the prince's camp. The craftsmen there know how to make flags. The prince's camp was a temporary encampment for the freed slaves and the 50 Vale Knights under his command, Aemon's direct subordinates, just outside Runestone. Yes, Prince. William was spirited and left immediately. Aemon scratched his head, troubled. Maester, I have many ideas but I lack wise men to help me. He wasn't particularly smart or hard-working. But that didn't matter. Reading history made one wise. Many founding monarchs weren't strategic geniuses. If he couldn't be a thoroughbred himself, he could at least find one. Knowing people and using them well could achieve greatness too. The old maester hesitated. I'm 60 years old. 60 wasn't the age to strive and build. That's not what I mean. Aemon looked at him earnestly. Do you know anyone in the citadel? Help me find 2 reliable ones. Yes, there are some. Are you certain you need them? The old maester looked at him cautiously. Yes, I do. The citadel was the only institution of higher learning in Westeros. Its scholars were embedded in noble households across the realm. Their prestige was deeply rooted. Of course, the later extinction of dragons had much to do with the citadel's anti-magic leanings. But even so, power was often held by a few. You couldn't just eliminate them all. Seeing that Aemon was serious, the old maester pondered for a moment. I have a distant nephew in the citadel. He's worn 6 chains already and is more talented than I am. Can you summon him? Aemon's eyes lit up. The citadel produced talents. I can try. The old maester smiled. But the citadel is far from Runestone. It will take time. You'll need patience. No problem. I'll speak with mother about this. Aemon's eyes burned with motivation. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Why not kneel when you meet the prince? It was noon, and the sun shone brightly. Aemon stepped out of the attic and went to report to his mother. In the spacious hall, a man was visibly upset. Rhea Royce, a middle-aged man with a white beard, wore bronze armor lined with leather. Just by looking at him, one could tell he was a stubborn old relic. Lady Rhea, do you really want that child to inherit Runestone City? Gerald's face showed disbelief, as if the sky was falling. Lady Rhea sat on a chair, carefully wiping a long sword with an ancient design, and said casually, Cousin, he is my son. He is also the son of that man. Gerald was both excited and indignant. Your husband returned from the Stone Steps Islands and fled to Dragonstone Island to live in isolation. He never took you or the Royce family seriously. Lady Rhea's expression turned cold. I don't need an incompetent husband, but Aemon is still my son and my heir. She would be glad to hear that the man had died suddenly one day, whether by getting into trouble and being attacked, or by exhausting himself on a prostitute's lap. But she would never allow slander against her son to spread. Gerald was startled but unwilling to back down. You have a better choice. Who? Madame Rhea sneered. Is it your cousin? Or my unmarried cousin? This. Gerald fell silent, hesitating, unable to answer. When Jobert chose the heir, there were several candidates among the direct cousins. He was the oldest male. But Uncle Jobert bypassed others, including him, and chose Madame Rhea, his cousin who had been smart since childhood. Facts had proven Madame Rhea was indeed no less capable than a man. Seeing him stall, Rhea lost interest and said disappointedly, Go back, cousin. But Gerald was eager to speak. Madame Leia waved him off. Tell others to end those baseless thoughts. I will not give in. Her sharp words shattered all his little schemes. Gerald's heart sank hearing that. He had many supporters who opposed the Targaryen children inheriting Runestone City. But his cousin's resolve left him trapped. Just then Mom. Aemon entered through the main door with a smile. Both men in the hall looked over. Gerald's hope flared again. Lady Rhea glanced at her cousin and frowned subtly. The first peg that sticks out gets hammered down first. What deal had those people made for him to be the first to show himself? Are you chatting? Aemon asked knowingly, eyes fixed more on his cousin. Gerald barely kept his composure and nodded, a weak greeting. Aemon's lips curved slightly, thinking some people were truly blind. With such an attitude, one still had to watch the person's true intentions. If you're not in the attic for class, what are you doing here? Lady Rhea stopped and glanced at the two large men behind her son. Sir Steve nodded and saluted, but Gunthor ignored everything and did his own thing. Aemon was about to answer when Lady Rhea cut him off, annoyed. Cousin, you should go back. She didn't want her son to know about problems she could handle herself. Jello, unwilling to give up, hurriedly said, You really want a Targaryen to inherit Runestone City? Then what about the Royce name? I am the Lord of Runestone City. It's not your concern. Lady Rhea answered sharply. Gerald snapped back, I am also a member of Runestone City, and I have the right to worry about the family. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed at Aemon. You are the mother of this child. Who knows if you might act on impulse regarding the heir and destroy the family's foundation. Lady Rhea's face turned cold, as if frost was forming. Blinded by self-interest, Gerald spoke without restraint. Anyone with eyes could see that Queen Alysanne had arranged the marriage between her grandson Daemon and Lady Rhea to win over the Royce family. But Uncle Jobert, almost possessed, later handed Runestone City to Lady Rhea. Lady Rhea became a lord, and her offspring would be the next heir. This way, the Targaryens could easily steal the inheritance of Runestone City. It was like eating the entire family alive. I object. Gerald's voice grew louder. Aemon couldn't listen any longer and interrupted, Sir Gerald, may I ask what gives you the right to say these things? He wouldn't stand by and let others question his mother. He had to fight for his rights. Gerald paused, then said bluntly, because my last name is Royce. Aemon looked him straight in the eyes and asked, before I came in, I heard you mention my father. Has my father ever wronged you or harmed the Royce family? Gerald opened his mouth to answer but stopped. Thinking carefully, Daemon was arrogant, never looked him in the eye, and rarely stayed in Runestone City. The worst he did was probably call his cousin Lady Rhea a bronze bitch. Aemon continued, may I ask again, since I am my mother's son, do I not carry half the blood of the Royce family in my veins? Gerald could not deny it. Of course. Oh, so my father never offended you, nor harmed the Royce family. I am also a member of the Royce family. Aemon's voice turned cold and quick. Swish. He drew the bronze dagger from his waist and pressed it against Gerald's side. My right to inherit comes from my mother, and the king has recognized it. What right do you have to slander me? Gerald was shocked, stepping back, and said what he truly thought, you are a Targaryen. If you inherit Runestone City, it would be a cuckoo in the magpie's nest. Bang! The hall's door burst open, and someone hurried in. William, sweating, asked for credit. Prince, the craftsman rushed to finish it. Please take a look. Aemon didn't even look up, staring at Jello's sweaty face, and muttered, it's right here. Open it. Yes. William sensed the tension, shook his hand, and unfurled a rolled-up flag. With a swish, a shield-shaped inverted triangle flag appeared. The flag was divided clearly in two. On the left side was a dark orange background with two white stripes running through the middle, adorned with black runes. Between the rune bands, black pebbles were neatly arranged. It was a slight modification of the Royce family flag, both classic and grand. The right side was simpler. On a pure black background, a lifelike three-headed red dragon stretched in the center. The rune pebbles and the dragon faced each other on opposite sides. The orange background complemented the red dragon, and the black and white runes echoed the black field. The colors were neither flashy nor dull. The flag was full of majesty. When Lady Rhea and Gerald saw the flag, their pupils suddenly shrank. The two-part flag symbolized the union of the two families. Give it to me. Even Gunthor, usually thick-skinned, understood the meaning. He took the flag and placed it in front of Lady Rhea. Lady Rhea took a deep breath and looked at the pale Jello. Cousin, what else do you have to say? Gerald was stunned. You have nothing to say, but I do. Aemon caught the slip. Do you know what crime you committed before? Gerald snapped awake, cold sweat breaking out. Prince, You still remember I'm a prince? Aemon tilted his head. Gerald's lips moved, but no words came out. Seeing this, Aemon smiled suddenly. For the sake of this flag, I will forgive you. Geraldo's heart sank with a bad feeling. For a moment, he seemed to see the shadow of the dissolute prince who had stolen his love. But Aemon changed the subject, holding the sword and stepping forward. Since you're meeting the prince, why don't you kneel? Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Rogue Prince Daemon No. Gerald recoiled in terror, stumbling backward to dodge the blow. In the very next instant, Sir Steve and Gunthor drew their swords and crossed them against his neck without hesitation. Aemon thrust forward, his blade pierced through the leather armor, pressing against the soft flesh of Gerald's abdomen. Gerald froze, shocked that a child would dare to be so ruthless. He turned to Lady Rhea for help. But Lady Rhea averted her gaze, ignoring him completely. A sense of despair washed over Gerald. Sir, didn't you hear me the first time? Aemon pressed forward, his voice calm but firm. You clearly still don't understand proper etiquette. Perhaps you need to be taught. He slowly twisted the bronze blade. The leather tore, leaving a clean gash. Gerald made to stop him, but the twin swords resting on his shoulders glinted with cold light pressed just close enough to slice skin. There was nowhere left to retreat. His legs gave out, and he dropped to one knee with a dull thud. Your Highness! I'm sorry. Eyes shut tight, Gerald lowered his head and confessed his fault. Aemon held the sword steady at his neck, fingers tightening slightly. Enough! Lady Rhea stepped in at just the right moment, halting her son's next move. She could see he was beginning to mimic his father's reckless way of handling things. Aemon paused, jaw clenched, and after a couple of seconds, he pulled back the blade. He had truly wanted to run Gerald through. Lady Rhea stepped forward, holding the long, ancient sword she'd polished earlier. Cousin, she said solemnly, my son has made his choice. Now, you must make yours. Gerald opened his eyes, visibly shaken. Lady Rhea drew the other two swords and gently rested the ancient blade on Gerald's shoulder. Word by word, she declared, Aemon is my heir. You will swear loyalty to him. She then handed the sword to Aemon. Surprised, Aemon took the heavy blade. It was clearly not an ordinary weapon. A notification echoed in his ears, you have discovered a magic-infused item. Magic Essence plus 10. He looked more closely and quickly recognized it, the Royce family's Valyrian steel sword Lament. The slender blade shimmered faintly with ripples, and its crossguard bore runes carved deep into the metal. The hilt was over a foot long, radiating age and dignity. Lady Rhea gave him a meaningful look. One day, it will be yours. Gerald said nothing. He understood he had no right to refuse. Steeling himself, he bowed his head and recited, I, Gerald Royce, hereby swear fealty to Lady Rhea and her heir. I pledge to serve with loyalty and courage, to defend them, to be faithful, and never to lie. After a pause, his tone became devout, let the new gods and the old bear witness to this oath. Lady Rhea nodded, satisfied, and looked at her son. Aemon hesitated briefly, then said with sudden clarity, I, Prince Aemon of House Targaryen, accept your oath of loyalty. He then returned the vow of protection, promising not to shame, neglect, or dishonor his vassal. Instead, he would offer trust, generosity, and respect. Finally, he said, you shall always have a place by my hearth. Thank you, Prince. Gerald bowed deeply, his neck exposed. Aemon gently tapped his head and shoulders with lament, sealing the oath. Not bad, Lady Rhea remarked. She gave Gunthor a glance. Gunthor pretended not to notice, silently sheathing his massive greatsword. Aemon chose not to push him further. Gunthor, though rough and blunt, was proud and reserved. Aemon was still too young to earn his full recognition. Gerald stood and quietly stepped aside. From that moment forward, he was Daemon Targaryen's sworn knight bound to serve faithfully or lose his honor and become nothing more than a mercenary. Lady Rhea took back lament, clearly not interested in further discussion. "Mother, we'll be off then," Aemon said, and the others followed him. William was the most excited. He quickly retrieved the two-part flag and practically danced around the prince. "One banner, one knight. Amazing!" Aemon pushed him aside with a frown and offered Gerald a few polite words of reassurance. Truthfully, he didn't want to accept Gerald. But family was family. He couldn't reject him outright or easily cast him aside. He remembered something an old mentor once said, either accept someone fully, or eliminate them. This time, he'd accepted him and gained more in return. Another warrior for his cause. As they left the hall, Gerald caught up silently and dropped to one knee again. "Prince, I have 500 archers under my command. They will all pledge their loyalty to you." His eyes flicked to the rolled-up banner in William's arms. The message was clear: raise the banner, and they'll follow. "I understand, Sir." Aemon helped him up. Gerald held significant authority in Runestone City. The city had a large territory with fertile fields and enough taxes to support a force of 3,000. Of those, 800 were cavalry directly under the Lord's command. 1,000 archers were split between two commanders. 1,200 infantry were drilled bi-weekly by the city's instructors. Lady Rhea supported her son, and Gunthor trained the infantry. Now with Gerald's allegiance, most of Runestone's military stood behind Aemon. It was secure at last. Mid-May arrived quickly. The valley was warm and alive with thick grass and flocks of birds. In the front yard of Runestone City, Aemon stood focused, gripping a wooden sword. "Prince, mind your breathing," Sir Steve instructed, launching a swift overhead strike. His wooden sword blurred through the air, each swing faster than the last. Aemon braced himself, feet planted, deflecting the blows. Even when hit, he quickly recovered and kept his form. 2 months had changed a lot. He had grown taller from barely over a meter to nearly 1.2 meters. As he grew, his body shed its baby fat. His once chubby cheeks had thinned, making his delicate face even more striking. His belly was gone entirely. He now had a lean figure, with long silver-gold hair tied back, giving him the appearance of a proper young noble. Clang! Steve dodged and knocked Aemon's sword from his hand. Aemon let out a breath, ending the match. "Your swordsmanship is improving quickly," Steve praised, picking up the dropped weapon. "But you should try using both hands so you won't be disarmed so easily." Aemon replied, frustrated, "I've tried. It's like my left hand doesn't listen." Every time he tried to grip the sword with both hands, it felt like someone else was fighting for the hilt. His balance would break, and he'd fall. He had begun to consider focusing entirely on one-handed swordsmanship. After all, once his father Daemon passed, he would inherit Dark Sister. As that thought struck, a strange sensation rippled through him. Hiss! Gra! A sharp roar echoed from the sky. Aemon looked up and froze. Boom! A scarlet beast tore through the clouds, wings spread wide, buffeting Runestone City with slicing wind. Its horns curled back like blades. Its serpentine neck gleamed red, and its powerful wings carved through the sky. A dragon! Caraxes! Aemon's eyes widened. He knew that silhouette instantly. The dragon's massive shadow loomed over Runestone. Wind howled. Soldiers and knights scrambled for cover. "It's a dragon!" Chaos erupted. People ran blindly, shielding their eyes from the gale. Aemon stood his ground. "Don't panic. It's Caraxes, Prince Daemon's dragon," Steve shouted, donning his helmet and stepping in front of the prince. But the thunderous roar drowned him out. Hiss! Greya! The dragon circled the city 3 full times, its molten eyes glaring down. Finally, at its rider's command, it descended slowly toward the front wall. Boom! Caraxes landed with a quake, neck stretched low and wings folded behind. Its back came into full view. Aemon stared up and recognized the rider at once. Silver hair, violet eyes. A stern face, proud eyebrows, high nose wild and dangerous, just like the dragon he rode. There was no mistaking him. His father, Daemon Targaryen. Knighted at 16. Gifted dark sister by King Jaehaerys himself. Admired by many as the rogue prince. Now, he may have come to crown himself King of the Vale. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Weird vs. Honeyed Mouth. The arrival of the dragon immediately alarmed the entire castle. The servants hid everywhere, and the soldiers swarmed out. Stop, that's Prince Daemon. Seeing that there was going to be chaos, Sir Steve shouted again and again. Facing the dragon, the soldiers were terrified and surrounded it from a distance, not daring to get close. What a big dragon, it's worthy of being called Caraxes. Aemon's eyes only had the bloodthirsty giant insect, and his breathing became rapid. As soon as he heard the name, it suited him very well. Hiss! Caraxes had a rebellious temperament, roaring at the outer soldiers, setting off a second round of hot wines. In an instant, the whole place was silent. Quiet, Caraxes! The man on the dragon's back looked down and gently patted the dragon's back. When Aemon looked at him again, he happened to be facing the dazzling sunlight and it was a little unclear. On the other side, the man on the dragon's back slowly walked down. The soldiers drew their swords one after another, fearing that the dragon would run away. Daemon had no scruples. He saw a silver-gold color early on and approached with a clear goal. Prince! Sir Steve was alert and stood in front of the prince. Although they were father and son, they had to be on guard. It was said in the early years that Prince Daemon did not like the son born to his first wife, calling him a dragon cub that would never grow up. Not long after Lady Rhea gave birth, she turned around and called her son a bastard seed. The news soon reached the ears of the old King Jaehaerys, who took the newly born prince back to the Red Keep to take care of him. In a blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. Who knows if the father and son can live in peace? Daemon kept walking and glanced at the White Knight indifferently until he could not go any further. He lowered his head and quietly looked at the only silver-haired boy present. Sir, it's okay. Aemon was very calm and walked from behind to the front. Less than 2 feet away, the 2 Targaryens, one big and one small, looked at each other. Daemon had a stern face, a tall and thin figure, and wore hard leather armor, revealing a capable temperament. The most striking thing is that he wore a dead wood crown on his head, and his shoulder-length hair was trimmed to short silver-gold hair. This made Aemon doubt the purpose of his visit. He felt guilty about his son. Or maybe he just came to Runestone City to show off his achievements. Daemon was also looking at the boy in front of him. He was of good height, with the handsome appearance of Targaryen, and a little sweat on his forehead from the training. What satisfied him most was that the little guy was brave and remained calm throughout the whole process. After a few seconds, Aemon hesitated and took the initiative to greet him. Father, hello. His voice was dry. There was no emotion, just politeness. Daemon smiled faintly, glanced at the unique 2-point flag among the outer soldiers, and said in half-Valyrian, "It seems that you have found a way to get along." He thought the rumors about King's Landing were false. What white deer, being crowned prince, being loved. Is that still his son? Oh, it turns out that he is precocious. Aemon raised his eyebrows and spoke in half-Valyrian, "You are wearing a crown. You are already a prince, I can't just stand still." Daemon had a smile in his eyes, and he was quite satisfied with his son. He was proficient in Valyrian. Not only was it easy to communicate, but it also enhanced feelings. Aemon opened his mouth, there was nothing to say. Could it be that he was personally conferred the title by his uncle? And you are wearing a crown, my dear uncle, your good brother, do you know about this? Daemon didn't know his son's little tricks, looked around at the soldiers on standby, and said calmly, you are the master here, why don't you take me as a guest? He changed the subject very abruptly. Aemon didn't say much, turned around and led the way. He looked calm, but secretly relieved in his heart. Facing his father Daemon, it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. The father and son have known each other for 8 years, and the number of times they have met can be counted on one hand. Before the meeting, he had imagined various situations. The other party didn't like him and said something hurtful. Or they would dislike each other and cause some family disputes. Fortunately, Daemon acted like a father and treated him well. There was no need for the father to divorce the son. In the spacious hall. My husband, what brings you to the valley? Lady Rhea sat in the main seat and asked curiously, finally remembered that you still have a family, and ran back to reunite with your family. Daemon stood in the hall with a cold expression. Lady Rhea raised her swan neck proudly and said sarcastically, although I don't want to, the goats in the valley may be able to. After all, our sheep are more beautiful, you can pick any nest to keep warm. These are all insults that the other party has said. As the family motto of the Royce family, we remember. Daemon listened to everything, shifted his gaze elsewhere, and a contemptuous arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for seeing his son, he would indeed prefer to find a goat to hug and sleep. Aemon was right next to him, and he was stunned at the moment. My mother is very aggressive, which is completely opposite to her usual frugal appearance. Yes, Lady Rhea is still out putting. She looked up at the crown on her husband's head, her eyes were full of hostility, and she laughed, I heard that you won the war, but you didn't throw yourself into your brother's warm embrace, and chose to stay in the stepstones to play house. A remote place where no one lives. The other party actually thought that by occupying there, they could be on an equal footing with the king's brother. What a joke! Daemon remained silent, just glanced at his son next to him, his expression unclear. What is your purpose in coming to Runestone City? Lady Rhea restrained herself a little and said vigilantly, are you here to show off your ridiculous crown, or to take away your bloodline? She knew her husband too well. He would not set foot in the valley without a reason. It must be said that women's intuition is very accurate. Daemon raised his head, his eyes completely on his son, and said lightly, you are well educated, and you look like a Targaryen. Haha, hearing compliments from your mouth is like a dog changing its diet to eat shit. Lady Rhea sneered and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Daemon looked down on her and turned to walk out, I'll leave my son to you. The valley is more suitable for him. After that, he called Aemon, take me out for a walk. I can't breathe in this castle that smells of sheep dung. Daemon, he is my son and will never leave with you. Lady Rhea said. Daemon turned a deaf ear and strode out of the door. Seeing that his mother did not stop him, Aemon pondered for a moment and followed his father Daemon's footsteps. The couple are not compatible, so it is better to keep a distance. As soon as he went out, he saw Daemon took a deep breath and cursed, bitch. Aemon. You are worthy of you, a living father. You are really sweet. Daemon was suppressed enough and did not have a big quarrel in front of his son. It's almost red. Outside the Runestone city. 2 silver-haired figures, one big and one small, walked together on the green grass. The father and son were not familiar with each other, and neither of them said a word. The more they walked, the more silent they became. Hiss! Gah! Caraxes lay crouched not far away, with his slender neck raised high, watching with great interest. Aemon looked over at the sound, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Among all the dragons he had seen, Caraxes was definitely a giant dragon. Its size was much larger than Syrux's. Even compared with the older Dreamfire, its size was not inferior at all. Thanks to its slender body that was as flexible as a snake, its length was even longer, reaching an astonishing 60 meters. With a pair of wide blood-red wings, it was simply a nightmare for ground enemies. "Do you like it?" Daemon suddenly asked. Aemon was startled when he heard it, and replied, "It's huge and fierce. Targaryen men should get in touch with dragons earlier." Daemon nodded slightly and changed direction with his feet. Aemon was delighted and followed closely. Hiss! Caraxes roared, and his huge body swayed slightly. Daemon walked to the ferocious dragon head and stretched out his hand. "Come, give me your hand." Aemon did as he was told. Daemon didn't say anything, holding his small hand with red marks from sword practice, and pressed it against the side of the dragon head covered with scarlet scales.